Hello, my dears, and welcome in. Let me make this adjustment here really quickly. Sorry about that. Our tracking is off a little bit. Welcome in to Somnium and happy Friday. We have so many things that are happening today. I'm really excited to share. One major thing, we are trying to get to 100 dreamers this weekend. I'm starting this goal myself. And one of the reasons why we're starting this goal is because Honor of Kings World sent us an invitation to do alpha testing. And in order to also be a creator of their game, you have to have 100 followers, I think, for their minimum. So I really, really want to support this game, and I really would love to be in their creator program. So please, if you feel inclined, do support me and following the channel here and being one of our lovely dreamers. So I would really, really, really like it. So I'm setting it as a goal for myself. I think being a small streamer, sometimes I don't give myself these challenges because I want my following to be slow and natural. I feel like sometimes when you set really big like subathon pushes to get hundreds of followers and things like that, that sometimes it can take away from the purity of your, not your content, but of your interactions. Because I'm someone who really wants to know every single dreamer. As a dream siren, I think it's really important to be able to keep up with everyone's dreams, to be able to support everyone with what they're doing, and to know what they're facing so that way they have the encouragement that they need when they're asking for it, right? So I want us to grow organically, and I want people to know how special they are here. So it's never been like, I'd say, like a main goal to say, hey, I I want all of these followers. Like, of course I want people to be here with me because that's what really makes things special, right? So I would really enjoy if you feel inclined to follow the channel, to be here with us. We have so many things that we are looking forward to, such as our 3D model, which is something that I'm like over the moon about, especially when it comes to some of our more intimate content that I have planned for us. The 3D space is just going to really make that more special to me. um, and that's really what I want. I want everyone to feel really special. Hold on just a second, sorry. I'm trying to, I forgot to send out to socials. I always forget to do that. Where is all the authentication things? I thought I had one for Blue Sky. Am I missing it? Oh, that sends it to my email. I thought I had it on Authy. There it is. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. And then here. Paste. There we go. All right. Now we got all the fun social things out of the way. I have to figure out how people actually learn how to do that. What's it called? I don't think it's like a... What's the word I'm looking for? I don't think it's a an automated. I think maybe maybe it's an automated task that allows you to send out your messaging. But I've been seeing all of these posts today about Stream Elements possibly is closing, and we have some things that we use from Stream Elements, but I haven't really looked much at the news of it today. I just saw it while scrolling and I was just like, oh man, there's so many amazing creators who create all of these widgets that almost like this one, that create these amazing widgets to use via Stream Elements. But if you are someone who mainly uses Stream Elements, I would look at Mix It Up. That's one that we also use here. OneCom is also a streaming application that we use, and I think that that could be a different substitute. You'd have to look at different programs, and I don't think it's you use it through an application versus with Stream Elements where you're going through the website. Oh, I also forgot our speech to text. Let's see if it will be happy with us. That's always one thing that I'm like, it doesn't like my soft spokenness, so sometimes it says things that we don't really say. But we'll add it there anyway. Hopefully it will. Oh, I keep forgetting that I can't scroll down. There we go. Oh, okay, I gotta fix it, because before I just had it like that, but then you can click it and it hides everything. Oh, okay, I hit that wrong. Okay, let's fix that then. So I think we do transform, fit to screen. Oh no, now it's all gone. What did I do? Why isn't it? Transform, stretch to screen? No, that's not it either. Transform, fit to screen. Hi, honey. How are you today? I'm trying to fix our speech to text, and I'm doing a horrible job of it. I guess we'll leave it like that for now until I can get it figured out. Happy Friday, honey. We're also having a little subathon, Sky. I was accepted into... You played Subnautica 2 yesterday? They gifted it to you? Oh, I thought you weren't gonna be able to play it. I'm so happy for you. Yay. That's so sweet. I'm so glad your friends are taking care of you. I was actually thinking about you the other day when I was talking to No Sleep about it, coming out, because they were also telling me some fun things about the game too. And I was like, Sky. Sky is trying to avoid all gameplay of Subnautica 2 because they won't have port to to PlayStation for a while. Just going back off of the conversation that you and I had. So I'm glad that you got to play it, though. How are you liking it? I saw that some people were having some errors with the game. Oh, I forgot our tea. But I saw some people were having some errors with the game. But I'm not exactly sure what that was about. But yes, we are having a soft push to 100. Please feel free and following and liking and subscribing and doing all the things and pushing all the buttons to help us get to our goal of 100 dreamers. I guess the push for that for me was it's very different from the first and below Zero Subnautica, but I like it. Ooh, I'm glad. But again, we were accepted into Honor of Kings World's alpha testing program. But in order to get into their creator program, we need 100 dreamers. We need 100 subscribers on our channel here. So if you know anyone who would love to come to a cozy place and they're interested in dreams, because we do talk about dreams quite a bit, if they like horror content, because I love horror, if they like reading, because we have our reading streams, or if they just like just chatting comfort streams, please send them our way. Please share the channel and I would be deeply grateful. But for today, we're going to play Stones of Madness as one of our first games. Today's going to be a really long stream. We will have games, we have reading later, we will have just resting, just chatting as well. So we're going to stream late into the early morning, so we will have quite a long broadcast today. So please feel free to make yourself comfortable, come and go as you please, and we're just happy to have you here, even if it's just for a moment. But I wanted to play Fear and Hunger because I've been watching lots of lore videos. If you are familiar with me at all, I love anything that's in a documentary form. So long video content is for me. I love it. And I guess my mod was saying that you have to have mods for Fear and Hunger because there's nudity, and I am not always the most technologically inclined person, so I didn't want to have to really worry about that. So I was researching what other games there are out there that are similar to sort of like a Fear and Hunger kind of game, and the Stone of Madness is one of those. I've kind of started it already because, like most of these games, there's sort of like a tutorial period so that you can become familiar with the game and how to play it. So I think I've played maybe like an hour or so, and I'm still not through the tutorial yet. But we'll go ahead and start this game, and then I will take. We'll still have like our hour breaks. So at the top of every hour, I like to give us opportunity to break, get up, stretch, get something to eat. You know, whatever it is, it's gonna make you comfortable and not feel like you're worn out. But yeah, so we'll go ahead and get started. So let's I want to play some more Subnautica, but I don't. I don't want to progress without my friend. Plus, I'm too scared to play alone. You're so sweet. That's okay. I think it's a good thing to wait for your friend. I think that's really cute. So, let's go ahead and where's our game audio at? Okay, let's go ahead and start the game. It has much different music than our cozy musics, so. But I love the sound design. Let me make sure that the audio is not gonna be too loud. Where is it? Okay, hopefully that's not too loud over the sound of my voice. But listen to the sounds. I really like them. So this is again like a Fear and Hunger-esque sort of game. The only difference is that this is not turn-based. It's all done in real time. But you still got like, how do you say, like your inventory management. I'm trying to think what other things, but it's really cool. So right now, I guess like at the end of the day, because you have like day and night cycles, at the end of the day you kind of go back to we're in hold on. let me do a better job of telling about this game. Let me let me go to the let me go to a Steam store page about it and read really quickly, because that would probably help a bit versus just like throwing us right into not understanding the game at all. Okay, so The Stone of Madness is a real-time tactical stealth game set in an 18th century Spanish monastery. 5 prisoners pool their skills and resources to face their phobias, stave off insanity, uncover the mysteries of the monastery, and find a way to escape. So that's like sort of the gist of the game. It's also one of those games that when you tab out, the sound goes away. But let's pull up the Wikipedia really quick, and then I can put the music back on and we can read about it a little bit. All right. The Stone of Madness is a real-time strategy stealth game developed by The Game Kitchen and published by Tripwire Presents. It was released for Windows, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series in January 2025, so this is a fairly new game. The Stone of Madness is a real-time strategy stealth video game played from an isometric perspective. The game features 2 separate campaigns in which the player must guide a group of prisoners to escape an 18th century Spanish monastery while uncovering its dark secrets. The game features 5 playable characters, though the player can only bring 3 characters to go onto each mission at any given time. Each of the 5 characters have their own skills, but they also have their own fears, which is the interesting part. For instance, Eduardo, which is the gentleman here, who is capable of moving heavy objects to create new paths for the team, but he's scared of the dark. If the player kept exposing them to their fears, their sanity will wane and new weaknesses will emerge. So you see how this is sort of like tapping back to fear and hunger. The characters will spread the day, or the characters will spend the day exploring the monastery, gathering resources and tools, uncovering clues, and completing objectives, and spend the night crafting resources and recovering. So that's where we are right now. We're in the night. Players need to be aware of the time of day, excuse me, as the monastery follows a routine and patrols routes of patrol routes of soldiers will change regularly. Players can also sneak out at night for new gameplay opportunities, though the characters will also have to face supernatural horrors thwarting their progress. So I think I'm actually still in the tutorial. So they also, the studio, Teku Studio, let's see, the game was originally developed by Teku Studio. Sorry, the Game Kitchen, the studio behind Blasphemous and its sequel, Blasphemous 2, acquired Teku and became a collaborator on the game. Okay. So, as the Game Kitchen's previous works, the game was heavily influenced by Spanish culture, with Enrique Colinet, the lead level designer, citing the name of the rose in the Abbey of Crime as its source of inspiration. The team also cited Broken Lines, Commandos, Darkwood, Desperado 3, and Shadow Tactics, Blades of the Shogun, as their inspiration for the game. The team described the Stone of Madness as a heist game in which preparations were key to success. Players must observe and understand the cycle of the monastery and make incremental progress in order to achieve their objectives. This is a very slow play game. According to the team, failing in the game was an essential part for players to learn. The game does not allow players to save frequently, forcing players to adapt to new strategies when their original plan went awry. The game was designed to allow players to succeed in achieving their objectives despite the capture of one or two of the characters in the party. So, inspired by Broken Sword, the game used rotoscoping techniques while creating its characters, and team hand-painted most of the scenarios, which is, like, I love the art in the game. Though the process was described by director Michael Ortega as painful and expensive. The art style of the game was influenced by the works of Spanish painter Francisco Goya. So that is what we're going to be getting into. And I do also like the fact that they did not intend for you to, like, not necessarily like win, but they didn't intend for you to, like, yeah, just easily get through the game, and everything is very strategy based. So right now we are in our cell that we've cut out together, and as you can see, this is Eduardo, the gentleman down here at the bottom. He's kind of mute in the game, so he doesn't really talk. We've got Lenora. She is like the locksmith, so she opens doors that we can't get to, and she also is very stealth and can take out guards. And then we have Alfredo. He's our priest, and he does basically like healing in the game. Also, I'm gonna move our little helper here because I don't want your viewing pleasure to be obscured too much. Hopefully That is a good spot. We will find out. All right. So he also, or is it Lenora? So Lenora can do, she can play her violin to restore our sanity, but we don't have enough scraps, I don't think. Oh, we can perform it. Oh, this didn't save where I had it saved at before we left. I kind of think we should keep going because after, so last night when I was playing, once we did this, the violin broke and we need Eduardo to make another one, but we need 9 wood, 3 parts, and 1 broken violin. So once she plays the violin, it'll break and we can make another one, but I'm wondering I'm wondering how it's gonna go if we don't restore our sanity, so we're gonna find out. We have 1 crucifix, so I think we're good. We've got 1 worn pistol. We're gonna make a rope because where we left off with yesterday. Also, the sound design is so good. I'm gonna keep commenting to that because I really like it. So when you hit the action button for A, it sounds like page turning. I love that. So there was a part in the room that we're in where you need a rope to climb up. And once you place the rope, it makes it easier for everyone to climb back up the rope as well. Oh, we only have 1 lockpick. Oh wait, I didn't go through and arrange everybody's inventory. So see, this is everybody's inventory. So we're gonna take that out because that needs to go to Eduardo. And then this dagger we're gonna leave on Lenora because I think we can use it. Well, it says it's a key. So maybe we should give that to the priest. That should go to the priest. Oh, actually, we want to keep this wooden figurine because it says we can use it for the black market. And Lenora also is who we used for trading during the black market. Oh, she already had a rope on her. Oh wait, no, that was the one that we just made. Okay, so let's give him the scrap because he can make stuff with it. And he can also hit people on the back of the head with the planks, so you always want to give your planks to him. And crowbars as well go to him. And we want to give the priest that. And I think we're going to give him this dagger of San Jorge. Because it says it's a key. So piercing the dragon's mouth with it, its treasures will be revealed. It breaks after you. So it's a one-time key, which kind of sucks, but that's fine. I wonder if we... So usually the father carries the lamp. Oh, why am I... But I'm wondering if anybody else can carry a lamp, which I kind of want to give one to Eduardo since he's afraid of the dark. And see, oh, that takes up a bit of space. But we can give this bandage to the father, actually. And I think we can leave this. Eduardo can spend the night searching for materials to reuse. How do we do the garbage then? Because it looks like he hasn't gone through it. We're gonna leave the plants here as well. And he can also throw rubble to help with distractions, so it's good for him to have any rubble No, let me go to... See, it doesn't show garbage anywhere. So, volunteer work. So does he need to... I'll take that off of him then. Or maybe they haven't showed us that. And then there's also like these revelations that we can get, which kind of like boost our abilities. So I want to get this holy light because it's the cheapest one, first of all. Let me double check. Yeah, it's the cheapest one. And it allows us to leave the oil light down on the floor permanently, so that way we'll have a light source everywhere. So I think that that's pretty good. But we can't do any of them now. And I'm not sure how we collect these. I think it's probably through going through the rubble of things. The codex is basically like our, like, this is where your training manual is. So, so this is talking about like where you start in the game, the night phase, like that I was talking about, where we return to the shared cell that we have, and we can do our group management things. If you're chased, you can hit right trigger to run, and as long as you stay out of that red aura for a while, you can see there, you can hide in things. Eventually you won't be targeted anymore. And then here they're talking about the night phase. The number of actions a character can take is determined by their action points. This is again with Eduardo's skills. With the crowbar, he can open, shut blue containers, pick locks and trap doors, or knock down some walls. Prohibited areas, you'll see that large red line at the top, just to let you know that you're in a forbidden area. There's about the disorders. Each protagonist has a series of negative disorders that can define them. For instance, Alfredo's sanity will decrease every time he is near violent situations or a corpse due to his Christian beliefs. Stealth mode, you can move stealthily behind low obstacles to avoid being seen by the characters on the other side. Striped vision areas indicate that you will be invisible there as long as you move stealthily. So as long as you are ducked walking through that striped area, you're good. The cone of vision basically lets you know the direction that the guards are looking in. So as long as you're not committing any offenses, you're fine. Enemies in hidden places. When a character is knocked unconscious, they will wake up after a while. However, if the character is dragged into a hidden place, they will not come out for the rest of the day. So we will use Lenora or Eduardo once someone is knocked down to pick them up and hide them, so that way we don't have to worry about them anymore. There's explaining about the character caught, and then you see they'll hit us. So, and that does increase our suspicion level, but we have quite a few levels, so we don't necessarily have to worry about it right away. So this character has been captured, but don't worry, if their suspicion isn't maxed out, the guards will release them safely. Use chases as a distraction to help others. So you can use chases as a distraction, or like I was saying, Eduardo can throw things. So you can use that as a distraction. The evening, as evening falls, the animas awaken and begin to roam the monastery. At this point, the day can be ended voluntarily. If you don't go back to the cell, the animas can come and knock you out, or Alfredo can bless them, and then they can't bother you. And then there's the crafting, like we were talking about. That's what I was just saying about the enemas. You just use Alfredo and his crucifix, and he basically like paralyzes them by blessing them. We have to carry the lamp with Alfredo because he will pick up clues, and those are only revealed by the lamp. So, and then this goes over Eduardo's one of his other skills, which he can rummage through things, and because he's been in the monastery the longest, and the other inmates will not like freak out or report you, so you want to use him when you're rummaging. Lenore has a fear of fire, so you can trigger to turn the fire off, so that way it doesn't make her fears go up. And it also stops her from committing violent actions. So if we need her to take down a guard, we have to make sure that the fire is out, or else she won't be able to do that. Underwater is scary. Oh, underwater is so scary, honey. Just think about the fact that we truly don't know the real depths of our ocean. We don't know what is down there. We don't know what's existing down there at all. It's absolutely terrifying. I think probably even more so than space. So with the soldiers, they can attack with the rifles from afar, so you just have to be careful. Um, and I guess we can use chocolate to bribe some of the guards, but not the guards that have the rifles or the soldiers. Um, this is talking about how Eduardo can use the planks to help us to cross different areas, as you can see from the little video. This is another one of Alfredo's skills because he is a priest. He has the gift of tongue. So if he is giving a sermon, we can use that as a means of distraction. But see those little circles? Everyone has like a different attention span to his sermon, so you have to be careful in order to beckon others, so that way we can all walk together. You just hold X and it will like shoot out like a yellow circle, and any of the prisoners that are on our team that are within the circle, they'll come. This is what I was talking about with Eduardo and using the throwing ability to create a distraction. Here is where Lenora can use a rope, and once she hangs it somewhere, it'll be an anchor point for everyone. Multiple solutions. To see, often the same objective can be completed in different ways, so you can think outside of the box, I guess. And then that tells you about the saves. Lenora's skill. Oh, she can use the wooden planks as well. I was just using the stabby with her. So I guess we will put some planks in her inventory too, so she can use those. Penicillo is an inmate who has a love of shiny coins. So I think that we can do trading with him, which is, I think, where we are in the story right now. And then you have a tactical pause that allows you to look around at everything, or save the game and leave. Here they're talking about Eduardo's fear of the dark. There's the stealth mode that we already covered. And I think that's everything. Oops. We also can make, these are all the recipes that we have so far. So there's the chocolate. We need plants and cocoa for that. So we can give that to everyone. Oh, there's also a sleeping chocolate. I didn't see that. So I guess we can use that to make the guards fall asleep, maybe. Panacea. Considered a heresy in the eyes of science, a strange concoction that requires complex preparation. Agnes can use it to heal the group's traumas. Oh, that's nice to know. We need a chicken and a dead man's finger. So there's so many things that I have not even come upon yet in the game because we literally just started. But here you can see your character skills. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't realize that. So if he's attacked, he'll push the attacker away and run. Okay. There's the planks. One of us. This is so funny. And then there's the volunteer work and the crafting. That's very interesting. Oops. And then these are his disorders. I want to play more Subnautica too, but I don't want to progress without my friend. Wait, did I read that already? Oh, hugs, I want to go. Okay, baby. Thank you for coming by. Hugs, 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 hugs. It's good to see you. So his disorders are being afraid of the dark. Are you afraid of the dark? And then he is mute, like I was saying. And then the priest is our main guy that we use. So these are like his abilities. But we need the priest robe, which we don't have yet. And I think we also have to craft it. But we can use that to sort of stealth around. We use the oil lamp so that Eduardo is not afraid of the dark. We've got our crucifixes to bless the animus. We also have the investigatory skills. And I think he and Lenora are the only two that can read, maybe? Oh. And then he can also give the sermons and healing and studying. And then that's his fear, the fear of corpses or anything violent. And then Lenora, she has the ability to be an assassin. But she does feel deep remorse for it. So, and then I just figured out that she can knock out. So we need to put some planks in her inventory. She can hide bodies. She can deploy the rope. She can climb walls, lockpick, like I said, and she also can read. And then she has the ability to bribe. So I wonder if we should use her for Pensilia. I have to see how much we have. And then she can do our black market trading as well. And then there's her fears, her repentance every time she commits a murderous act. Either with a knife or a gun, she self-inflicts a wound in an attempt to assuage her remorse. So it's probably better that we just use the planks so that way we don't have to worry about healing. So let's put... Oh, I don't want to take all of them. Oh no. We'll give 4 to him. And then... maybe 3 to her. She's got the rope. And then we're gonna give the father the bandages. What do we do with the garbage? It says that he can spend the evening searching through it, but I don't know if we have to do something to trigger it or not. And we have 81 of the currency in the game. I don't think it's crafting, but let me see. Does the trash come up anywhere? It doesn't. I wonder what we use the mouse traps for. And also see those two little eyes above Lenora and Alfredo. That means that their suspicion is up. But since it's only two, I think it's fine. I kind of don't want to bump up our sanity because I want to see how things will go. And we're also almost at the top of the hour. So once we get to the top of the hour, we'll have a short break. So I guess I won't I won't start the game just yet then. But yeah. So that is the game. I'm really fascinated by it a lot. Oh, there we go. And make sure all of our things are happy here. And don't forget that we're doing our push, our soft push to 100. Please feel free to join our dreamers here in Somnium. We will be very happy to have you. I will go make some tea so that way we're ready to go. So I'll start the kettle now and I will be right back. We have our tea. I hope you also took the opportunity to grab yourself something to drink. And let's actually get into the game. So this is where it shows who you are going to take for the day. So I think we're going to take everybody still. Okay. Oh, I went back. All right, deployment. Choose a trap door through which your group will appear. So we only have this one so far. So that will put us in the main square. This square is bustling with life. Under the Great Tower, guest buildings were built, receiving travelers, pilgrims, and merchandise. You can also see the famous statue of Saint Difna? Dimafna. So we've got 2 nuns here. Is that 3 friars? I can't tell who those other characters are. Hold on. Does it let us? Okay, no, it doesn't tell us who they are. But that's cool. I really like the art. All right, so now we can see our objectives here. Whoops. So this is the tactical pause that I was trying to explain earlier, where you can kind of like zoom in around. And then saving, exit, your controls and everything. And if you want everyone to move together, there's that. And then if you don't want to move together, you can just hit X again. So I forget where we were supposed to go. Oh, Eduardo can break open blue boxes. Oh, okay, so we need him to get the stuff out of here. You can check the details of the current objectives from the objective menu, which should be here. So the 2 suspects, others are also searching for the stone. So we need to speak to the mysterious prior and speak to Penicillio. So I need to see which direction everyone's looking at. So I kind of want to try to get him into this blue box. Let's see what direction this friar's gonna turn. Okay, I'm glad we didn't do that yet. Can we search in the hay? Okay. So see how he got so scared. You can check the details of the current object. Okay, why is that still there? Okay, so now that we've done that, I think we need to climb up here. I'm pretty sure. Is that the room that we need to go in? I I wish I could remember the door that we went in yesterday. Oh, nope, he's coming back this way. The 3 o'clock bell tolls. Or no, it's not 3. Okay, so are we clear? Oh, can we not rummage through there? Okay, can we go in there? It looks like it's locked. Okay, we're going to... Oh, we did open this yesterday. Okay, good. Is that the friar? Okay, that's the friar. We must talk to him. Oh! It was so close. So there was a place that I was in yesterday, and I can't remember how I got into it. But, I don't think it was through the door. It wasn't back there, because that's this room over here. This is where Amelia was, and we went there already yesterday, so that's not where we need to go. Maybe it is this door that... How did we... Oh, no, 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 no. I remember now. Oops. It was this way. That's right. Okay, to see how these little sparkles are coming off of this, we can investigate this. And I'm pretty sure we opened this yesterday. Yeah, we did. So, and then the other person we need to talk to is back in that office, or that that office, that prison. I wonder if we should... see. We're gonna use him to do a sermon. And can we investigate this? Oh no. And now the animas are here. And if we don't take out the anima, then they're gonna knock people over. So we need to... put the lamp away. And now we need to... No, no, no! Oh, it sent us all the way back. I guess we could just go to sleep now. Where did it go?
Exugar Deus, et dissipentur inimici eius.
Oh, that took our sanity too? Dang, okay. Now we need to do a sermon. So we're going to come here. Oh, the guard needs to be in the range as well too, darn it. Oh, he walked right out of the range. Oh, I forgot. He's afraid of the dark. Darn it. Okay, let's do the rope. Now everyone can get up here. Can we talk to him? Does it have to be him? Where do we get the key from? Okay, well, let's try the sermon again. Not there. We can read that. Oh, can we go in here? We can. What? Oh, it's dark. No. Aww. Can we get in here too? No! Oh no! Oh no! The animal! The ghost called us out. Let's go to sleep. Oh no. I feel like we're gonna have to... Oh, we are. Look at our sanity. Why did Alfredo's sanity go down so much? What even happened? Was it from doing the sermons? Does that actually... Darn. Okay, well, we don't have any books. I think we have one bandage. Oh, we have two. Can we make any more medicines? We can make more bandages. Oh, there's the mousetrap. We still have the one crowbar. We probably need to make more crucifixes as well. I feel like we need something for our sanity. if we do this, well, that won't do our sanity. That only does our health. So we can only do the violin for our sanity. Oh wait, no, we can do that, but we don't have chocolate. Chocolate makes me more sane. Alright, let's do this. How much monies do we have now? Not enough. Oops. Let me go back and see what other things he got from that. Oh, we can give that to Lenora. I wonder if we should give her that. Well, let's try to do something for our sanity, I suppose. It's only going to give us 30. I kind of doubt not doing it the night before. And now our violin is broke. Can we do another violin? No, we cannot. I think we can probably hold on to everything because we can maybe get one more part and one more plank. Wait, is that everyone's planks that it's counting or just the planks that we have on each other? No, 8 or 4. No, it's everyone's planks all together. Darn. Okay, so it's a... well, I mean, I guess that's good to know that it's shared inventory. Oh, we do need a crucifix, though, for the animas. Unless we just run. Oh, what does the mousetrap do? Alright, let's go forth as we are and see how we do. Oh. Oh. Oh, there's the... I wonder if that's that dragon dagger that we have. Someone has tampered with the door lock recently. The trail seems to come from the chicken coop. The key must be found there. Oh, okay. So at least we got that now. Oh! Well, none of these things would have worked then. Oh wait, did we go back in here and get... Can we not go down? Oh, he needs to bring the plank. Okay. Cast them, O Saint Diphnah, under your beautiful sad gaze. May your past suffering bless and enable these poor souls to repent and heal their mind and body. Oh, we got a knowledge thing for that. Okay, cool. Let's see. It's a statue of a young woman kneeling, held violently by her hair and about to be attacked. Judging by her appearance, she's probably a martyr. Watch, seek comfort, or exit. What is watch? Wait, if we seek comfort, well, should all of us be here? Because that said... So, I think we could heal if we all are there. So, let's grab everyone and see if it heals all of us. Oh, oh. Oh, she's afraid of the fire. I forgot. No. Okay. Oh. So we need... I need him to take one of these planks. Now, how are we going to do this very sneakily? Because he can't duck while he's doing it. Oh, I wonder if I need to do a sermon. Oh, the animas are gonna come again if we don't hurry. I'm gonna hide her in here so nothing happens to her. Because that anima is gonna come right back out in the hall again. Okay. That really get... Really? No! How do we put it down? Run! Oh no! No. Now his suspicious up. Okay, where are you at? We're gonna do this really quick. Seek comfort. Pray will advance to the next quarter and watch will inspect. Okay, let's inspect it. She's about to be sacrificed by a man in foreign, exotic clothing. I recognize her. It is Saint Diphnah. Why is there an Irish saint here? Her story is very tragic. It took place hundreds of years ago in the 7th century AD, when the girl was only 15 years old. Her father was King Damon of Oriel, a professed pagan, although her mother was a Christian. It so happened that Diphnah's mother died a year earlier. King Damon went mad. Unable to find a new wife to remind him of his beloved, he began to have impure thoughts about his daughter. When Diphnah's confessor realized this, he organized her flight to Frankish territory. They lived there for a time, caring for the needy and sick, until sadly her father found them. He killed her confessor and ordered her to return to Ireland. Diphnah refused. Her father went berserk, unsheathed his sword, grabbed his daughter by her hair and, as if he were the devil himself, beheaded her. Remembering this story has moved me so deeply. In some way, this statue seems to be a reflection of those of us who are here suffering hardships and despair. Okay. So we don't want to advance time yet, so... Well, at least now we know what that's for. And he's just not coming back. So let me go over, because we still need him. And then we also have to figure out how to get the key from in there. So I guess... Oh, did he walk back already? Okay, he did. I guess we can do the sermon. Oops. We can do the sermon now. Oh no, we left you in the dark. It's okay, there's a lamp right here. I'm sorry. Dreams! Hello there. Alright, let's give the sermon. And now we're going to grab our big scaredy pants baby. Grab one of these. Because the guard is not going to be paying attention. And we're going to drop that. Drop it. Drop it! Okay, come out of the dark. Come out of the dark. I know. I'm sorry. Your sanity is terribly, terribly low. Now we're going to move you back here to the light. Because the anima is going to show up here soon too. And then is his... Oh. The anima's... Hopefully everyone is... Can we talk to... Oh, we can. Penicil... Penicil. Ah, well. Welcome. Welcome to our store. If you bring shiny gold, of course. Do you want to buy? Calm down, my Penicil. I think they are here to buy. Are you Penicil? We have some questions for you. He seems to be addressing the loaf of bread on his head. It's moldy. Have you heard, Penicil? These people are asking for us. I'm Penicil, and this is my loaf of bread. Welcome to our store. Bienvenidos. We like shiny coins. We sell all kinds of objects at the best price in the monastery. Right, my love. I'm only doing the best for my poor Penicil. Yes. But you had questions, right? A lot's been going on behind these bars lately. What do you say, Penicil? Could they be good customers? Why are you wearing a loaf of bread on your head? ¿Por qué? Everyone wants to be close to their friends, right? Well, my sweet Penicil is my best friend I've ever had. Don't be fooled. It's not just a loaf of bread. Pan. Bread. Yes. Bread. Pan in Spanish means bread, by the way. Bancio is special. I have always been a merchant. I started out traveling, wandering the roads, even in winter. I suffered hunger and misery. Pain blanc. On one day, sheltering from a storm. Pain is bread in French. Is that how you say bread in Russian as well? Frozen to the bone, I felt death so close to me that I had to make use of my own goods. And there he was, Fanzio. Is that bread in Ukrainian? We're getting bread in every language now. No one across the globe will never not know how to say bread now. I forgot that I went and got some warm Thai tea. Oh, so good. Oh, I actually wonder how that will taste with a piece of dark chocolate melting in my mouth with it. No, the second one was yes. Oh, thank you. It's okay. Dark chocolate and Thai tea. And there he was. My dear Benzio. Benzitito. Because usually if you add ITO at the end of things in Spanish, it means it cutifies it. It makes it little. I tried oolong tea once. It stinks so bad. Oh my goodness. How dare you speak badly on on oolong tea? No, I'm just kidding. Have you had barley tea before? Barley tea is actually really good for digestion. Um, Not good if you have a gluten allergy, obviously. But it also kind of has a very distinct um a distinct taste to it. Or a distinct smell, I should say. Not pleasant like sweeter teas. So anyways, adding ITO to the end of things in Spanish makes it cute and small. For instance, cat is gato. But if you want to say little kitty, gatito, 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 just don't put the gluten in the tea, Shrug. How would you deglutify barley? I was just about to take a bite when he started talking. He told me endless stories. I didn't want to eat him anymore. Instead, we became friends forever. Ito is the same as ikov in Russian. Did I even pronounce it right? Ikov, ikov, ikov. Gatito, gatito, gato, gatito, coco. Oh, that's so neat. That's so neat. I like that. I love when different languages have the same thing. Like, I butchered it. No. Of course I did. I like how our little helper is saying thank you for guiding me to the truth. I am still learning. Not got inok. Not got inok. Russian is so hard. Got and got no. At least I know autocorrect is messing with me. The only thing I need to know how to say is I love you in every language, and at least I know how to say I love you in not Russian. What did you teach me in? Я тебя люблю. Я тебя люблю. Ukrainian. Ask Google to spell it. Google, how do we say kotikok? That's rough. Oh, it's Russian. Yati vyala blue. I love you in Russian. I didn't want to eat him anymore. Instead, we became friends forever through all of my bread's mold. All right, we are looking for Virginia. Can you help us? Well, Fencio, not only are they helping us get out of this cage, but they're also friends with good old Virginia. I'm afraid she's already gone. She appeared suddenly like a cat, gatito. Fencio was scared, but then we realized that she was kind. She told us that someone was chasing her. We talked and we became friends, each on one side of the ravine. She said her pursuers were searching for a rare stone, but she had nothing of the sort. It must be so shiny and pretty. But Virginia looked very scared, and Fencio offered to find the stone. Then no one would chase her anymore. Then the bell rang. Curfew! The guard was going to show up at any moment. Virginia fled like the wind. She told us that she would go to the old tower, but it's impossible to get there. The main door has been blocked by the guards. Before leaving, she gave us a key. Yes! She discovered a secret door, but she left so quickly that she forgot to tell us where to find her. Poor, I was about to say pobrecito. Poor Virginia, trapped up there. But wait a minute. If you find the secret door, you can meet her. Take the key. Fencio is giving it to you. Help our friend. And now we've got another key. I feel like we should go to sleep now that we have the key. Confinement takes its toll. Our sanity. We can't even make the violin because we didn't get any new goodies. What is this key? So we got the south cell key, the corridor key, and the key to the old door. So this one will open the entrance to the interior of the imposing tower. But where is the entrance hidden? This one is the one to Amelia. We still need to go speak to the friar. Everyone's got one suspicion on them. Can we make another violin yet? No. Okay. Well, I don't think we need to make anything. Oh, we might actually need a crucifix, darn it. Hmm. We only have one lockpick on us, really? I think we're gonna try to go forward without anything. I don't know what we're gonna do about our sanity. What happens? Does that mean that we're gonna get a new fear when our sanity goes low? Can we get... Oh, we can get things from the black market. What can we get? Can we get... What did we need? What does the bribery do? Oh, that will just lower everyone's suspicion. So, oop. What do we... Oh, no, I don't want that. I want to know what we need to make the violin. We need parts and wood. Okay, good luck, Pancito, señorita. Thank you, dear. Bo, bo, bo. So, parts and wood. Let's see if we can get some off the black market. Okay, there's wood. Oh, look how he just shows up right there. And parts. Oh, awesome. Okay, so we can do... Oh, he only had 2 parts. Darn it. We can get another wood at least. Or maybe we should get 4. Oh, let's take the plant. Oh, that's gonna be 8. Ooh, I don't know if we want to do that. I think we're good on bandages. Oh wait, can we trade? How do we trade it? Okay, let me go back. How do we trade items? Are they on? Okay, they are on her. It's successful on the black market. I wonder if we have to give it... No, this is the black market. Oh, wait. Are these our items? And he'll give us coins? Oh, it is. Okay, well, we can give him these. I was hoping that we could get items from him. Darn it. Well, we'll at least go ahead and give up those. Nothing else, because we need the rest of it. Darn. Wait, did we not? We didn't. So I'm assuming we need to go back to Pensio to try to trade. I wish I would have actually looked to see how much the items were. So we could see how much we needed to sell. I don't know what we're gonna do because we don't have... We don't have any way to restore our sanity at all. Where the heck do we get chocolate from? Darn. Oh, and his health. Why is his health low? Let's see how far we get. So what time is it? Let's see. When we get to the next top of the hour, I am going to take a short break to get something to eat for a late lunch for myself. And then I will be back after that for our long push. All right, let's go ahead and end the night. I wonder if I can just take. I don't know who we're gonna need, so. But we also need to get up to the top, so let's see. I think we actually need her. Oh, and we also need to get this key that's in here. So he's looking that way. I wonder if we can just... you can find the chickens, the fire looks after in a certain part of the monastery. Be careful if you don't walk stealthily. When near them, they will be scared and reveal the character's position. We also need to get some of the chickens too, because we need them for one of the recipes actually. Okay, so now he's looking this way, so we're just gonna sit here for a second and see how they go. And I also wonder if this door to our left is the door that we need to get to, one of the two of them. I wanted to take the chicken. But I don't want us to get caught. We need the pollo. How do we grab it? I mean, they're highlighted. It looks like we have the ability to grab it. I don't want to take Eduardo out anywhere because I think he's very terrified, but I kind of want to use him as a distraction though. Oh, we need to go back to see what we can buy from that, from Pensio actually. Let me go back over here. I think it's that door that we need to go through. Tell me the plank is still going to be there. Awesome. Alright, let's see. What do you have? Rubble, wood. Oh, we can buy a good amount of stuff from him then. Parts. I'll buy that one lockpick anyway. And I wonder if we should get more wood. I feel like I should probably get all the parts because of how expensive everything is. Come back soon, yes. So awesome. Well, now we can restore our sanity, so we just need to make it through the day. Alright, I got a bunch of goodies. Now, how do I get to the other character? I think we're gonna use... Okay, she does have a plank. I just need to see which way he's gonna go out. Oh, the fire. I don't know how to put the fire out unless we would have to climb over. No. I guess we'd have to climb up. He doesn't really go very far, though. And how can we sneak up behind him? I guess we could use the... We have the... worn pistol. He just sits there. Oh, darn it. It's gonna be time to go back already. How are we supposed to get past that part? Well, let's restore the little sanity that we have left. Let's make... She's only gonna be able to perform once. Ugh. Do we not have a broken violin? Oh, it's not broken yet. It has one more use in it. Okay, that's good. I don't know what we can do with that. How do we get up here? We got the key. I really feel like we have to like start taking people out, but it's in such an open area. It feels like it would be weird to do that. Why don't we have any planks on us? Oh, there's our 3 o'clock minder as well. We didn't bring any planks back with us. Oh my gosh. How did I left them. Alright, I guess we'll have to try. Because she won't harm anyone if they don't have a weapon. I feel like his radius is not that big to where we could literally just walk around it, maybe? We'll go with the priest because he's not afraid of fire. And we're gonna see if we can just run by. Okay. Oh. Am I gonna need her to lockpick, really? Nope. No, run! No! Oh, and now our suspicious up too. Okay, she's gonna freak out because of the light. No! We're all going down. Oh. Maybe we should just wait till tomorrow. I really want to try to get past him to do the lock picking. I don't know how to put the fire out though. I suppose we have to wait for him to... Okay, not Alfredo, Eduardo is only afraid of the dark, so let's see if maybe we have a better luck with him. No. No. I don't understand. How the heck are we supposed to get past him? It's out of his range. The crowbar, maybe it was just too loud. I guess we could try to walk up to him and... Oh, it's gonna be night. What? Alright, well, we need to restore our sanity. We're gonna do the violin. We still have the crowbar. I wonder what the mice traps are for. Well, we definitely need to use the bandages, so let's go to... Hmm. Okay. So this will give everyone almost full health, so we'll do that. And now we just need to work on our sanity. What did we have in inventory? If we do this, it's gonna ding his health by 2. Hmm. Do we have enough to make more band? Oh, we don't have enough to do another care. I think we'll probably leave it. All right. We're gonna take a break from this since it is a slow play game. Okay. And slide right here. Sorry. All right. We're gonna take a short break so that way I can grab something to eat for lunch. We'll leave up our cozy scene with soft music. And let me adjust our ticker. Oh. Alright, there we go. I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. Don't forget to like the stream and subscribe, please, if you're enjoying your time here with us. Peekaboo. I bet you're wondering what we're going to be doing over here. So, let me get our other assets. So, we are going to be reading for a little bit, and then shortly after, we will listen to the Magnus Archive. Let me get our... What did I name it? Our counter? Whoop. There we go. I'm gonna take our clock down and our trim. I love this scene so much. It looks so good. And then we need that one. All right. I think that's everything. So we're going to pick up with our reading. And then after reading, we're going to listen to 3 or 4 episodes of the Magnus Archive. I'm forgetting everything. Hold on. Now I have to figure out where we want this at. So we also have to have our timer up somewhere. Once we do our movies. So if you have not been with us before, when we have started episodes of the Magnus Archive, it is a horror podcast by the Rusty Quill. And I think we stopped on episode 4. So we're going to pick up there today, but we're going to read first. So the book that we left off with is The House on the Borderland. And I'm trying to remember where we even left off. Where is my lost bookmark? I suppose we can pick up at chapter 6. Although I feel like I've read past this area already. And we're going to also try to utilize our ASMR as well. Oh, I see we have a little cutie there. Where did I have that on scene? Okay. And what else are we missing? Not our movie timer, but I will go ahead and open that up as well, because we're going to need that later. We're going to try something different today with this new ASMR tool that we've been using. So let me try to get this set up properly. Because I tried to do it before, but it wasn't being friendly. Application. Let me add application audio capture. Is that what I already have? No. So then we need to remove that and add this. And then we're gonna add Okay. All right. Testing. Oh, I don't hear it. Hold on. Testing. What do I need to do now? Thank you for being patient with me. Oh, why are you not picking up the audio? Testing. Testing. It's not picking up the audio. Hold on. Properties. Okay. Filter. No. I wonder if I have to mute my other mic. Hold on. Testing. Okay. Well, I was looking forward to using that ASMR engine tool that we've been working on doing some ASMR recording behind the scene, but it's not working, so I'll have to play with that later off scene. But that's okay. We will still go ahead with our reading. ASMR no work. No, the tool's not working, and I'm not sure why. Um, I have the application on. Um, hmm. I'm not exactly sure what else we can do. The audio is not even picking up at all. Oh wait, do I have to like cover my mic over one of the areas? Oh, is it really hot there today? Testing, testing. Actual rain, rain. Yeah, I was just laying outside when I went for lunch. No, I just want to sit in the rain alone. Oh, sitting in the rain is nice actually. It's really calming. Okay, I'm gonna turn the volume up. Oh, that doesn't affect it either. Why isn't it uh, catching it? Is it the noise gate? Testing, testing. No. Application audio capture properties and then turn on. Why don't you like? Why don't you like? I don't think there's another application. And I switched the audio to mono as well, so that should help, but no. It says nothing. I can't even hear it myself, honestly. I'm a bit disappointed by that. Testing, testing. if you don't want to hear the app audio, set output device to something silent. Is that that? No. That? No. That? No. It's none of them. Oh. Alright, I guess we'll give up on that for now. I'm sorry. I'm really looking forward to it working. I've been in contact with the devs. They're very kind. So hopefully with the next update, it will be a bit better and actually work. So, alright, well, for now, let's go ahead and pick up with our reading, and then after we read, we are going to start our episodes again of the Rusty Quill. Well, now we need to move our little... Alright, there we go. Let us begin. Again, we are reading The House on the Borderland. We're on chapter 6, The Swine Things. And please subscribe and like and share so we can get to 100. That is our goal for today. Gotta zoom zoom. I'll see you later, honey. Oh, we need to scoot that over a little bit. Okay. It was evening, a week later. My sister sat in the garden knitting. I was walking up and down reading. My gun leant up against the wall of the house, for since the advent of that strange thing in my garden, I had deemed it wise to take precaution. Yet, through the whole week, there had been nothing to alarm me, either by sight or sound, so that I was able to look back calmly to the incident, though still with a sense of unmitigated wonder and curiosity. I was, as I have just said, walking up and down and somewhat engrossed in my book. Suddenly, I heard a crash away in the direction of the pit. With a quick movement, I turned and saw a tremendous column of dust rising high into the evening air. My sister had risen to her feet with a sharp exclamation of surprise and fright. Telling her to stay where she was, I snatched up my gun and ran toward the pit. As I neared it, I heard a dull rumbling sound that grew quickly into a roar, split with a deeper crash, and up from the pit drove a fresh volume of dust. The noise ceased, though the dust still rose tumultuously. I reached the edge and looked down, but could see nothing save a boil of dust clouds swirling hither and thither. The air was so full of small particles that they blinded and choked me, and finally I had to run out from the smother to breathe. Gradually, the suspended matter sank and hung in a penelope over the mouth of the pit. I could only guess at what had happened. That there had been a landslide of some kind, I had little doubt, but the cause was beyond my knowledge, and yet, even then, I had half imaginings, for already the thought had come to me of those falling rocks and that thing in the bottom of the pit. But, in the first minutes of confusion, I failed to reach the natural conclusion to which the catastrophe pointed. I could only guess at what had happened. Slowly the dust subsided until presently I was able to approach the edge and look down. For a while I peered impotently, trying to see through the reek. At first it was impossible to make out anything. Then, as I stared, I saw something below, to my left, that moved. I looked intently towards it, and presently made out another, and then another, 3 dim shapes that appeared to be climbing up the side of the pit. I could see them out only distinctly. Even as I stared and wondered, I heard a rattling of stones and somewhere to my right. I glanced across, but could see nothing. I leaned forward and peered over and down into the pit, just beneath where I stood, and saw no further than a hideous white swine face that had risen to within a couple yards of my feet. Below it, I could make out several others. As the thing saw me, it gave a sudden uncouth squeal, which was answered from all parts of the pit. At that moment, a gust of horror and fear took over me, and bending down, I discharged my gun right into its face. Straight away, the creature disappeared, with a clatter of loose earth and stone. There was a momentary silence to which probably I owe my life, for during it I heard a quick patter of many feet, and, turning sharply, saw a troop of the creatures coming toward me at a run. Instantly, I raised my gun and fired at the foremost, who plunged headlong with a hideous howling. Then I turned to run. More than halfway from the house to the pit, I saw my sister. She was coming toward me. I could not see her face distinctly, as the dusk had fallen, but there was fear in her voice as she called to know what I was shooting at. "Run," I shouted in reply. "Run for your life." Without more ado, she turned and fled, picking up her skirt with both hands. As I followed, I gave a glance behind. The brutes were running on their hind legs, at times dropping on all fours. I think it must have been the terror in my voice that spurred Mary to run, for I feel convinced that had she not as yet seen those hell creatures that pursued. On we went, my sister leading. Each moment the nearing sound of the footsteps told me that the brutes were gaining on us rapidly. Fortunately, I am accustomed to live in some way an active life. As it was, the strain of the race was beginning to tell severely upon me. I could see the back door. Luckily, it was open. I was some half-dozen yards behind Mary now, and my breath was sobbing in my throat. Then, something touched my shoulder. I wrenched my head round quickly, and saw one of those monstrous, pallid faces close to mine. One of the creatures, having outrun its companions, had almost overtaken me. Even as I turned, it made a fresh grab. With a sudden effort, I sprang to one side, and swinging my gun by the barrel, brought it crashing down upon the foul creature's head. The thing dropped with an almost human groan. Even this short delay had been nearly sufficient to bring the rest of the brutes down upon me, so that without an instant's waste of time, I turned and ran for the door. Reaching it, I burst into the passage, then turning quickly, slammed and bolted the door, just as the first of the creatures rushed against it with a sudden shock. My sister sat gasping in a chair. She seemed in a fainting condition, but I had no time to spend on her. I had to make sure that all the doors were fastened. Fortunately, they were. The one leading from my study into the gardens was the last to which I went. I had just had time to note that it was secured when I thought I heard a noise outside. I stood perfectly silent and listened. Yes, now I could distinctly hear a sound of whispering and something slithering over the panels with a rasping, scratchy noise. Evidently some of the brutes were feeling with their claw hands about the door to discover whether there was any means of ingress. That the creatures should so soon have found the door was, to me, a proof of their reasoning capabilities. It assured me that they must not be regarded by any means as mere animals. I had felt something of this before when that first thing peered in through my window. Then I had applied the term superhuman to it, with an almost instinctive knowledge that the creature was something different from the brute beast. Something beyond human, yet in no good sense, but rather as something foul and hostile to the great and good in humanity. In a word, as something intelligent and yet inhuman. The very thought of the creature filled me with revulsion. Now I bethought me of my sister, and going to the cupboard, I got out a flask of brandy and a wine-glass. Taking these, I went down to the kitchen, carrying a lighted candle with me. She was not sitting on the chair, but had fallen out, and was lying upon the floor face downward. Very gently, I turned her over and raised her head somewhat. Then I poured a little of the brandy between her lips. After a while, she shivered slightly. A little later, she gave several gasps and opened her eyes. In a dreamy, unrealizing way, she looked at me. Then her eyes closed slowly, and I gave her a little more of the brandy. For perhaps a minute longer, she lay silent, breathing quickly. And then all at once her eyes opened again, and it seemed to me as I looked that the pupils were dilated, as though fear had come with the returning consciousness. Then, with a movement so unexpected that I started back, she sat up. Noticing that she seemed giddy, I put out my hand to steady her. At that, she gave a loud scream and scrambled to her feet and ran from the room. For a moment, I stayed there, kneeling and holding the brandy flask. I was utterly puzzled and astonished. Could she be afraid of me? But no. Why should she be? I could only conclude that her nerves were shaken badly and that she had temporarily become unhinged. Upstairs, I heard a door bang loudly, and I knew that she had taken refuge in her room. I put the flask down on the table. My attention was distracted by a noise in the direction of the back door. I went toward it and listened. It appeared to be shaken as though some of the creatures struggling with it silently, but it was far too strongly constructed and hung to be easily moved. Out in the gardens rose a continuous sound. It might have been mistaken by a casual listener for the grunting and squealing of a herd of pigs. But as I stood there, it came to me that there were sense and meaning in all those swinish noises. Gradually, I seemed able to trace a semblance into human speech, gluttonous and sticky, as though each articulation were made with difficulty. Yet, nevertheless, I was becoming convinced that it was no mere melody of sounds, but a rapid exchange of ideas. By this time, it had grown quite dark in the passages, and from this all the very cries and groans of which an old house is so full at nightfall. It was no doubt because things are then quieter and one has more leisure to listen. Also, there may be something in the theory that the sudden change in temperatures at sundown affects the structure of the house somewhat, causing it to contract and settle, as it were, for the night. However, this as it may be, but on that night in particular, I would gladly have been quite I would gladly have been quit of so many eerie noises. It seemed to me that each crack and creak was the coming of one of those things along the dark corridors, though I knew in my heart that this could not be, for I had seen myself that all the doors were secure. Gradually, however, these sounds grew on my nerves to such an extent that, were it only to punish my cowardice, I felt I must make the round of the basement again, and if anything were there, face it. And then I would go up to my study, for I knew sleep was out of the question, with the house surrounded by creatures half beast, half something else, and entirely unholy. Taking the kitchen lamp down from its hook, I made my way from cellar to cellar and room to room, through pantry and coal hole, along passage and into 101 little blind alleys and hidden nooks that formed the basement of the old house. Then, when I knew I had been in every corner and cranny large enough to conceal aught of any size, I made my way to the stairs. With my foot on the first step, I paused. It seemed to me I had heard movement, apparently from the buttery, which is to the left of the staircase. It had been one of the first places I searched, and yet I felt certain my ears had not deceived me. My nerves were strung now, and with hardly any hesitation, I stepped up to the door, holding the lamp above my head. In a glance, I saw that the place was empty, save for the heavy stone slab supporting by brick pillars, and I was about to leave, convinced that I had been mistaken, when in turning my light was flashed back from two bright spots outside the window and high up. For a few moments, I stood there, staring. Then they moved, revolving slowly and throwing out alternate scintillations of green and red. At least so it had appeared to me. I knew then that they were eyes. Slowly, I traced the shadowy outline of one of those things. It appeared to be holding on to the bars of the window, and its attitude suggested climbing. I went nearer to the window and held that light higher. There was no need to be afraid of the creature. The bars were strong, and there was little danger of it being able to move them. And then, suddenly, in spite of knowledge that the brute could not reach to harm me, I had a return of horrible sensation of fear that had assailed me on that night a week previously. It was the same feeling of helplessness, shuddering fright. I realized dimly that the creature's eyes were looking into mine with a steady, compelling stare. I tried to turn away, but could not. I seemed now to see the window through a mist. And then I thought other eyes came and peered, and yet others, until a whole galaxy of malignant staring orbs seemed to hold me in thrall. My head began to swim and throb violently, and then I was aware of a feeling of acute physical pain in my left hand. It grew more severe and literally forced my attention. With a tremendous effort, I glanced down, and with that, the spell that had held me was broken. I realized then that I, in my agitation, unconsciously caught hold of the hot lamp glass and burnt my hand badly. I looked up to the window again. The misty appearance had gone, and now I saw that it was crowded with dozens of bestial faces. With a sudden access of rage, I raised the lamp and hurled it full at the window. It struck the glass, smashing a pane, and passed between two of the bars out into the garden, scattering burnt oil as it went. I heard several loud cries of pain, and as my sight became accustomed to the dark, I discovered that the creatures had left the window. Pulling myself together, I groped for the door, and having found it, made my way upstairs, stumbling at each step. I felt dazed, as though I had received a blow to the head. At the same time, my hands smarted badly, and I was full of a nervous, dull rage against those things. Reaching my study, I lit the candles. As they burnt up, their rays were reflected from the rack of firearms on the side wall. At the sight, I remembered that I had there a power which, as I had proved earlier, seemed as fatal to those monsters as to more ordinary animals, and I determined I would take the offensive. First of all, I bound up my hand, for the pain was fast becoming intolerable. After that, it seemed easier, and I crossed the room to the rifle stand. There I selected a heavy rifle, an old and tried weapon, and having procured ammunition, I made my way up into one of the small towers, with which the house is crowned. From there, I found that I could see nothing. The gardens presented a dim blur of shadows, a little blacker perhaps where the trees stood. That was all, and I knew that it was useless to shoot down into that darkness. The only thing to be done was to wait for the moon to rise then. I might be able to do a little execution. From there, I found that I could see nothing. The gardens presented a In the meantime, I sat still and kept my ears open. The gardens were comparatively quiet now, and only an occasional grunt or squeal came up to me. I did not like this silence. It made me wonder on what devilry the creatures were bent. Twice I left the tower, and I took a walk through the house, but everything was silent. Once I heard a noise from the direction of the pit, as though more earth had fallen. Following this, and lasting for some 15 minutes, there was a commotion among the denizens of the garden. This died away, and after that, all was quiet again. About an hour later, the moon's light showed above the distant horizon. From where I sat, I could see it over the trees, but it was not until it rose clear of them that I could make out any of the details in the garden below. Even then, I could see none of the brutes until, happening to crane forward, I saw several of them lying prone up against the wall of the house. What they were doing I could not make out. It was, however, a chance too good to be ignored, and, taking aim, I fired at one directly beneath. There was a shrill scream, and as the smoke cleared away, I saw that it had turned on its back and was writhing feebly. And then it was quiet. The others had disappeared. Immediately after this, I heard a loud squeal in the direction of the pit. It was answered 100 times from every part of the garden. This gave me some notion of the number of creatures, and I began to feel that the whole affair was becoming even more serious than I had imagined. As I sat there, silent and watchful, the thought came to me, why was all of this? What were these things? What did it mean? And then my thoughts flew back to that vision, though even now I doubt whether it was a vision, of the plane of silence. What did that mean? I wondered. And that thing in the arena. Ugh. Lastly, I thought of the house I had seen in that faraway place. That house, so like this in every detail of external structure, that it might have been modeled from it, or this from that. I had never thought of that. At this moment, there came another long squeal from the pit, followed a second later by a couple of shorter ones. At once, the garden was filled with answering cries. I stood up quickly and looked over the parapet. In the moonlight, it seemed as though the shrubberies were alive. They tossed hither and thither, as though shaken by a strong, irregular wind, while a continuous rustling and a noise of scampering feet rose up to me. Several times I saw the moonlight gleaming on running white figures among the bushes, and twice I fired. The second time, my shot was answered by a short squeal of pain. A moment later, the gardens lay silent. From the pit came a deep, hoarse babble of swine talk. At times, angry cries smote the air, and they would be answered by multitudinous gruntings. It occurred to me that they were holding some kind of a council, perhaps to discuss the problem of entering the house. Also, I thought they seemed more enraged, probably by my successful shots. It occurred to me that now would be a good time to make a final survey of our offenses. This I proceeded to do at once, visiting the whole of the basement again, and examining each of the doors. Luckily, they are all, like the back one, built of solid iron-studded oak. And then I went upstairs to the study. I was more anxious about this door. It was palpable, of a more modern make than the others, and, though a stout piece of work, it was a little of their ponderous strength. I must explain here that there is a small raised lawn on this side of the house, upon which this door opens, the windows of the study being barred on this account. All of the other entrances, excepting the great gateway, which is never opened, are in the lower story. Chapter 7. The Attack. Again, if you're just joining us, we are reading The House on the Borderland. Thank you for being here. I spent some time puzzling how to strengthen the study door. Finally, I went down to the kitchen and, with some trouble, brought up several heavy pieces of timber. These I wedged up slantwise against it from the floor, nailing them from top and bottom. For half an hour, I worked hard, and at last got it shored to my mind. Then, feeling easier, I resumed my coat, which I had laid aside, and proceeded to attend to one or two matters before returning to the tower. It was whilst thus employed that I heard a fumbling at the door, and the latch was tried. Keeping silence, I waited. Soon, I heard several of the creatures outside. They were grunting to one another softly. Then, for a minute, there was quietness. Suddenly, there sounded a quick, low grunt, and the door creaked under a tremendous pressure. It would have burst inward, but the supports I had placed. The strain ceased as quickly as it had begun, and there was more talk. Presently, one of the things squealed softly, and I heard the sound of others approaching. There was a short confabulation, then again silence, and I realized that they had called several more to assist. Feeling that now was the supreme moment, I stood ready, with my rifle presented. If the door gave, I would at least slay as many as possible. Again came the low signal, and once more the door cracked under a huge force. For a minute, perhaps, the pressure was kept up, and I waited nervously, expecting each moment to see the door come down with a crash. But no, the struts held, and the attempt proved abortive. Then followed more of their horrible grunting talk, and whilst it lasted, I thought I distinguished the noise of fresh arrivals. After a long discussion, during which the door was several times shaken, they became quiet once more, and I knew that they were going to make a third attempt to break it down. I was almost in despair. The props had been severely tried to the 2 previous attempts, and I was sorely afraid that this would prove too much for them. At that moment, like an inspiration, a thought flashed into my troubled brain. Instantly, for it was no time to hesitate, I ran from the room and upstairs after stair. This time, it was not to one of the towers that I went, but out on to the flat, leading roof itself. Once there, I raced across to the parapet that walls it round and looked down. As I did so, I heard the short grunted signal, and even up there, caught the crying of the door under the assault. There was not a moment to lose, and leaning over, I aimed quickly and fired. The report rang sharply, and almost blending with it came the loud splot of the bullet striking its mark. From below rose a shrill wail, and the door ceased its groaning. Then, as I took my weight from off the parapet, a huge piece of the stone coping slid from under me and fell with a crashing among the disorganized throng beneath. Several horrible shrieks quavered through the night air, and then I heard a sound of scampering feet. Cautiously, I looked over. In the moonlight, I could see the great coping stone laying right across the threshold of the door. I thought I saw something under it, several things, white, but I could not be sure. And so, a few moments passed. As I stared, I saw something come round out of the shadow of the house. It was one of the things. It went up to the stone silently and bent down. I was unable to see what it did. In just a moment it stood up. It had something in its talons, which it put to its mouth and tore at. For the moment, I did not realize. Then, slowly I comprehended. The thing was stooping again. It was horrible. I started to load my rifle. When I looked again, the monster was tugging at the stone, moving it to one side. I leant my rifle onto the coping and pulled the trigger. The brute collapsed on its face and kicked slightly. Simultaneously almost with that report, I heard another sound, that of breaking glass. Waiting only to recharge my weapon, I ran from the roof and down the first 2 flights of stairs. Here, I paused to listen. As I did so, there came another tinkling of falling glass. It appeared to come from the floor below. Excitedly, I sprang down the steps and, guided by the rattle of the window smash, reaching the door of one of the empty bedrooms at the back of the house, I thrust it open. The room was but dimly illuminated by the moonlight, most of the light being blotted out by the moving figures at the window. Even as I stood, one crawled through into the room. Leveling my weapon, I fired point blank at it, filling the room with a deafening bang. When the smoke cleared, I saw that the room was empty and the window free. The room was much lighter. The night air blew in coldly through the shattered panes. Down below, in the night, I could hear a soft moaning and a confused murmur of swine voices. Stepping to one side of the window, I reloaded, and then stood there, waiting. Presently, I heard a scuffling noise. From where I stood in the shadow, I could see without being seen. Nearer came the sound, and then I saw something come up above the sill and clutch at the broken window frame. It caught a piece of the woodwork, and now I could make out that it was a hand and arm. A moment later, the face of one of the swine creatures rose into view. Then, before I could use my rifle or do anything, there came a sharp crack, and the window frame gave way under the weight of the thing. Next instant, a squishing thud and a loud outcry told me that it had fallen to the ground. With the savage hope that it had been killed, I went to the window. The moon had gone behind a cloud, so that I could see nothing, though a steady hum of jabbering just beneath where I stood indicated that there were several more of the brutes close at hand. As I stood there looking down, I marveled how it had been possible for the creatures to climb so far, for the wall was comparatively smooth, while the distance to the ground must be at least 80 feet. All at once, as I bent peering, I saw something indistinctly that cut the gray shadow of the house side with a black line. It passed the window to the left at a distance of about 2 feet. And then I remembered that it was a gutter pipe that had been put there some years ago to carry off the rainwater. I had forgotten about it. I could see now how the creatures had managed to reach the window. Even as the solution came to me, I heard a faint slithering, scratching noise, and knew that another of the brutes was coming. I waited some odd moments, then leant out of the window and felt the pipe. To my delight, I found that it was quite loose, and I managed, using the rifle barrel as a crowbar, to lever it off the wall. I worked quickly. Then, taking hold with both hands, I wrenched the whole concern away, hurling it down, with the thing still clinging to it, into the garden. For a few moments later, I waited there listening, but after the first general outcry, I heard nothing. I knew now that there was no more reason to fear an attack from this quarter. I had removed the only means of reaching the window, and, as none of the other windows had any adjacent water pipes to attempt the climbing powers of the monsters, I began to feel more confident of escaping their clutches. Leaving the room, I made my way down to the study. I was anxious to see how the door had withstood the test of that last assault. Entering, I lit 2 of the candles, and then turned to the door. One of the large props had been displaced, and on that side the door had been forced inward some 6 inches. It was providential that I had managed to drive the brutes away just when I did. And that coping stone, I wondered vaguely how I had managed to dislodge it. I had noticed it was loose as I took my shot, and then, as I stood up, it had slipped away from beneath me. I felt that I owed the dismissal of the attacking force more to its timely fall than to my rifle. Then the thought came that I had better seize this chance to shore up the door again. It was evident that the creatures had not returned since the fall of the coping stone, but who was to say how long that would keep them away? There and there I set to at repairing the door, working hard and anxiously. First I went down to the basement and rummaging around found several pieces of heavy oak planking. With these I returned to the study and having removed the props, placed the planks up against the door. Then I nailed the heads of the struts to these, and driving them well home at the bottom, nailed them again there. Thus I made the door stronger than ever, for now it was solid with the backing of the boards and would, I felt convinced, stand a heavier pressure than hitherto without giving way. After that, I lit the lamp which I had brought from the kitchen and went down to have a look at the lower windows. I might have to go make another cup of tea, my dears. Again, we are reading The House on the Borderland. Thank you again for being here with us. After that, I lit the lamp which I had brought from the kitchen and went down to have a look at the lower windows. Now that I had seen, for instance, of the strength of the creatures possessed, I felt considerable anxiety about the windows on the ground floor, in spite of the fact that they were so strongly barred. I went first to the buttery, having a vivid remembrance of my late adventure there. The place was chilly, and the winds soughing in through the broken glass produced an eerie note. Apart from the general air of the dismalness, the place was as I had left it in the night before. Going up to the window, I examined the bars closely, noting, as I did so, their comfortable thickness. Still, as I looked more intently, it seemed to me that the middle bar was bent slightly from the straight. Yet it was but trifling, and it might have been so for years. I had never before noticed them particularly. I put my hand through the broken window and shook the bar. It was as firm as a rock. Perhaps the creatures had tried to start it, and finding it beyond their power, ceased from their effort. After that, I went round to each of the windows in turn, examining them with careful attention, but nowhere else could I trace anything to show that there had been any tampering. Having finished my survey, I went back to the study and poured myself out a little brandy, then to the tower to watch. Chapter 8. Excuse me. After the attack. It was now about 3 a.m., and presently the eastern sky began to pale with the coming of dawn. Gradually the day came, and by its light I scanned the gardens earnestly, but nowhere could I see any sign of the brutes. I leant over and glanced down to the foot of the wall to see whether the body of the thing I had shot the night before was still there. It was gone. I suppose that the other of the monsters had removed it during the night. Then I went down on to the roof and crossed over to the gap from which the coping stone had fallen. Reaching it, I looked over. Yes, there was the stone, as I had seen it last, but there was no appearance of anything beneath it, nor could I see the creatures I had killed after its fall. Evidently, they also had been taken away. I turned and went down to my study. There I sat wearily, I was thoroughly tired. It was quite light now, though the sun's rays were not as yet perceptibly hot. A clock chimed an hour of 4. I awoke with a start and looked round hurriedly. The clock in the corner indicated that it was 3 o'clock. It was already noon. I must have slept for nearly 11 hours. With a jerky movement, I sat forward in the chair and listened. The house was perfectly silent. Slowly, I stood up and yawned. I felt desperately tired. Still, and sat down again, wondering what it was that had waked me. It must have been the clock striking, I concluded presently, and was commencing to doze off when a sudden noise brought me back once more to life. It was the sound of a step, as of a person moving cautiously down the corridor toward my study. In an instant, I was on my feet and grasping my rifle. Noiselessly, I waited. Had the creatures broken in whilst I slept? Even as I questioned, the step reached my door, halted momentarily, and then continued down the passage. Silently, I tiptoed to the doorway and peeped out. Then I experienced such a feeling of relief as must a reprieved criminal. It was my sister. She was going towards the stairs. I stepped into the hall and was about to call her when it occurred to me that it was very queer she should have crept past my door in that stealthy manner. I was puzzled, and for one brief moment the thought occupied my mind that it was not she, but some fresh mystery of the house. Then, as I caught a glimpse of her old petticoat, the thought passed as quickly as it came, and I half laughed. There could be no mistaking that ancient garment. Yet, I wondered what she was doing, and remembered her condition of mind on the previous day. I felt that it might be best to follow quietly, taking care not to alarm her, and see what she was going to do. If she behaved rationally, well and good. If not, I should have to take steps to restrain her. I could run no unnecessary risk under the danger that threatened us. Quickly, I reached the head of the stairs and paused a moment. Then I heard a sound that sent me leaping down at a mad rate. It was the rattle of bolts being unshut. That foolish sister of mine was actually unbarring the back door. Just as her hand was on the last bolt, I reached her. She had not seen me, and, the first thing she knew, I had hold of her arm. She glanced up quickly like a frightened animal and screamed aloud. "Come, Mary," I said sternly. "What's the meaning of this nonsense? Do you mean to tell me you don't understand the danger that you tried to throw our 2 lives away in this fashion?" To this she replied nothing, only trembled violently, gasping and sobbing, as though in the last extremity of fear. Through some minutes I reasoned with her, pointing out the need of caution and asking her to be brave. There was little to be afraid of now, I explained, and I tried to believe that I spoke the truth, but she must be sensible and not attempt to leave the house for a few days. At last I ceased in despair. It was no use talking to her. She was obviously not quite herself for the first time being. Finally, I told her she had better go to her room if she could not behave rationally. Still, she, she took not any notice, so, without more ado, I picked her up in my arms and carried her there. At first she screamed wildly, but had relapsed into silent trembling by the time I reached the stairs. Arriving at her room, I laid her upon the bed. She lay there quietly enough, neither speaking nor sobbing, just shaking in a very ague of fear. I took a rug from the chair nearby and spread it over her. I could do nothing more for her, and so crossed to where Pepper lay in a big basket. My sister had taken charge of him since his wound to nurse him, for it had proven more severe than I had thought, and I was pleased to note that in spite of her state of mind, she had looked after the old dog carefully. Stooping, I spoke to him, and in reply he licked my hand feebly. He was too ill to do more. Then, going to bed, I bent over my sister and asked her how she felt, but she only shook the more, and much as it pained me, I had to admit that my presence seemed to make her worse. And so I left her, locking the door and pocketing the key. It seemed to be the only course to take. The rest of the day I spent between the tower and my study. For food I bought up a loaf from the pantry, and on this and some claret I lived for that day. What a long, weary day it was! If only I could have gone out into the garden, as is my wont, I should have been content enough, but to be cooped in this silent house, with no companion, save a mad woman and a sick dog, was enough to prey upon the nerves of the hardest. And out in the tangled shrubberies that surrounded the house lurked, for all I could tell, those infernal swine creatures waiting their chance. Was ever a man in such straits? Once, in the afternoon, and again later, I went to visit my sister. The second time, I found her tending Pepper, but at my approach, she slid over unobtrusively to the far corner with a gesture that saddened me beyond belief. Poor girl! Her fear cut me intolerably, and I would not intrude on her unnecessarily. She would be better, I trusted, in a few days. Meanwhile, I could do nothing, and I judged it still needful, hard as it seemed, to keep her confined to the room. One thing there was that I took for encouragement. She had eaten some of the food I had taken to her on my first visit, and so the day passed. As the evening drew on, the air grew chilly, and I began to make preparations for passing a second night in the tower, taking up 2 additional rifles and a heavy ulster. The rifle I loaded and laid alongside my other, as I intended to make things warm for any of the creatures who might show during the night. I had plenty of ammunition, and I thought to give the brutes such a lesson as should show them the uselessness of attempting to force an entrance. After that, I made the round of the house again, paying particular attention to the props that supported the sturdy door. Then, feeling that I had done all that lay in my power to secure our safety, I returned to the tower, calling in on my sister and Pepper for a final visit on the way. Pepper was asleep, but woke as I entered, and wagged his tail in recognition. I thought he seemed slightly better. My sister was lying on the bed, though whether asleep or not I was unable to tell, and thus I left them. Reaching the tower, I made myself as comfortable as circumstances would permit, and settled down to watch through the night. Gradually, the darkness fell, and soon the details of the gardens were merged into shadows. During the first few hours, I sat alert, listening for any sound that might help to tell me if anything were stirring down below. It was far too dark for my eyes to be of much use. Slowly the hours passed without anything unusual happening, and the moon rose, showing the gardens apparently empty and silent, and so, through the night, without disturbance or sound. Toward morning I began to grow stiff and cold with my long vigil. Also, I was getting very uneasy and concerning the continued quietness on the part of the creatures. I mistrusted it, and would sooner far have had them attack the house openly. Then, at least, I should have known my danger, and been able to meet it. But to wait like this, through a whole night, picturing all kinds of unknown devilment, was to jeopardize one's sanity. Once or twice the thought came to me that perhaps they had gone, but in my heart I found it impossible to believe that it was so. Chapter 9, The Cellars. All right, we will stop there temporarily for our reading. And we will get ready to listen to a couple episodes of the Magnus Archives. Yay! I am so in love with that show. I can't even contain myself. I'm currently on to listening to the Magnus Protocol, but these are so good. So let me get all of that pulled up for us. You give me just a moment. And I'll have to note where we left off at. I need to double check really quick. I do think we left off with with episode 4. Sorry about that, my loves. Yes. So now we're going to listen to episodes 4 through 8. So we need to edit that. All right. We should probably also turn our rain sounds down just a little bit. Oh, I edited that wrong. So we're actually going to start with episode 5, Thrown Away. All right, I think we have everything ready. Hopefully the rain sound is okay. Let's fix our happy helper. And then we will start our timer so that you can see where we are. I have to get a different timer. One that will show on screen without us having to push the button. All right. Hopefully the audio is gonna be loud enough as well too, but please let me know if you need me to turn it up. And I'll do a countdown, and then I'll count down from 5, and then we'll press go. All right. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Hey, there we go. The madness all kind. I like how it says the madness all kinds. uh, I'm still so fascinated by the range of capability of the voice actors.
Statement of Kieran Woodward regarding items recovered from the refuse of 93 Lancaster Road, Walthamstow. Original statement given February 23rd, 2009. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, Head Archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I work as a bin man for Waltham Forest Council. It's not a bad job really, as long as you can handle the smell in the early mornings. Not to mention that when winter really gets going, it can be pretty unpleasant. I've had to chip ice off more than a few bins in my time just to get them open. Still, the pay's pretty decent. At least it is once you throw in the overtime and the bonuses. And once you've done the rounds, you're usually off for the day. So you're working fewer hours than your average office monkey. It's just that those hours tend to be a lot less pleasant than anything you're likely to find staring at some accounting spreadsheet. But I didn't come here to talk about the benefits and problems of working in waste collection. At least, I guess I came to talk about one very specific problem that I encountered last year, when doing the rubbish collection for 93 Lancaster Road. Now, you encounter weird things in this job all the time. People have an odd mental block, this idea that as soon as they put something in the bin, it's gone. It's officially been made rubbish and no one will ever see it again. The fact that someone had to take it from your bin to the landfill or the recycling centre doesn't really enter their heads. And nobody ever seems to realise that up to a dozen people might be seeing what you throw away before it finally disappears forever. But no, as far as the rest of the world thinks about it, once it's been thrown away, it's gone, far beyond all human understanding. This leaves those of us who work in waste collection seeing kind of a strange side to humanity, but an honest one at that. If you're a bit of a boozer, there's every chance that your bin men know how much you drink better than you do, because we empty all the bottles. And yes, we do remember. We also get quite judgmental at times, although not about the things you might think. You can throw away a mountain of grotesque porn, and as long as you've tied it into neat bundles, we're fine with it. But if you throw away cat litter without properly bagging that, you better believe that you've earned the hatred of every bin man that ever slung a sack. Still, I'm getting off topic. Point is, the bag of doll's heads didn't bother me. I mean, it was freaky, don't get me wrong. Hundreds of small plastic heads staring out of the refuse sack at me. But aside from a slight rip on the side of the black bag, they were thrown away very neatly, and were easy enough to toss into the truck. The bag was full of them, mind. It was placed next to the green recycling bin, and at first I thought it was just a single doll with its head positioned near the tear. But when I tossed the bag into the truck, the rip split, spilling forth a whole bunch of the things. At a guess, I'd say there were over 100 in there. They were made of hard, rigid plastic with that infant doll face that you seem to find on every toy like that. Several of them had different hair moulded or painted on, so it was clear that they weren't simply 100 or so of the same doll. Someone had spent time acquiring a whole variety of different dolls, which they then beheaded and stuffed into the sack. They were very battered, but not with age. It looked as though someone had taken the brand new heads and dragged them over rough concrete, though I couldn't say whether they'd have been attached to the rest of the doll at the time. It was creepy, sure, but the sun was shining and there were 4 of us working the truck that day, so it was easy enough to laugh it off. It was the old crew, me, David Atiyah, Matthew Wilkinson and Alan Parfit, who drove the truck. What it did do, though, was mark out 93 Lancaster Road in our minds as the dollhouse, since we spent the rest of the day making off-colour jokes about the sort of people who must live there. I said before that your bin man knows a lot about you. Now that's probably not actually true for most people. We service hundreds of homes each day, and who can keep track of that many people? Who wants to? You do have houses, though, that you learn to keep an eye on. The sort of places that throw out strange or sometimes even dangerous things. Like I said, we probably know if you're an alcoholic, but it's not because we watch you obsessively or care about your health. It's because smashed bottles and broken glass are dangerous, and you learn to keep an eye out around houses where you're likely to find them. I read once that waste collection is the second most dangerous profession in England. Not sure I believe it. They said the first was farming. But you do see your fair share of injuries, so you learn to keep your eyes peeled and mark out in your mind which houses you want to stay wary of. Now, after that, the dollhouse became one of those houses for our crew. Not so much for any known danger, but when someone throws out a bin full of weird stuff like that, you never know what else they might decide to toss. Also, Alan, well, he had kind of a twisted sense of humour, and he loved the doll heads. When we told him, he insisted on stopping the truck and getting out to have a look. So after that, he always made a point to ask us to keep an eye on 93. And we did. The next couple of weeks, when we pulled up to 93, I took an extra second or two just to check for anything strange in the bins, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Alan especially was disappointed by this, but it was hardly something to dwell on, so we put it out of our minds and pressed on with the day's work. This continued for what must have been a few months, and the whole doll's head incident hadn't come up, except for a few interesting conversations at the recycling plant where, to be honest, I don't think anyone believed us, or if they did, they'd immediately try to top it with their own story of bizarre finds. It was the start of spring when we got the next strange bag from 93 Lancaster Road. Again, it was an unmarked black refuse bag placed next to the recycling bin. As soon as I saw it, I knew it was another one. The shape of it was too regular to be full of the normal assortment of rubbish. As I picked it up, I realised it was far too light as well. It seemed to weigh almost nothing, but was bulging with what sounded like a whole load of paper inside. I gave the others a look, and told them I thought we had another odd bag. David and Matt started discussing whether we should open it, as this one didn't seem to have a rip like the last one. We were still talking it over when Alan came back to see what was taking us so long. He knew where we were, and you could see it in his eyes that he'd been hoping this was the reason for the delay. One look at his face, and I knew that if we didn't open it, he would. I looked up towards the house, checking for anyone watching, but 93 was right near the start of our route, so it was still very early in the morning and all the lights were off. There was no sign of movement, so, very carefully, I opened the bag. Inside was paper, as I expected. It seemed to be a single strip of thick white writing paper, maybe an inch wide. The paper was long, so long that it seemed like the whole bag was filled solely with this one piece of it, wrapped and curled and crumpled to fit inside. There was writing on it in another language, I think Latin. Matt, who was raised Catholic and never shut up about it, said he recognised it and claimed that it was the Lord's Prayer, the Our Father, written over and over again. He seemed pretty rattled about it, especially at the fact that at certain points the edges of the paper seemed to be slightly singed, as though it had been passed over a candle or a lighter. He even seemed hesitant about throwing it in with the rest of the garbage, but we didn't have anything else we could actually do with it, so into the truck it went. Alan was smiling the rest of the shift, and there was a delight there that, quite frankly, had started to unsettle me a bit. As far as I was concerned, this was a bit of a letdown after the doll's heads, but the way the others had reacted put me a bit on edge. The third bag was the one that really changed things. It was a fortnight after the one with the prayer paper in it. As we approached 93, I noticed there was another bag sitting next to the bin. The others clearly noticed as well, as everyone went very quiet. The first two had been the only times there had been rubbish bags at the house that weren't in the actual bin itself, so there was little doubt in my mind that this was going to be more creepy trash. Alan turned the engine off as we pulled level with the house and got out. Whatever was in this one, he was going to see it. The bag bulged, just like the others, but had a bumpy sort of look to its surface. We all stared at it for several seconds before I realised that the others were waiting for me to pick it up. I picked up the others, and apparently this was how it was done now. It almost felt like a ritual. I walked over and lifted it off the ground. It was heavier than the last one, and as it moved it made a sound like shifting sand or gravel, or maybe more of a rattle. I started to carry it towards my colleagues to open it, when I accidentally caught the bottom of it on the low brick wall at the end of the small front garden. Already filled almost to bursting, the bag tore open easily. From the newly ripped hole poured teeth. Hundreds, thousands of teeth. They came streaming down in a waterfall of white, cream and yellow, bouncing as they hit the pavement and gradually forming a pile of astounding size. When the bag was finally empty, we just stood there in silence, staring at the mountain of teeth that now lay on the ground before us. They looked like human teeth to me, but I wasn't exactly an expert, and I sure as hell didn't want to check closer. Finally, David broke the silence by vomiting loudly into a nearby drain, and I backed away from the grisly mound. Even Alan looked shaken by this. I suppose some things are disconcerting, however grim your interests. We phoned the police. That's something else that people always forget about garbage men. We're perfectly capable of calling the police if we see obviously illegal stuff being thrown away. Usually we don't bother if it's just something small, but this. For this, we phoned the police. They came in surprisingly good time, and I reckon they were even more freaked out than we were. One of them took our statements while the other went up to the house itself to check on the occupants and see if they knew anything about the teeth. As the officer knocked on the door, we all strained to get a better look at what greeted her. There was no way after all this we were going to pass up a chance to actually get a look at the residents of 93 Lancaster Road. Eventually the door opened, and an old woman stood there, blinking in the early morning sunlight and clearly slightly alarmed to see the police. Needless to say, the old lady and her husband had no idea about any of the
The
weird
timer
bags
is
they'd been
wrong.
in their rubbish, and seemed properly
Dang it.
upset when they were given the details.
I must have forgotten to
The
reset it
police
last
spent a good
time.
10 minutes doing their best to collect up all the teeth, and we were sent on our way. I have no idea what, if anything, the investigation turned up. Certainly I was never contacted by them again, and if any of the rest were, they didn't mention it. And for a while that was it. We kept an eye out whenever we were headed down Lancaster Road, but didn't encounter any further ominous garbage bags. I thought maybe the involvement of the police had scared off whoever was leaving them. Maybe the police had caught the culprit and just hadn't told us. I did start to notice, though, that Alan wasn't doing well. He was often late to his shift, and when he finally got there he'd be exhausted and grumpy, snapping at everyone and rudely brushing off anyone asking about his health or how he was doing. He seemed even worse whenever we approached the end of Lancaster Road, sometimes speeding up the truck slightly so that we had to run to keep up. Eventually, after I tripped over the curb while hurrying and twisted my ankle, I confronted him, told me that whatever was going on with him, he could talk about it or get over it, but that he clearly needed to deal with something. He got very quiet and said he'd been watching number 93 some nights. Said he wanted to see whoever was dropping this stuff off, that he had to know. I don't know what I expected. Trouble at home maybe, or depression, but this took me by surprise. I told him it was a really bad idea, that if the police were still investigating, they were more than likely to pick him up as the culprit, and even if they didn't, the old couple at 93 could just as easily get him arrested for harassment or stalking. Alan nodded along and agreed with me as I spoke, but I could see he wasn't listening. He just said again that he needed to know, told me he'd be careful, as though that was meant to reassure me. It didn't, but I could see I wasn't going to talk him out of it, and we ended in an uncomfortable silence. What I didn't say is that I'd almost done the same thing myself once or twice. There was something about this, beyond anything else I'd encountered, that, I don't know, it drew me in almost as much as it disgusted me. Almost. But not enough to do anything. And if I needed any further convincing that leaving it alone was the right decision, I only needed to look at Alan. As time went on, the bag under his eyes deepened, and I'd watch him down half a dozen energy drinks over the course of a morning just to get through his shift. I could have said something to our manager, but even then Alan was still my friend, and I didn't want to be the one to get him in any sort of trouble. Eventually, though, it came to a head anyway. Alan fell asleep at the wheel of the truck and drove it into a parked car. No one was hurt, and the truck was going too slowly to do any real damage, but At that point, it was enough to get him fired. We were sad to see him go, but to be honest, by the end of it, he'd become quite unpleasant to be around, and no one shed any real tears over it. We got a new member of our crew, a kid named Guy Wardman, and life continued in relative peace. For a while, anyway. Then, on the 8th of August last year, at 2:09 in the morning, I was woken up by a text message from Alan. It said, "Found him." I texted him back immediately. What had he found? Was it whoever was leaving the bags? Had he brought another one? No response. I texted Alan again to ask if he was okay. I sent that text a lot of times, but never heard back. I tried phoning him, but nobody answered. As the minutes stretched to hours, the worry that had been growing in my gut settled into a grim certainty, and I knew that Alan was gone. I also knew that I had to go to 93 Lancaster Road and see for myself. I got my coat and headed out into the night. I walked slowly, with a kind of reluctance.
There's our
so the
hour
sky was
reminder.
starting to get light by the time I arrived. I knew what I'd find when I got there, and I was right. There was no sign of Alan, or of whoever he might have seen. There was, however, a new rubbish bag sitting there in its usual place. It was full, and this time the top of it had been tied off with a dark green ribbon, arranged in a bow like an old-fashioned Christmas present. It bulged in much the same way as the last one. I picked up the bag, which turned out to be quite light, and I took off the bow. Opening it, I saw shifting white, and for a second I was sure it was more teeth. Looking closer, though, I saw the truth. Packing peanuts. Polystyrene packing peanuts, enough to fill the bag to capacity. I almost felt relieved, until I realized there was something else in there, something making it heavier than a bag of polystyrene should be. I closed my eyes and reached in, expecting to find something horrible inside. My hand closed instead around cold metal. I drew out a fist-sized lump of, I think it must have been copper or bronze. It had been roughly carved into the shape of a heart, but like a real heart, not like a Valentine's one. It was cold to the touch, like it had just come out of the freezer, and it almost stuck to my skin. Engraved on the side was the name Alan Parfit, the letters carved in with machine-like precision. That was the last sign of Alan I ever found. As far as I'm aware, he's never been seen since. I gave the lump of metal to a friend of mine who works the medical waste run and owes me a favour. I asked him to throw it in with a shipment, as the medical incinerators burn hotter than any I have access to, and I figured that was my best shot at getting rid of it properly. I still work the Lancaster Road route, but since then there haven't been any more weird bags turning up at 93. Mostly I've just tried to forget about it. Statement ends. It's nice to have a statement where most of the particulars are easily verifiable. It comes with shorter supporting statements from David Attire and Matthew Wilkinson confirming the contents of the first 3 bags, as well as the details of Alan Parfit's behaviour prior to his termination from the employment of local government. In an uncharacteristic example of actually dealing with modern technology, my predecessor had the good sense to make a copy of the final text conversation between Alan Parfit and Mr. Woodward. I had Martin conduct a follow-up interview with Mr. Woodward last week, but it was unenlightening. Apparently there have been no further bags at number 93, and in the intervening years he has largely discounted many of the stranger aspects of his experience. I wasn't expecting much, as time generally makes people inclined to forget what they would rather not believe, but at least it got Martin out of the Institute for an afternoon, which is always a welcome relief. Sasha had more luck following up with the old police reports. Alan Parfit was reported as a missing person by his brother Michael on the 20th of August 2009, and his location remains unknown. The bag of teeth is also corroborated by the police reports of police constables Suresh and Altman, though they can provide no further details as they never made an arrest or even located any suspects. The medical report on the teeth themselves does give one puzzling detail. The teeth were confirmed to be human, but more than that, as far as the examiner was able to determine, They were all in different stages of decay and didn't match any available dental records, but all 2,780 of them were the exact same tooth.
How?
End recording.
How? How? How?
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License.
It doesn't even make sense.
Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter at The Rusty Quill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
I love the sound design so much. Okay, I will do better. This is episode 6, Squam. We are going to take a little break. Enough of a break for us to go get more drinks and go to the potty. Now we have to speak like this the rest of the show as well, because, you know, the UK and all. Alright, my loves. Go grab yourself something else to drink and find yourselves back here in about 5 minutes. I'm sorry about the timer. That was wrong. Let's see. Does it have like a countdown timer actually? It does. How do I use it? What time is it now? It is 18:06. Okay, hurry. Go get your drink and come back. Or do your break. Also dinner. But if you're across the pond, it's time for you to wake up, so welcome to your Saturday, actually. Okay, we'll be back. Break. Go. All right. We are back to our listening party of the Magnus Archive by the Rusty Quill. Please check out their channel on YouTube or Patreon and do support their work. They have so many other productions, and just really, once you get to know the people behind the show, they're really wonderful. But just really amazing to listen to. So yeah, and again, we are doing a soft push to 100 subscribers here on YouTube. If you enjoy horror content, if you enjoy reading, we do have gameplay as well, dream analysis if you feel like sharing your dreams, and even I have a tarot widget that I'm excited to share as well too. We've got 3D space being created and coming up, which I'm very excited about. So just a lot of beautiful things to share with our dreamers here, to share with our community. So whether you're lurking or whether you just want background noise, please feel free to make yourself comfortable here. And I am so happy and honored to have you. Mwah. Now, back to our show, and let me get the timer correct this time. We're on episode 6 of the Magnus Archive. This one is Squirm. Let me copy this so you can see. There's a couple of playlists. If you'd like, you can find them on YouTube again. You can find them on Patreon if you feel so inclined to support their Patreon membership. They have a free membership, so there's no reason not to follow their Patreon and just give them support. They also have a book coming out in October, which is my birthday month, so I'm really happy about that as well. So I have so many wonderful things to say about the show and the production, the quality, just so good. So if you're a fan of horror, please check out the Magnus Archives. It really does such a great job just pulling you into the world of fear and the different types of fear, not to give away too much about the show. And you have to listen to it in order. You must listen to it in order. So you have to start at the very first one. And so yeah. But let's go ahead and do our countdown timer. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It went off. No. Why do I always mess it up? Oh wait, no, it still messed it up. Why does it do that? I don't know why. Okay, we have to start over again. I'm sorry. I always mess up the timer. Alright, let's try it again. I don't know why it like clicks off of the site. I don't know why it does that. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yay! I have popcorn, by the way.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives. Episode 6. Squirm.
statement of Timothy Hodge regarding his sexual encounter with one Harriet Lee and her subsequent death. Original statement given December 9th, 2014. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I don't know what happened. I'm sure she's dead, but I don't. Let me start from the beginning. I work as a designer, mainly freelance with a few more regular gigs with companies who like my work. I also had the luxury of a flat I'd managed to get set up so I could do most of my work there. This meant when I have a big job, I spent quite a lot of time not leaving my home. Not the most stable of employment, but I got quite good at balancing it so that after a big project I left myself a few days or maybe even a week before I had to get started on the next one. I find it's important that I use this time to unwind and blow off a bit of steam, as when I've got work I often end up missing out on the regular weekend. Drinking and clubbing are my relaxation methods of choice, usually down Camden or Old Street, and while I'll admit I'm not above the occasional party drug, I swear that I was stone cold sober when all this took place. That night in particular, it was about 3 weeks ago now. I'd just finished a big job for one of my more demanding clients, and I wanted to get a bit wrecked. Unfortunately, none of my friends were free to join me, not surprising as it was a Thursday in the middle of November, so it didn't feel worth heading all the way into the city. Luckily, I live in Brixton, which means I have a few decent options almost on my doorstep, and I happened to know that the Dog Star ran a pretty decent club night on Thursdays. I decided to go along and enjoy myself. I did enjoy myself in the end, despite the crowds and the music. I wasn't feeling quite as wild as I expected, but I drank a bit and danced plenty. Okay, maybe I wasn't quite as sober as I said earlier, but I certainly wouldn't have called myself drunk. Now, I wasn't particularly looking to get laid that night, but I know I'm not an unattractive guy and I live local, so I'm always alert, shall we say, for any possibility of finding myself a partner. It was closing in on midnight when I saw her. She was skinny and had that student look which could have put her age anywhere between 19 and 28. Her hair was long, dyed a deep henna red, and she wore torn tights and too much eyeliner. Exactly the sort of girl I go for.
That made me laugh.
She was lurking on the dance floor, and I wasted no time trying to catch her eye. It was harder than I'd guessed, though, as her attention seemed to be mainly focused on the doors. At first I thought she was waiting for someone, but the more I watched her, the more I saw the nervousness in her eyes, maybe even fear. It was at that point she noticed me, and our eyes just locked, you know? She came over and we began to dance together. She was excellent, far better than me, and moved in a smooth, rolling sort of rhythm that made the word writhe leap suddenly to my mind. I offered her a drink, but she refused, gesturing instead for water, which I happily got. I couldn't really hear her over the music, but you don't go to these nights for conversation. Besides, I heard her loud and clear when she leaned over and asked me if I wanted her. I said yes. Looking back, it was stupid, of course it was, but she was beautiful, and there was something in the way she moved that really got me. She smiled when I said yes, and for a moment it looked less like a smile of anticipation, and more like a smile of relief. Outside the Dog Star it was much quieter, and we had a chance to talk. She told me her name was Harriet, and she was very pleased to hear I lived locally, as it was a cold night. She held my arm tightly as we walked back towards my street. At first I thought this was for warmth, as she didn't have a coat, and I doubted the light jacket she was wearing had much insulation. When I looked at her, though, I saw she was looking around the same way she'd been watching the door earlier. Her nervousness was even more obvious now, and she was peering intently down every street we passed. I asked her if anything was wrong, and tried to tell her that I lived in a nice neighborhood, she was perfectly safe, that sort of thing. She nodded and agreed, but still seemed jumpy. When we were about halfway, she started scratching her arms. At first I thought she was just rubbing them for warmth, but after a few seconds it became clear that she was scratching them quite hard, leaving obvious red marks where her fingernails dug in. I was starting to suspect something was wrong, and asked Harriet if there was anything the matter, anything I should know. She just insisted we head back to my place as quickly as possible. I agreed, since I figured that whatever the problem was, we could deal with it easier in my flat than on the cold streets at midnight. By the time we reached my building, she was staring over her shoulder in near panic. I followed her gaze, but couldn't see anything, so quickly opened the front door and let her in. She seemed to relax a bit once we were both in the relatively warm corridor, with the door shut firmly behind us. My flat was on the 3rd floor, and even though, as I said, I don't live in a bad area, I did have an extra deadlock on my door. Harriet visibly relaxed when she saw it, and more so when it was closed. The skittish glances and scratching her arms stopped almost immediately. I offered her a coffee or tea to warm up. She just asked for a glass of water, said she was feeling a bit unwell. We sat down, and once I'd fetched her water and fixed myself a coffee, we talked for a while. My instincts had been right. She was a student studying art. She hadn't been in London long, she said, was originally from Salisbury, and had been finding it difficult recently. When she left that pause, I saw in her eyes hints of that panic I'd seen on the street. I asked her to tell me what was wrong. Said something was clearly bothering her, and I'd like to help. She got very quiet for a few moments and then nodded. She told me she'd been mugged the night before last, although the way she said the word mugged made it sound like she wasn't sure. I just nodded and let her continue talking. She lived up an archway on a street named Elthorne Road, and had been walking home around midnight when she saw a woman lying face down on the pavement. This woman wore a long red dress, and Harriet said she could see it shifting in the orange glow of the street lamps, as though something was moving underneath it. Harriet was close to her house, which she shared with several other students, so she said she was maybe less careful than she should have been, and had approached, calling out and asking if the woman needed help. There was no response, but all movement stopped, and the red dress went very still. Suddenly, far quicker than Harriet could have expected, the woman leapt to her feet and sprinted directly towards her, seizing her by the shoulders and pushing her back against a nearby wall. It happened so fast that Harriet said she had never really gotten a good look at the woman beyond her dress, a head of long matted black hair and wide staring eyes. The woman growled something at her, but Harriet couldn't make it out. She tried to ask what the mugger wanted, but as she did, she felt a sudden pain in her stomach as though she'd been stabbed, which is exactly what she thought had happened. She told me that she had fallen to the ground and lost consciousness almost immediately. When she awoke, the woman in the red dress was gone. Harriet had expected to find herself lying in a pool of blood from her stomach wound, but could instead find no trace of any injury anywhere, except for some scraped knees where she had fallen to the floor. She had staggered home and tried to sleep it off. Since then, she said she'd been seeing that woman everywhere she went. She felt like she was being followed all the time and couldn't stay in her own home, so whenever she did, it was like this weight was dragging her down, and her skin became so itchy as to be nearly unbearable. Harriet had apparently tried to go to the police, but said as she approached the station she was overcome with such a powerful nausea that she threw up on the pavement. She had tried the hospital, but they just told her there was nothing obvious and to make an appointment with her doctor. She had been spending the last 3 days just wandering in cafes and bars and clubs, anywhere there were enough people that she felt safe. She just didn't know what to do. By now, Harriet was crying, and I felt like a complete asshole for having brought the issue up. I mumbled some apologies. I don't know what I said. I was just trying to make her feel better. Not sure what I expected to happen, but I certainly didn't expect her to kiss me at that moment. I know, she was vulnerable, and I feel like but I swear I wasn't trying to take advantage. I asked her again and again if she was sure, but she just kept nodding and dragged me to the bedroom. I mean, we had sex. There's not much more to say about that, really. The important thing is what happened afterwards. As we were lying there in bed, exhausted, I rested my head against her shoulder. I was about to say something or other, but before I could, I felt something move. It's hard to describe exactly, but it wasn't her shoulder that moved. It was something inside it, under the skin. It squirmed ever so slightly against my cheek. I shot up in bed, but the only indication that she'd noticed anything amiss was that she reached over and absent-mindedly scratched where I'd been lying. I started to relax, lie down again. Maybe I just imagined it, but at that moment she doubled over and groaned in sudden pain. Her eyes went wide and she clutched her stomach tightly. I tried to see what was wrong, asked if I could help, but she just pushed me away. I had no idea what to do, so I ran out and towards the bathroom. My mind was going completely blank, and I couldn't remember whether I had any painkillers or indigestion medicine, or should I be calling an ambulance? I wasn't sure, and I ended up rooting through my medicine cabinet looking for, I don't know, anything that might have helped. I could still hear Harriet moaning in agony from the bedroom, and had just made up my mind to call for an ambulance when I heard something that stopped me dead in my tracks. It's hard to really describe the sound that came from the bedroom. The closest I could come would be to say it sounded like an egg being dropped onto a stone floor.
I keep forgetting.
Sort of wet, cracking thump. And then silence. Harriet was no longer making any noise at all. I slowly, very slowly walked back towards the bedroom. The door was open, but I hadn't turned the light on, so there was little to be seen inside except darkness. I could have turned on the light in the hall, I suppose, but something inside made me think that I didn't want a good look inside that room. I stopped at the threshold. The only illumination at all came from a thin sliver of light coming in through the gap in the curtains from a street lamp outside. You'll have to excuse me. What I saw is difficult to put down on paper, but is the only way to explain why I had to do it. Why setting my flat alight and standing naked in the winter streets until the fire brigade arrived was far better than spending another second in that place. And yes, I admit here I set the fire myself. Show it to the police for all I care. I just need someone to understand.
Well, I
The
can.
room was unrecognizable when I returned.
Oh man.
There was a shape on the bed where Harriet had laid, but it wasn't her anymore. I could barely make out anything, even remotely human, in the pile of pitted and warped flesh that now remained. The bed itself was slick and shiny with a dark fluid that dripped off the hanging sheets and onto the floor. But what truly repulsed me, what made me flee as I did, was what moved and squirmed on all of it. They covered every surface, the floor, the bed, what used to be Harriet, even the ceiling. A thick, moving carpet of pale, writhing worms. The flat burned for a very long time. Statement ends. This story is concerning, not because of Mr. Hodges' experience, although I'm sure it was very upsetting, if it was true, of course. In fact, the police report that Sasha was able to acquire throws doubt on much of his story. While Mr. Hodges' flat did indeed catch fire on November 20th of last year, there was apparently no evidence of arson and no human remains found inside, despite the fact that the fire was brought under control long before any significant damage was done to the structure of the building. They did find some charred organic matter in the bedroom, but it was tested and apparently wasn't human, though the report doesn't list whether its source was ever determined. I will say it does link up with the reported disappearance of one Harriet Lee, a student at Roehampton, who was reported missing shortly after this statement was originally given. She seems to match the description given here. Still, that's not really what concerns me either, though obviously it's a tragic loss of life, etc., etc. No. What I find quite alarming is that if Mr. Hodges' recollection of Harriet's tale is correct, then she was attacked by a woman in a red dress and archway. Then that matches the description and last known location of Jane Prentice. I can't find any evidence that my predecessor took follow-up action on this statement, so I've taken the step of reporting Mr. Hodges to the ECDC. We were unable to locate him to request a follow-up interview. And if he has had intercourse with one of Prentice's victims, then they'll need to deal with him sooner rather than later. I just hope it's not too late already. Recording ends.
Bugs.
The Magnus.
Alright. Episode 7 of the Magnus Archive. The Piper. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I reset the timer. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Episode 7.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 7. The Piper.
Statement of Staff Sergeant Clarence Berry regarding his time serving with Wilfred Owen in the Great War. Original statement given November 6, 1922. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, Head Archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. A lot of people call me lucky, you know. Not many came through the entirety of the war in one piece, and if you discount the burns, then I did indeed do just that. Even fewer spent all 4 years at the front, like I did. I was never sent for treatment for shell shock or injury, and even my encounter with the German flamethrower only ended up with me in a frontline hospital at Wipers. I was still in that field hospital when the fighting started at the Somme, so I suppose that was lucky too. 4 years. I sometimes feel like I'm the only one who saw the whole damn show from start to finish, as though I alone know the Great War in all its awful glory. But deep down I know that honor, such as it is, has to go to Wilfred. You wouldn't have thought it from his poems, but all told his time at the front totaled to not much over a year. Yet he got to know the war in a way I never did. He's certainly the only person I know that ever saw the Piper. I grew up poor, on the streets of Salford, so I joined the army as soon as I was old enough. I know you've heard the stories of brave lads signing up at 14, but this was before the war started, so there wasn't such a demand for manpower, and the recruiters were much more scrupulous about making sure they were
Is this the World War I Piper?
Almost too skinny for them to take me.
I like how I read that, but that is not at all how you would have said it.
Half my training was assigned to the Manchester Regiment, 2nd Battalion. It wasn't long before we were shipped off to France with the British Expeditionary Force. You seem like educated sorts, so I'm sure you read in the papers how that went. Soon enough, though, the trenches were dug and the boredom started to set in. Now, boredom is fine, understand, when the alternative are bombs, snipers, and gas attacks, but months at a time sitting in a waterlogged hole in the ground hoping your foot doesn't start swelling, well, it has a quiet terror all its own. Wilfred came to us in July of 1916. I'm not intimately familiar with his history, but he clearly came from stock good enough to be assigned as a probationary second lieutenant. I was a sergeant at the time, so had the job of giving him the sort of advice and support that a new officer needs from an NCO with 2 years of mud under his nails. That notwithstanding, I will admit to taking a dislike to the man when I first met him. He outranked me, and most of the others in the trench, in both military and social terms, and he seemed to treat the whole affair with an airy contempt. There's a sort of numbness that you adopt after months or years of bombing, a deliberate blankness which I think offended him. He was unfailingly polite, far more so than I was accustomed to in the Flanders mud, where the conversations, such as they were coarse and bleak. Yet under this politeness I could feel him dismiss out of hand any suggestion that I gave him or report that I made. It came as no surprise to me when he mentioned he wrote poetry. To be perfectly honest, I expected him to be dead within a week. To Wilfred's credit, he made it almost a year before anything horrendous happened to him, and by the following spring I'd venture to say that we might almost have been able to call each other friends. He'd been composing poetry during this time, of course, and occasionally would read it out to some of the men. They generally enjoyed it, but personally I thought it was dreadful. There was an emptiness to it, and every time he tried to put the war into words it just sounded trite, like there was no soul to what he had to say. He would often talk about his literary aspirations and how he longed to be remembered, to take what this war truly was and immortalize it. Were I prone to flights of fancy, I dare say I would call his words portentous. When he talked like that, he had an odd habit of trailing off in the middle of the conversation, the tilt of his head, as though his attention had been taken by a far-off sound. The spring thaw had just recently passed when it happened, and we were on the offensive. Our battalion was near Savvy Wood when the orders came down. We were to attack the Hindenburg line. Our target was a trench on the west side of St. Quentin. It was a quiet march. Even at this stage there was often still some excitement when the orders came down for action, even if it was usually stifled by that choking fear that you got when waiting for the whistle. Yet that morning there was something different in the air, an oppressive dread. We'd made this attack before, and knew that the change from the valley exposed us to artillery fire. And artillery was always the scariest part of it for me. Bayonets you could dodge, bullets you could duck, even gas you could block out if you were lucky, but artillery? All you could do against artillery was pray. Even Wilfred felt it, I could tell. He was usually quite talkative before combat, morbid, but always talkative. That morning he didn't say a word. I tried to talk with him, raise his spirits as is a sergeant's duty, but he just held up his hand to quiet me and turned his head to listen. At the time I didn't know what it was he was hearing, but it kept him silent. Even when we crested the ridge and the rest of us tried to drown out the deafening thrum of artillery with our own charging cry, even then he made no sound. The ground shook with the impact of the mortar shells, and I ran from foxhole to crater to foxhole, keeping my head low to avoid
Oh,
the
it
bullets.
was shell shock that I keep
As I
thinking
ran,
of.
I felt a shooting pain in my ankle and pitched forward into the mud. Looking down, I saw I'd been caught by a length of barbed wire, half hidden by the damp upturned soil. I felt a surge of panic begin to overtake me and frantically tried to remove the wire from my leg, but only succeeded in getting my hand scratched up quite badly. I looked around desperately to see if there was anyone else nearby who could help, and there, not 20 yards in front of me, I saw Wilfred standing, his face blank, and his head swaying to some unheard rhythm. And then I did hear it, gently riding over the pulse of mortars and the rattle of guns and the moans of dying men, a faint, piping melody. I could not have told you whether it was bagpipes or panpipes or some instrument I had never heard before, but its whistling tune was unmistakable and struck me with the deepest sadness and a gentle, creeping fear. And in that moment I knew what was about to happen. I looked at Wilfred, and as our eyes met, I saw that he knew as well. I heard a single gunshot, much louder than any of the others somehow, and I saw him go stiff, his eyes wide. And then the mortar blast hit him. He was lost in an eruption of mud and earth. I had plenty of time to mourn him, lying in that dreadful hole until nightfall, but I could free my leg as quietly and gently as possible before crawling back to our trench. He was slow going. Every time a flare went up, I could only lay motionless and pray. But the good Lord saw fit to let me reach our line relatively unscathed. I was quickly bundled off to the field hospital, which was overburdened as always. They didn't have much in the way of medicine or staff to spare, and certainly no beds free, so they washed my wounds with iodine, bandaged them, and sent me on my way, told me to come back if I got gangrene. I did have a look around the place to see if I could find Wilfred, but there was no sign of him to be found anywhere. Asking around the trench, no one had seen him return among the wounded, so I began to reconcile myself to the fact that he was dead. He wasn't the first friend I'd lost to the Germans, nor even the first I'd seen die in front of me, but something about that strange music that I heard in the moments before that explosion lingered in my mind, and left me dwelling on Wilfred in many a quiet moment. It was probably about a week and a half later I heard shouting from the end of the trench. It was a scouting party who had been reconnoitering the river that flowed near Savvy Wood. Apparently they had found a wounded officer lying in a shell hole there and brought him back. I made my way over and was astounded to see that it was Wilfred. His uniform was torn and burned, he was covered with blood, and his eyes had a distant, far-off expression to them. But he was most definitely alive. I rode with him back up to the field hospital, along with the corporal of the squad who had found him. Apparently he had been lying in that hole for days, ever since the battle. They'd found him there, half dead from dehydration and fatigue, covered in the gore of another soldier. Whatever shell had created the hole he'd ended up in had clearly annihilated some other poor soul, and it was in his gory remnants that Wilfred had lain for almost 2 weeks.
Man.
I waited outside the hospital tent while he was being treated. The doctor came out shortly, a grave look on his face. He told me the lieutenant was physically unharmed, something I considered at the time nothing short of a miracle, but that he had one of the worst cases of shell shock the doctor had ever
Yeah, it
experienced.
was shell shock.
Would
Okay.
have to be shipped back to England for recuperation. I asked him if I could see him, and the doctor consented, though he warned me that Wilfred hadn't said a word since he'd been brought in. As soon as I stepped inside the medical tent, I was overwhelmed by the sweet scent of decaying flesh and the moans of pain and despair. The sharp smell of the disinfectant brought back unpleasant memories of chlorine gas attacks. Still, I eventually found my way over to Wilfred's bed, and sure enough, there he was, staring silently out at the world, though with an intensity that alarmed me. I followed his gaze to a bed nearby, and there I saw a private I didn't recognize. His forehead was slick with sweat, and his chest rose and fell quickly, then abruptly stopped. I realized with a start that a man had just died, and nobody had noticed except Wilfred. I tried to engage him in conversation, rattled off a few meaningless pleasantries. "How are you doing, old man? Heard you had a bit of a close call. Glad you found yourself a crump hole." All that sort of nonsense. None of it seemed to produce any reaction in him. And instead he turned to me, and after a long while he simply said, "I met the war." I told him that he certainly had. Not many walk away from something like that, and lying in that hole so long, surrounded by all that death, well, he had definitely met the war, and it was a rotten bloody business. But Wilfred just shook his head like I didn't understand. And to be honest, I was starting to feel like I didn't. And he told me again that he met the war. He said it was no taller than I was. It struck me that perhaps he was describing some dreadful mirage that had come upon him as he lay in that wretched place. And I asked him to tell me what the war looked like. I remember exactly what he said. He told me it had 3 faces, one to play its pipes of scrimshawed bow, one to scream its dying battle cry, and one that would not open its mouth. For when it did, blood and sodden soil flowed out like a waterfall. Those arms that did not play the pipes were gripping blades and guns and spears, while others raised their hands in futile supplication of mercy, and one in a crisp salute. It wore a tattered coat of wool, olive green where it was not stained black, and beneath nothing could be seen but a body, beaten, slashed, and shot, until nothing remained but the wounds themselves. I had heard quite enough by this point and said so to Wilfred, but if he heard me, he gave no indication of it. He told me that the war, the piper, had come to claim him, and he had begged to remain. The thing had paused its tune for but a moment. With one of its arms, it reached out and handed him a pen. He said he knew it would return for him someday, but now he too would live to play its tune. The way he looked at me at that moment was the same way he'd looked at me before the shell hit. For a moment, I could have sworn I once again heard that music on the breeze. I left almost immediately after that, and was later told that he'd been shipped back to Britain to recuperate at Craig Lockhart. The other men grumbled about officers' perks and a nice holiday for the lieutenant, but they didn't know what he'd been through, and I found it very hard to envy him myself. At one point I asked some of the squad who brought him back whether he'd been holding a pen when they found him, but they told me he hadn't. The only thing they'd found nearby were the tags of the dead man among his remains, a man named Joseph Rayner. And for a long while that was that. Wilfred was back at home recovering and taking on lighter duties while I slogged on through the mud of Flanders. I had a few close calls myself, including the flamethrower that marked me so distinctively. Could have been worse, of course. If the rain hadn't almost liquefied the mud of no man's land, I'd have gone up like a lucifer. I did start to notice something among the troops, though. Every time we lined up to go over the top, I would watch them, look into their faces. Most of them showed naught but the starkest fear, of course, but a few of them seemed distant. The whistle would startle them back themselves, and with wide eyes they would surge forward. I had seen this before all that business with Wilfred, but had always assumed it was simply the mind trying to choke down the likelihood of its own death. Now, when I watched, I found I could not help but notice the slight tilt of the head, as though gently straining their ears to hear a far-off tune. Those men never made it back to the trenches. You know the phrase, to pay the piper? I thought on it a lot those many months. The debt of Hamlin, who for their greed had their children taken from them, never to be returned. Did you know Hamlin is a real place in Germany? Yes, not too far from Hanover, as I recall. We had a prisoner once from there. I wanted to ask him about the old fairy tale and what, if anything, he knew of the piper. The poor soul didn't speak a word of English, though, and died from an infected shrapnel wound a few days later. He spent his last minutes humming a familiar tune. That night, as we scrambled through mud and broken metal in another futile attack, I began to wonder, were we the children stolen from their parents by the piper's tune? Or were we the rats that were led to the river and drowned because they ate too much of the wealthy's grain? Still, those are musings for poets, among whom I do not number. I did keep up with the Wilfred's work, though, and was startled to see how much it had changed since he left. Where once it could have been dismissed as frivolous, there was now a tragedy to it that flowed from the words. Even now I can't hear exposure without being back in that damned trench at winter time. And the public clearly felt similar, as one of the few newspapers we actually got through to the line had an extensive article praising his first collection. Despite all this, there was something about it that sat uneasily with me. Wilfred returned to the 2nd Manchesters in July of 1918. He was clearly much changed from his time away, and seemed to be in good enough spirits, though we talked little any more, and when he looked at me, I saw in his eyes a fear that he was quick to hide. The war was grinding towards a close at this point. There was a fatigue that could be felt everywhere. Even the enemy machine guns felt slower and more begrudging in their fire. But this charged our commanders to spur us on to more and more aggressive actions, some desperate attempt to push Germany into a surrender, I suppose, and our attacks grew to a crescendo. On the first day of October, we were ordered to storm the enemy position at Joncourt. I remember the weather that day was beautiful, a last day of sunshine before autumn pressed in. We charged with some success, as I believe the German artillery hadn't been lined up correctly, and for the first time since his return, I found myself fighting alongside Wilfred. I can say without a word of a lie that across all the war, I never saw a soldier fight with such ferocity as I saw in him that day. I hasten to add that statement is not given in admiration. The savagery I saw in him as he tore into a man with his bayonet, I'd just as soon forget it. As he charged, he howled a terrible battle cry, and just for a moment, I could have sworn that I saw him cast a shadow that was not his own. I read in the paper he won the Military Cross for that attack. It was a month later that I woke up to find him sitting next to my bed. He stared at me, not unkindly, though there was something in his eye that put me ill at ease. "Almost over now, Clarence," he said to me. I said yes, it did seem to be all coming to an end. He smiled and shook his head. He sat there quietly for some time. At one point a flare burst in the sky outside, and enough of that stark red light came through the dugout's makeshift doorway for me to see that Wilfred was crying. I knew he was listening to the piper's tune. He asked me if I heard it. I told him no, I didn't. And I wasn't sure I ever really had. He nodded and said he didn't know which of us was the lucky one. And neither did I. Still don't, really. Wilfred Owen died crossing the canal at Saint-Broas 2 days later. There wasn't meant to be much, if any, resistance, but some of the soldiers stationed there returned fire. I found myself crouching behind him as the captain, who had been shot in the hip, was pulled to safety. As we prepared to charge, Wilfred stopped all at once and turned to me with a smile on his face. At that moment, I saw a trickle of blood start to flow from an opening hole in his forehead. I feel like I should make this clear. I have seen many people get shot. I know what it looks like and how a bullet hole appears. But here the bullet hole simply opened, like an eye, and he fell to the ground dead. It was told to me later that it was on that day the first overtures of peace were made between the nations, and the armistice was signed almost exactly a week later. We were shipped home soon after. I believe it was not merely on that day, but at that very moment when Wilfred fell, that the peace was finally assured. No one can convince me otherwise. Did the piper spare him before? Did it simply use him later to cast him aside? I don't know, and I try not to think about it overmuch. I have a wife now and a child on the way, but I still get nightmares sometimes. The parade for Armistice Day passed by my house last year, and I had to shut my window tight when the military band marched past. It wasn't a tune I cared to hear. Statement ends. Well, if further evidence was needed of my predecessor's disorganization, here we have it. A statement from 1922 filed among the mid-2000s. Obviously, there's not much research or further investigation to be done into a case almost 100 years old, especially when it involves so well-documented a figure as Wilfred Owen. Still, an interesting enough tale, and I feel like I recognize the name Joseph Rayner from somewhere, though for the life of me I couldn't say where. I've had the case returned to its proper location in the archives. Recording ends.
Blah, blah, blah.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com.
All right. The next episode is episode 7. Or I'm sorry. Episode 8, Burnt Out. But I'm gonna go grab another little snack. So, episode 8, Burned Out, and we'll be right back. Okay. I was starting to get a little freaked out because my thank you. Um my speech to text. No. My closed caption software was like, where's it at? Okay. My closed caption software was putting up different text that was being said. And obviously, because I'm by myself, that kind of freaked me out a little bit. And I was like, maybe it's just mishearing the podcast, but I had it like invisible so you couldn't see it because it was like, what time is it in San Jose, California? And I'm like, are the walls in my house that thin? Is there someone outside? Like maybe my neighbors are yelling something? I don't know. I was just like, oh man. Scowy. All right. We're on episode 8. I warned you, you never know what it might be saying. You can't trust the clankers. It's true. I want it on because I wanted to translate, but it's when I'm not saying anything and it's translating something, I'm like, do I, sometimes I have a TV on in the background, but the TV is not on. So we're gonna chalk it up to my walls being thin, and we're gonna leave it at that. I'm just gonna have it off when we're listening to the show and I'm not talking because that's kind of scary. All right. Did I reset our timer? I didn't. And then I have to think, what time is it? It's 7 o'clock, so I think we'll probably listen for 1 more hour. Let me see how long the episodes are. So episode 8 is 26 minutes, and episode 9, I want to get to maybe episode 10. But the next 2 episodes, Spooky Haunted Captions, truly the horror story of the era. They are. But I want to get to maybe episode 10, and then I've got to decide, because we're going to be streaming into the wee hours of the morning. So I've got to decide what game we're going to play next, and then we're going to go back and take a reading break and try to get through another chapter. Or we go back to, what was the game that we were playing earlier? The stone, hold on. The Stone of Madness, or what was the other one? I still have to finish a vampire game. Oh, we do still have Dreams in the Witch House that we need to play as well too. Oh, Cabernet. I also wanted to start Burnhouse Lane as well too, though. Oh no. I don't know if I want to play a pixel game though. I really want like a really beautiful scene. We can play Imio the Smiling Man. I'm still taken back by the fact that this is like a rated R game for Nintendo, the Imio the Smiling Man, but so far that since we've been playing it, like, yes, it's a murder mystery or a murder suspense, but I don't find it scary. I was trying to think of the anime Chaos Child. Chaos Child was the anime that I was trying to think of. Chaos Head is the game. This is the not light novel. That's the word I'm trying to think of. But it takes place in the same universe as Steins Gate. And Steins Gate also getting a reboot, which you're not able to stream. I saw that recently on the news about the game. But yeah, Chaos Child is an anime, and it is very, very graphic. Like, think Higurashi. Visual novel. Thank you, dear. But I was thinking Imio, the Smiling Man, was gonna have like the same kind of like graphic sort of like graphic warning as Chaos Child, because you start watching Chaos Child and you're like, oh my gosh, this is what kind of Higurashi universe did I get isekai'd into? It's very graphically violent and really sad during some of the scenes, but we'll probably go back to Imio then. If I can figure out why I couldn't get my my graphics card to play my Switch the other day, so hopefully that doesn't happen today, because I think we'll do that after we listen to more episodes of the Magnus Archive. And then we'll probably end the night with reading. So, but let's go ahead and get back to our episodes. So again, I'm going to make invisible the teleprompt, or the text-to-speech thingy. Okay, episode 8, Burnt Out of the Magnus Archive. Reset our timer so I don't mess that up. Oh, it's still going. Of course. Alright. And I'm not gonna click on the wrong thing again. This is at the beginning. Okay. And count down from 5, and then I say go. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yay! I didn't mess it up. This episode is 26 minutes long, by the way.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
Oh, I got jelly beans, by the way.
Episode 8. Burned Out.
Typical movie candy. I can't remember what this episode was about. Sometimes I'm happy my memory is not the best. So I can enjoy things over and over again.
Statement of Ivo Lensic regarding his experiences during construction of a house on Hilltop Road, Oxford. Original statement given March 13th, 2007. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, Head Archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I've worked in construction for almost 20 years now, mostly in and around the Oxford area. When my father passed away in 1996, I took over his contracting business and have been working steadily ever since. I can do most anything I'm called on for, but generally specialize in new builds, plumbing and wiring work specifically. And I've got something of a reputation for being available at short notice, so it's not unusual for me to be called in partway through a build to do some work. When I got the job working on a house down Hilltop Road in mid-November, nothing about the situation seemed strange to me. The guy they had doing the wiring had been called for jury duty and they'd lost him for a couple of weeks, so they asked me to step in. I was on another job during the day, but my fiancée Sam was at a conference in Hamburg for a while, and we were saving up for the wedding, so I figured I could do it in the evenings. Now, Hilltop Road is quite a secluded street around the Cowie area. There aren't many student houses on it, so it's actually quite a peaceful place, especially after all the kids living there have gone to bed. The house itself had only recently been started, as some dispute over ownership had kept the land locked for years, and when I turned up it was still mostly empty. It had 2 floors, with a loft that was going to be another bedroom to match the rest of the road. The doors had been fitted, although the locks had not. The empty spaces where the windows were due to be still stood vacant, letting in the chill. That side of the road backed onto South Park, with fences marking the bottom of each garden. The garden of this particular house was mostly full of building materials and debris, but I remember that standing over it all was a tree. It was very large and very dead. And not to put too fine a point on it, the thing creeped me right the hell out. It seemed to cast odd shadows, which were dark and clear on even the most overcast of days. But it wasn't the tree that started it, though. No, that happened my 3rd night on the job. It must have been 8 or 9 in the evening, as it had been dark for a couple of hours. I was working on the ground floor wiring and I heard a knock at the front door. At first I thought it must have been one of the other builders who had forgotten something, but then I realised that there was no lock on the door. Any of the others would have known that and just come right in. I began to feel slightly uneasy when the knock came again. Over the years I've had a few altercations with punks that wanted to cause trouble on my site, so I picked up a hammer as I approached. I did my best to hold it casually, as though I'd just been using it. I opened the door to see an unassuming man in a tan coat. He was quite young, white, maybe mid-20s, clean-shaven with shaggy chestnut brown hair. His coat was quite an old cut. It seemed to me he looked like something out of an old Polaroid. He said his name was Raymond Fielding, and that he owned the house. As he spoke, I felt my grip on the hammer tightening, although I have no idea why. I asked him if he had any ID or documents, and he handed over to me what seemed, as far as I could tell, to be the deed to the house, as well as the land beneath, and did indeed list a man named Raymond Fielding as the owner. So I let him in. I apologised for the draft and said the window panes were being put in over the next few days, but until then it was going to be cold. He didn't respond, just walked over to the empty frame of the back window and stared out into the garden. I tried to get on with my work, keeping one eye on this stranger. Nothing about the situation felt quite right, but he didn't seem to be doing anything suspicious, just standing there, looking into the garden.
Wait, what?
So I returned my concentration to the wiring. After a minute or two, I became conscious of a sharp, unpleasant smell. I thought maybe I'd wired something up wrong, but...
Oh my gosh, that would be
smelled
so
like
good.
burning human hair. I looked over to where Raymond had been standing, but he was gone. Where he had been, there was just a patch of scorched wooden floor, still apparently smouldering and giving off that dreadful stink. I ran to get the fire extinguisher from an adjoining room. I was gone only a few seconds, but when I returned, the smell was gone. And there was no longer any smoke or fire, just the burn mark on the wooden floor in front of that window. Touching it, I found that it was just as cold as the rest of the floor. I started to clean and found that the wood below appeared to be undamaged, with just a coating of soot and ashes on top. I had to look around for this Raymond Fielding, but if he was ever truly there, then he was gone now. It was only when I finished cleaning up the mark that the true strangeness of the situation began to sink in, and I started to panic. I should probably explain my fear a bit, as it wasn't because of ghosts or phantom smells or anything like that.
I have to comment, why is it so difficult to get writers to write?
History of schizophrenia among the men in my family. My father had it, as did my great-uncle, and in both of their cases it led to suicide. I didn't know much about my great-uncle, but I had seen my father's decline firsthand. It had started shortly after his divorce from my mother. Although thinking about it, it was perhaps the early stages that had exacerbated the problems in their marriage.
How have I gone through
Regardless,
so much
he
water
began to spend
already?
a lot of time locked in his study doing his work. I was maybe 24 or 25 at the time, and still living at home. I was working with my dad, doing much the same job as I do now, and it was at this point I had to take on more and more of the actual running of the business, since my father was beginning to prioritise his work over his actual job. His work turned out to be fractals. He became obsessed with them, seemed to spend all his time drawing them, staring at them, measuring the patterns they created. He would talk to me for hours about the maths behind them, and tell me that he was on the verge of a great truth.
Ew,
He was
man.
going to shake mathematics to its foundations once he figured out this truth hidden in those cascading fractal patterns. One day, I returned home to find my father staring through the blinds in terror. He claimed that someone was following him, told me that they were planning to stop his work. I asked him who it was, but he shook his head violently and said I'd know him when I saw him, because all the bones are in his hands. I tried to get him help, of course I did, but he refused to take any medication
Oh my
because he said it
gosh.
interfered with his work. He wasn't dangerous, so I couldn't have him committed. I knew it was only a matter of time before he hurt himself.
Yes, I am.
Sure
Did you
enough, the
just
day
catch
came
on that
when he
I
wouldn't
just
dance
caught
the
something
knocks to
just
study
now?
door. I broke in to find him lying dead in a pool of blood, with deep gouges along his wrists and arms. The walls were covered in fractal drawings. Every surface was piled high with them, and pencil shavings littered the floor. The inquest ruled his death as suicide, although the coroner wasn't able to identify the tool that had made the cuts on his arms. Why he had such a look of fear on his face. This is why the apparent disappearance of Raymond Fielding worried me so much. I was younger than my father had been, but still had that possibility within me. This train of thought was likely why I wasn't paying as much attention as I should have been where I was stepping, and I slipped on the wet section of flooring that I had just cleaned. I fell forward, hitting my head badly. I don't think I was unconscious for more than a few seconds, but when I woke up, I was bleeding from a deep cut on my temple. I tried to make it to my car, but I was so dizzy just standing up that it was clear driving was out of the question. So I called for an ambulance. It arrived quickly and it took me to the John Radcliffe Hospital. When I got there, they were very responsive and quickly determined that I had quite a severe concussion, so I was kept overnight for observation. I told my doctor everything about my encounter with Raymond Fielding. If it was early signs of any developing schizophrenia, I wanted to know as soon as possible. The doctor listened closely and said it was unlikely, as it would be surprising if I developed full hallucinations so abruptly, but that they were keeping me under observation. I noticed as I was explaining my experience, the nurse taking my blood pressure seemed to be listening intently, though she left before I could ask her why. I stayed in that hospital for another 2 days. Sam wanted to cut short her trip when she heard about my concussion, but I told her that any real danger had passed and I should be fine until the end of her conference. So I was mostly on my own for that time. It was the morning before she was due to return that I saw the nurse again. I'd just had the news that the tests had all come back fine, so I was being discharged, and she came in to give me a final check. She asked me if I was sure the man who had come to the house on Hilltop Road had called himself Raymond Fielding. I told her yes, and that I'd even seen his signature on the deed to the land, but that I didn't know any of the history of the place. She got very quiet and sat down. This nurse was an older woman, Malaysian I think, and I would have guessed in her 50s, though I didn't ask. She said her family had lived on Hilltop Road for a long time now, and she knew the place I was working. In the 1960s, the house that had stood there had belonged to a man named Raymond Fielding. He was a devout churchgoer and had used it as a halfway house on behalf of the local diocese, looking after teenage runaways and young people with mental problems. The neighbourhood apparently hadn't liked it, as its residents often got into trouble and Hilltop Road had started to get something of a reputation for it. Nobody ever said a word against Raymond himself, though, who by all accounts was such a kind soul as to be almost universally beloved. Nobody was sure exactly when Agnes moved in. Some even said she was Raymond's actual daughter, as the two of them looked something alike and she was younger than most of the other kids living there. She couldn't have been more than 11 when she turned up, and didn't really talk, other than to tell people her name if asked. Everyone just started to notice this child with mousy brown pigtails staring at them through the windows of Raymond's house. As far as anyone could tell, that's all she ever seemed to do, stare at people from the windows. It was unsettling, but no one had any real problem with it. Over the next few years, the kids at the halfway house stopped causing problems in the area around Hilltop Road. It wasn't an obvious change, but gradually the people living there were seen less and less. Raymond was still there and seemed perfectly cheery. If anyone asked him about a resident who hadn't been around for a while, he'd explain that they'd moved on, or found a place of their own, and no one really cared enough to follow up on his information. Soon the only people living in that old house were Agnes and Raymond. Then Raymond disappeared as well. Agnes must have been 18 or 19 by this point, and still hardly ever talked. When she was questioned about what happened to Raymond, she simply said he had gone away, and that the house was hers. People got a bit worried at that, and the police conducted a small investigation, but the house had been legally signed over to Agnes, and there was no sign of any foul play. No sign of Raymond either, for that matter. And so the years passed, and Agnes lived on in that old house. Hardly ever seemed to leave it, just watched from the windows. Folks in Hilltop Road learned it was best not to keep pets, as they tended to vanish.
How much is that doggy
Then,
in the window?
in 1974, Henry White goes missing. 5 years old, and the search turned up nothing. People always whispered about Agnes, but now the whispers got nasty. Nasty enough that when smoke is seen pouring out of the old Fielding house a week after little Henry disappeared, no one did a thing. No one phoned the fire brigade or tried to help. They just watched. Agnes must not have phoned for assistance either, as by the time the fire trucks arrived, there was nothing left to save. Through it all, nobody saw any sign of life from within the building. No screaming, no movement, nothing but the roaring of the flames. When the fire was finally put out, they did find human remains. But it wasn't Agnes, nor was it Henry White. The only body they found was that of Raymond Fielding. All that was left was a badly charred skeleton, missing its right hand. That was the history of the place as the nurse told it to me. Once the rubble had been cleared away, the land had become tied up in legal complications relating to the ownership, and had remained so until earlier last year. She asked me not to let anyone else know she'd been talking about it, as she didn't want people to think she had been spreading stories. I told her I'd keep quiet, and she left. I didn't see her again, and was discharged soon afterwards. I rested at home for a couple of days, but I find forced inactivity very boring, and my head was feeling fine, so I decided to go back to work. By all rights, I should probably have avoided returning to Hilltop Road, but I found myself resenting how the house made me feel. I didn't believe in ghosts, to be honest. I'm still not sure I do, and I'd been assured by the doctor that I wasn't displaying any other symptoms of schizophrenia, so there was no reason for me to feel this gnawing apprehension. I convinced myself that the only way to banish the feeling was to return and finish the job that I started. So that's what I did, although I was careful to work only in daylight now, and tried to avoid being alone. Even so, there were occasional moments when I would find myself the only one working in a room, or when silence fell across the building. And then I would smell it again, that whiff of burnt hair, or catch a glimpse of brown pigtails disappearing around a corner. As the job drew towards a close, it became harder to avoid working there after dark, until I lost track of time completely one afternoon, and looked up to see that not only had night fallen, but I was the only one left in the building. Almost as soon as I realized this, I began to sweat. At first I thought it was nerves, or even a panic attack at finding myself alone, but it was the heat. This warmth that seemed to start in my bones and radiate out through me. I took off my hat and jacket, but I just got hotter and hotter until it felt like I was cooking from the inside. I tried to scream, but I couldn't find my breath. I couldn't move. I was burning up. There was a knock at the door, and the feeling abruptly vanished. I was cold again, lying on the bare floor. I struggled to my feet as the knock came again. My hand shook as I opened it. By now I didn't know what to expect. Would it be Raymond again, Agnes, or some other thing to announce the end of my sanity? What I did not expect was a Catholic priest. He was short and a bit portly, with close-cropped hair and deep smile lines around his mouth. He introduced himself as Father Edwin Burrows and told me that Annie had asked him to pay the place a visit. I didn't know any Annie and told him so, and he seemed slightly confused, said she worked as a nurse at the John Radcliffe Hospital. This allayed my fears enough that I let him in, and I asked him if he was some sort of exorcist. Father Burrows smiled and told me yes, that's exactly what he was. So I told him my story as he went around examining the house. He nodded as I went through what happened, occasionally asking a question about what had been said or how I had felt. Finally, he seemed satisfied and said he'd do what he could. He explained that exorcism was really only for demons. It wasn't something he could do to ghosts, at least not officially. Whether or not ghosts actually existed was apparently just as divisive a question within the church as outside of it. But he would go through some blessings and see if he could help. He asked me to wait outside while he worked, so I headed into the back garden and waited. As I stood there in the cold, my eyes fell on the tree. That creepy damn tree. I don't know why, but at that moment I felt an intense, maddening anger at that tree. I picked up a crowbar that lay on a nearby pile of wood, and drawing my arm back, I swung it at the trunk, burying it with all my might. I felt something warm and wet spray out where I had hit it. Sap? No, it didn't feel like sap. I turned on my torch to see blood flowing from the wounded tree. It ran down the crowbar and dripped onto the earth, running in rivulets. As it reached the roots, I saw something else in my torch's light. Curling up from the base of that tree were old, black scorch marks. At that moment I made my decision. It was easy. Like destroying this tree was the only thing to do, the only path to follow. I found a long chain among the building materials in the garden and wrapped it around the still bleeding trunk, then attached the ends to my car. It took me less than a minute to pull it down, and there was no more blood. When the tree lay on its side, uprooted and powerless, I gazed into the hole where it had sat, and noticed something lying there in the dirt. Climbing down, I retrieved what turned out to be a small wooden box, about 6 inches square, with an intricate pattern carved along the outside. Engraved lines covered it, warping and weaving together, making it hard to look away. I opened the box, and sitting inside was a single green apple. It looked fresh, shiny, with a coat of condensation like it had just been picked from a cool spring morning. I picked it up. I wasn't going to eat it, I'm not that stupid. But more than bleeding trees or phantom burning, this confused me. As I took it out of the box, though, it began to turn. The skin turned brown and bruised and started to shrivel in my hand. Then it split, and out came spiders. Dozens, hundreds of spiders erupting from this apple that was rotting right before my eyes. I shrieked and dropped it before any of them could touch my arm. The apple fell to the ground and burst in a cloud of dust. I backed away quickly and waited until I was sure all of the spiders had left before retrieving the box. I smashed it with a crowbar and threw the remains into a skip. Father Burrows returned shortly afterwards. He told me he'd done his prayers and hoped that it would be some help. If he noticed the felled tree, he didn't ask any questions about it. Instead, he just handed me his business card and told me to give him a call if there were any further problems. The house didn't feel any different, but there was no smell of burned hair, no heat or ghosts or any weirdness I could see. I worked on that house for another week, and I don't know if it was the father's prayers or my uprooting the tree, but I didn't encounter anything else unusual during my time there. After that, my part of the job was finished. I haven't been back to Hilltop Road since. Statement ends. Head trauma and latent schizophrenia, the ghost's best friends. Aside from excessive indulgence in psychoactive drugs, it seems to me that there is simply no better way to make contact with the spirit world. Still, glibness aside, the history of 105 Hilltop Road does bear investigation. And while I trust Mr. Lensick's testimony of his own experiences about as far as I can throw a bleeding tree, there is a note in the file mentioning that Father Edwin Burrows put down his own version of these events in Statement 02180111. While I have yet to locate that particular file in the chaos that passed for Gertrude Robinson's archive, the suggestion that there may be external corroboration does lend some potential credence to Mr. Lensick's wild tale. No other workers on the building site at the time reported any disturbances like the ones reported by Mr. Lensick. Martin was unable to find the exact date the original house was built, but the earliest records he could find listed as being bought by Walter Fielding in
He's
1891.
so hostile.
It was inherited by his son Alfred Fielding in 1923, and then by his grandson Raymond Fielding in 1957. There was no record of it being used as a halfway house, certainly not one connected to the local Catholic diocese, although the Church of England records for the area that Sasha got access to were unfortunately incomplete. The older residents of Hilltop Road back up the account given by the nurse Anna Kasuma, as related here. Tim managed to organize an interview with Mrs. Kasuma, but apparently she could provide no information beyond what she told to Mr. Lensick. She did admit, though, to asking Father Burrows to have a look at the house, as she was worried about it, and had seen him perform exorcisms before. There doesn't seem to be any print evidence of what happened to the house, no news stories or similar regarding the fire, but one resident did provide a photograph of the house in flames. Raymond Fielding's obituary briefly reported his death as having been due to a house fire and lauds his work with troubled youth, but gives no details about either. Agnes remains something of a mystery, as we have not been able to find any definitive proof that she even existed. Except, we cannot prove any connection, but Martin unearthed a report on an Agnes Montague who was found dead in her Sheffield flat on the evening of November 23rd, 2006, the same day Mr. Lensick claims to have uprooted the tree. She had hanged herself. Her age is given at 26, which doesn't match up at all, but tied by a chain to her waist was a severed human hand, a right hand. Its owner was never identified, but the coroner was apparently quite perplexed, as tissue decay would seem to indicate that the hand's original owner must have died at almost the exact same time as Agnes.
Like how?
Two families have lived in the house since this statement was originally made, but no further manifestations have been reported on Hilltop Road. End recording.
And then what is the apple? Like, I always end up with so many more questions. So many more questions.
Archive is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under...
But it kind of makes me think like okay, so for the apple, like the apple doesn't fall, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but that's like the only thing that I could think of that like tied her, and I just but then it made me think about the guy and his father as well too. So maybe that's what it means. There's so many things. I need there to be like I wonder if there's like a trivia game. A Magnus Archives trivia. That would be a lot of fun. Alright. Episode 9. Web binding. Don't forget her life is tied to someone else later. Tied to someone else. Like I said, it's a good thing that my memory is not always the best. Because I'm thinking about the. Oh, I don't want to give it away. I don't want to give it away. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. Um. Episode 9 is A Father's Love. Um. Oh, this one's good. I had to think about it. This one's really good. But the tree thing doesn't make sense, though. In the box. And also, I need to look up what fractals are. See, now you know why I gave you no spoilers and said to watch it in order. I know, and that's what I told everyone else as well, too. Everyone that I've shared it with. Oh, okay, that's what I was thinking. Okay. So is the box attached to, like, the designs? Okay. Like the designs of, like other episodes where there's, well, I mean, like the episodes that we've listened to thus far have already talked about there being intricate patterns on things. So I'm wondering if these are the fractals that they're essentially tying to everything, I think. Uh-huh. And did they fight you the same way? I don't know if they were as much of a brat about me about it, but still. You have to listen to it in order. You're cheating yourself if you skip ahead. It's such a good show. Man. I think this is like my second time listening to it, like from the beginning all the way through. But I do like, I there are episodes that I go back and listen to individually because I really love them. Like they're just done so well. The voice acting's really good, or the poetry. Ah, I can't wait. Okay. Episode 9 of Father's Love. Let me make sure I have the clock reset correctly so we don't mess that up again. All right. And starting countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, I did it.
Rusty Quill presents
The Magnus Archive.
Episode 9, A Father's Love.
Statement of Julia Montauk regarding the actions and motivations of her father, the serial killer Robert Montauk. Original statement given December 3rd, 2000.
This one confuses me too.
Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. My father was a murderer. There's no way I can reasonably deny it at this point. The evidence provided by the police was overwhelming, and I saw his shed myself. I'm not here to try and clear his name. There wouldn't be much point anyway, as I'm sure you know he died in prison last year. 7 years isn't much to have served out of a life sentence, but I doubt it was the early parole he'd have hoped for. Sorry, maybe that wasn't in the best taste. Still, his passing is why I feel like I can tell this story. Something I never really felt free to do before now. I always expected him to talk about it during the media frenzy that surrounded his trial. But for whatever reason, he kept quiet. I think I understand a bit more now why he never spoke about it, preferring people draw their own conclusions. But at the time I couldn't fathom why he just sat there silently, letting others talk for him. I'd like to tell someone now, though. And I've only recently finished my court-appointed counselling sessions, so I'd rather not tell the tabloids and have "my father killed to fuel cult magic, says daughter of monster" splashed over page 7 of the weekend edition. So that leaves you guys. Respectable is hardly the word I'd use, but it's better than nothing. So yes, my father killed at least 40 people over the course of the 5 years prior to his arrest in 1995. I won't recount the lurid details. If you're interested, you can look up Robert Montauk in the newspaper archive of any library. There'll be plenty there. The papers clearly didn't care much about the American bombing, because in April of that year they seemed to be talking about nothing but my father. There were also a couple of books on him, none of which I can really recommend, but I guess Ray Cowan's No Bodies in the Shed is the closest to what I'd consider accurate, although it does imply that I was an accomplice, despite the fact that I was 12 years old at the time. Honestly, I discovered most of the details from the newspapers and the court, just like everyone else. My father spent my formative years killing dozens of people, and I had no idea. But the more I think back over my childhood, the more sure I am that there was something else going on. I don't have any theories as to what any of this means, but I just need to get it down on paper somewhere, and this seems as good a place as any. I've always lived in the same house on York Road in Dartford. Even now, after all that's happened, and all I know about what went on there, I can't bring myself to leave. As far as I know, the shed came with the house. It always sat in the garden, old, wooden and silent. I don't recall it being used until after the night my mother disappeared. That's when everything started to get strange. My memory of early childhood is patchy, mostly isolated images and impressions, but I remember the night she vanished like it was yesterday. I was 7 years old and had been to the cinema that evening for the first time in my life. We had been to see The Witches at what back then was the ABC down on Shaftesbury Avenue. I had seen films before, of course, on our tiny living room television, but to see a movie on the big screen was awe-inspiring. The film itself was terrifying, though, and even now I'd say it was far scarier than any child's film has a right to be. I remember I spent a lot of it close to tears, but had been so proud of the fact that I hadn't cried at all. When we got home, I lay awake for a long time. That scene where Luke is transformed into a mouse kept playing in my mind, and for some reason it left me too afraid to go to sleep. It was then that I heard a thump from downstairs, like something heavy falling over. I didn't have a clock in my room, so had no idea what the time was, but I recall looking out of the window. The world was dark and utterly silent. The thump came again, and I decided to go downstairs and see what it was. The landing was almost pitch black, and I tried to be as quiet as possible so nobody would know I was there. The fourth stair down from the top of the staircase always creaked, and still does in fact, but I don't think I've ever heard it creak louder than it did that night, as I crept down so slowly. The light downstairs were all turned off, except for the kitchen light, which I could see from the bottom of the stairway. I walked into the kitchen to find it empty. The back door stood open, and a cool breeze blew through it that made me shiver in my pajamas. I saw something shiny laying on the table. Reaching up, I found my mother's pendant. The design had always struck me as beautiful. It was silver, an abstract shape of a hand with a symbol on it that I believed was meant to represent a closed eye. I had never seen her take it off. In my child's mind, I assumed that she had just left it on the table, an accident, and that the open door meant nothing. I went back upstairs, necklace clutched firmly in my hand to return it to her. She wasn't in bed, of course. The space next to where my father lay, fast asleep, was empty. I gently touched my sleeping father's shoulder, and he awoke slowly. I asked him where Mum was, and he started to say something when he saw the silver chain clutched in my hands. He quickly got out of bed and started to get dressed. As he pulled on a shirt, he asked me where I had found it, and I told him on the kitchen table. Following me downstairs, his gaze was immediately locked on the open door, and he paused. Instead of going outside, he walked over to the kitchen sink and turned on one of the taps. Immediately there began to flow a dark, dirty-looking liquid, and the sick, salty smell of brackish water hit my nose, though at the time I didn't understand that's what it was. The light in the kitchen blew out at that moment. The room got very dark. My father told me everything was fine, and that I should go back to bed. His hands shook slightly as he took the pendant from me, and I didn't believe him, but I did what I was told anyway. I don't know how long I lay there, waiting for my father to return that night, but I know it was getting light outside when I finally fell asleep. Eventually I woke up. The house was quiet and empty. I had missed the start of school by hours, but that was fine because I didn't want to leave the house. I just sat in the living room, silent and still. It was almost evening again by the time my father actually returned. His face was pale, and he barely looked at me, just walked straight to the cupboard and poured himself a glass of scotch. He sat next to me, drained the glass, told me that my mother was gone. I didn't understand, still don't really. But he said it with such finality that I started to cry. I didn't stop for a very long time. My father was a policeman, as I'm sure you've read, so as a child I just assumed that the police had looked for my mother and failed to find her. It wasn't until much later that I discovered they'd never even had a missing persons report filed on her. As far as I know, I never had any living grandparents, and apparently no one noticed she was gone, which was strange, as I have vague memories of her having friends over a lot before she vanished. Everyone assumes she was one of my father's first victims, but there was never enough evidence to add it to the official tally. It doesn't really matter. For what it's worth, I don't think he did it. I won't deny it makes sense from the outside, but I remember how devastated he was when she disappeared. He started drinking a lot. I think he did try to look after me as best he could, but most nights he just ended up passed out in his chair. That was also when he started spending a lot of time in the shed. I'd never really paid it much attention before. As far as I was concerned, the sturdy wooden structure was just the home of spiders' nests and the rusted garden tools my parents would use once a year to attack the overgrown wilderness that was our back garden. But soon after my mother's disappearance, a sturdy new padlock was placed on the door, and my father spent a lot of time inside. He told me he was woodworking, and sometimes I'd hear the sound of power tools from inside, and he'd present me with some small wooden token he had made, but mostly there was silence. It should probably have bothered me more than it did, the hours he spent in there, and that odd smell I sometimes noticed, like tinned meat, but I never really paid it much attention. I had my own grief to deal with. He was gone most nights as well. Often I would wake up from one of my nightmares to find the house silent and empty. I would look for him, and he would be gone. I never despaired at this for some reason, not like I had when my mother vanished. I knew he would return eventually, when he was finished with what I had decided must be police business. Sometimes I'd lie awake until he returned. Once, as I lay awake, I heard him come into my room. I pretended to be asleep, I don't know why, but I thought I'd be in trouble if he found out I was awake. He walked over to me, gently stroked my face. His hands smelled strange. Back then I didn't know the scent of blood, and mixed with that faint saline smell of brackish water. He whispered to me then, when he thought I was asleep, promised to protect me, to make sure that it wouldn't get me too. There was a strangled sound to his words, and I think he might have been crying. As he left, I opened my eyes just enough to see him. He stood by the door, his face in his hands, wearing light grey overalls that were stained with a thick, black substance. I often wish I'd asked him about that night. I wonder if he'd known I was awake, if I had asked him in that moment of weakness. Well, it's far too late for that now. Over the next couple of years, I noticed that my father seemed to be injured quite a lot, and there was rarely a time when he didn't have some sort of plaster, bandage, or bruise visible. I'd also occasionally find small blood spots or smears on the floors or tables, especially in the hall. I got very good at cleaning them. It never occurred to me to pay much attention to where they came from. I just assumed the blood was my father's. He started staying home during the day and told me he'd been permanently assigned to the night shift. I believed him, of course. It was only after his arrest that I discovered that had been the point he'd resigned his job on the police force. I don't know where the money came from after that, but we always seemed to have enough. Knowing what I know now, it sounds awful to say, but those were some of the happiest years of my childhood. I'd lost my mother, but my father doted on me, and together it seemed like we would get past our pain. I know I've made him sound like an alcoholic recluse who lived in the shed, but those were generally nocturnal activities for him. During the day was time he spent with me. There was only one time I recall him going into the shed during the day. This was a couple of years after my mother's disappearance, and I must have been about 10. The phone in the kitchen started ringing, and my father was upstairs. I had recently received permission from my father to answer the phone, so I was excited to take up my new responsibility. I picked up the handset and said my memorized phone script into the receiver. "Hello, Montauk residence." A man's voice asked to speak with my father. It was a breathy voice, like that of an old man, and at the time I decided he had a German accent, though when I was young a lot of different nationalities and accents were lumped together in my mind under the label German. "What is this regarding?" I asked, as I had a whole phone conversation memorized and wanted to use as much of it as possible. The man sounded surprised at this, and said hesitantly that he was from my father's work. I asked him if he was from the police, and after a pause he said yes. He asked me to tell my father that it was Detective Rayner on the line with a new case for him. At this point my father had come down to the kitchen to see who was calling. I told him, and he visibly paled. He took the handset from me and placed it to his ear, not speaking but listening very intently. After a moment he told me to go up to my room, as this was a grown-up conversation. I turned to leave, but as I was heading up the stairs, the light bulb in the landing blew. The bulbs in our house broke off, and my father said we had faulty wiring. So even at that age, I was quite adept at changing them. So I turned around and headed back downstairs to fetch a new bulb. As I approached the cabinet where we kept them, I heard my father's voice from the kitchen. He was still on the phone, and he sounded angry. I heard him say, "No, not already. Do it yourself." Then he went very quiet and listened, before finally he said, "Okay, but he'd do it as soon as possible." He put down the phone, then went over to the cupboard and poured himself a drink. He spent the rest of the day in the shed. The one question they kept asking me over and over during the investigation into my father was whether I knew where the rest of the bodies were. I told them the truth, that I had no idea. They claimed they wanted to confirm the identities of the victims, which they couldn't easily do with what was left. I didn't know where the bodies were, but I also didn't tell them the other way they might have identified the victims: my father's photographs. I didn't say anything because I had no idea where he kept them, and I thought it would only make things worse if they couldn't find them. But yes, my father took photographs. During those 5 years, I had gradually started to notice more and more canisters of photographic film left around the house. This puzzled me, since though my dad and I did sometimes go on short holidays, he never took a lot of pictures. Asking him about it, my father told me he had been trying to learn photography, but didn't trust developers not to ruin his films, as he'd apparently had problems before. I suggested he make himself a darkroom for developing them himself. I'd seen one in Ghostbusters 2 on TV the previous Christmas, and loved the idea of having a room like that. His face lit up, and he said he'd convert the guest bedroom. He then warned me that once it was done, I could never go in there without his supervision, as there would be lots of dangerous chemicals. I didn't care. I was just so glad that an idea of mine had made my father so happy. That summer, my father converted the guest bedroom into a dark room for developing photographs. Like the shed, it was locked almost all the time, but occasionally my father would take me inside, and together we'd develop photographs of cars or trees or whatever else a 10 or 11-year-old with a camera takes pictures of. Mostly, though, my father worked in there alone and kept the door locked while he did. He seemed almost happy those last couple of years. I didn't have an unsupervised look inside until a few weeks before my father was caught. It was a Saturday evening, in late autumn, and my father was out of the house. I spent the day watching TV and reading, but as it started to get dark, I found myself bored and alone. Passing by the door to what was now the dark room, I noticed that the key was still in the lock. I sometimes think back to that day and wonder if my father left it deliberately. He'd been so careful for so many years, and then he just forgot. I knew about the dangers, but something inside me couldn't resist going in. There were no photos stored there. To this day, I don't know where my father kept his developed pictures. There were about a dozen images hung out to dry. They're still vivid in my mind, black and white and washed in the deep red of the dark room. Each photo was of a person's face, close up and expressionless. Their eyes were dull and glassy. I had never seen corpses before, so I didn't really understand what I was looking at. On each face were thick black lines that formed these symbols that I didn't recognize, but they were clearly drawn on the faces themselves, not just on the photographs. I don't remember the symbols in any great detail, I'm afraid. Just the faces that they were drawn onto, though they weren't people I recognized. Nor did they match any of the photos the police showed me later. I never went back in the dark room after I closed and locked the door behind me that day. I spent the next weeks wondering if I should tell my father what I had seen. I didn't know what I had seen, not really, but it felt like a bad secret. I didn't know what to do. Finally, I decided to tell him. He was drinking on the sofa at the time, and he turned off the television as soon as I mentioned going into the dark room. He didn't say a word as I told him what I'd seen, just looked at me with an expression on his face I'd never seen before. When I was finished, he stood up and walked towards me. Before taking me in his arms and giving me the last and longest hug I would ever get from him, he asked me not to hate him, and told me it would soon be over, then turned to go. I had no idea what he was talking about, but when I asked, he just said that I needed to stay in my room until he got back. Then he left. I did what I was told. I went up to my room and lay in bed trying to sleep. The air was heavy somehow. In the end, I spent the night staring out of the window at the street below. I was waiting for something, though I didn't know what. I remember it was 2:47 in the morning that it started. I finally had an alarm clock, and the image of it is still clear in my memory. I was thirsty. I went downstairs to get a glass of water. I turned on the tap, but what flowed out was a thick stream of muddy brown, brackish water. It smelled terrible. I froze as I remembered the last time that had happened. My father still wasn't home, and I went into the living room to watch desperately out of the window. Looking down the street for his return, I was terrified. As I stared down the road, I was struck by how small the puddles of light were from the street lamps, stretching far into the distance. But not as far as they should have gone. There were fewer lights than there should be, I was sure of it. When I saw the light at the end of the road blink off, there was no moon out that night, and all the houses were quiet. When the street lights stopped, there was nothing but black. The next closest street light failed, then the next, and the next. A slow, rolling blanket of darkness making its unhurried way towards me. The few lights still on in the houses along the road also disappeared as the tide approached. I just sat there, unable to look away. Finally it reached our house, and all at once the lights were gone, and the darkness was inside. I heard a knock on the front door, firm, unhurried, and insistent. Silence. I did not move. The knocking came again, harder this time. I heard the door rattle on its hinges. As it got louder, it began to sound less and less like a person knocking, and more like wet meat being slammed against the sturdy wood of the front door. I turned and ran towards the phone. Picking it up, I heard a dial tone and would have cried with relief if I wasn't crying with fear. I dialed the police, and as soon as they picked up, I started to babble about what was happening. The lady on the other end was patient with me, and kept on gently insisting I give her the address, until finally I was composed enough. Almost as soon as I had told her where I was, I heard the door begin to splinter. I dropped the phone and ran towards the back of the house. As I did so, I heard the front door burst behind me, and I heard a growl. It was rumbling, deep and breathy like a wild animal, but had a strange tone to it that I've never been able to place. No matter where I turned, it sounded like it came out of the darkness right behind me. I didn't have time to think about it as I ran into the back garden and into a light that I did not expect. There in front of me was the shed. It glowed, a dull, pulsing blue from every crack and seam. I didn't stop though, as I heard again that growl behind me, and I ran towards it and pulled at the door. The shed was not locked that night. To this day I don't know if I regret that fact. The first thing I saw when I opened that door was my father, bathed in the pale blue light. I couldn't see any source for the glow, but it was so bright. He was knelt in the center of an ornate chalk pattern, scrawled on the rough wood of the floor. In front of him lay a man I didn't know, but he was clearly dead. His chest had been cut open, still gaped and bled feebly. In one hand my father held a wicked-looking knife, and in the other he held the man's heart. My father was chanting, and as the song rose and fell, the heart in his hand beat to its rhythm, and the blue light brightened and dimmed in time. I looked at the walls, and noticed that they were covered in shelves, each of which contained glass jars, full of what I would later learn was formaldehyde, containing a single heart, which also beat in time with the one that dripped in my father's hand. It was an odd thing to notice at the time, but I remember that the dead man wore the same pendant as my mother, a silver hand with a closed eye design. I don't know how long I stood there staring. It might have been hours, or it might have been only a moment or two. But then I heard that growl behind me and sensed a presence so close that I could feel the darkness on my back. Before I could react or move or scream, my father's chant came to a crescendo. He plunged the dagger into the beating heart. All at once the presence vanished, and the blue glow died. I could no longer hear the beating of the hearts. In the silence, I realized I could hear police sirens in the distance. I heard my dad tell me he was sorry, and then he started to run. You know the rest. Manhunt, trial, prison, death. They say there were 40 hearts kept in that shed, not including his last victim. But of course the police didn't arrive until all that was left of it was a grisly trophy cabinet. Whatever I had seen my father doing in there, its effects had long since vanished. I don't know why my father did what he did, and I doubt I ever will. But the more I go over these events in my head, the more sure I am that he had his reasons. Statement ends.
Man.
There's not much more to be added here. The police reports on Robert Montauk are predictably thorough, and there are few details to be added. The vast majority of research into this case has already been done by the serial killer enthusiast community, which, though deeply unsettling, does often prove to be surprisingly useful in high-publicity cases like this. In addition to the body of one Christopher Lorne, 40 preserved hearts were recovered from Robert Montauk's shed. They were arranged on the walls on individual shelves, forming patterns of 11 hearts on each inner wall and 7 on the wall with the door. Photos of the patterns match up to the various formula of sacred geometry, but don't appear to correspond exactly with any specific school. Of possible significance also is the fact that the rest of the bodies were never found. The symbol on the 2 pendants is that of the People's Church of the Divine Host, a small cult that grew around the defrocked Pentecostal minister Maxwell Rayner in London during the late 80s and early 90s. I knew I recognized the name from statement 11069222, though currently it just looks like a coincidence. Christopher Lorne was a member of the church, and his family hadn't heard from him in the 6 years prior to his murder. Mr. Rayner himself disappeared from public view sometime in 1994, and the group fragmented shortly afterwards. The police made many attempts to follow up on this lead in the Montauk case, but were never able to locate any members willing to make statements. The house on York Road is still inhabited, though the current owners pulled down the shed over a decade ago and replaced it with a patio. Robert Montauk died in Wakefield Prison on November the 1st, 2002. He was stabbed 47 times and bled out before anyone found him. After reading this statement, 3 points of interest occur. No culprit or weapon was ever found connected to the killing. He was apparently alone in his cell at the time, which was supposed to be locked. And at the time of his death, the light bulb in his cell was found to have blown out, leaving him in darkness. Recording ends.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by Russ.
That's another one that really confuses me. Because, okay, so, and maybe I'm looking too much into it, but it says that he was stabbed 47 times. There were 41 murders. And then the thing with the light. It's just really hard to understand, like, how any of them go together. Unless it's, like, the 47 people that he murdered, but they only said 41. And then what happened to the mom? And looking through the comments. That's one of the episodes that I was just like absolutely confused about. Mm. And yeah, the heart beating. Like, oh, the dark did not love him. Not at all. But you know, like during some of the, I guess, later episodes, it'll start to sort of like outline maybe like the different types of fear that you're gonna be like encountering during that episode. But this one doesn't really like share too much. But I don't want to say because I don't want to ruin it. Because I was thinking it was more like the hunt, like the way that she describes like the sound of the like it sounded like wet meat slamming on the door. Like it sounded more primal, like more of like a primal, like sort of fear. Mm. And then what was the thing I was trying to remember from the last episode with Agnes? The box and the patterns on the box. And then the patterns that the hearts were in on this episode. With some sort of sacred geometry. So maybe that's the same pattern that was on the box in the last episode. Alright, the next episode is Vampire Killer, but before we start that episode, I'm going to take a short break because we missed our top of the hour at 8 o'clock. So please take a moment and stretch your body, get another drink, and we'll be right back. I'm still debating on what game we're going to play. Oh, we could do Valhalla though, because it's Friday and that's a bartending game. Spoiler note, he wasn't working with the thing. He was keeping it satiated and contained. So wait, he wasn't with the church then. But the wife was? Yeah, and okay, so then that doesn't even make sense about the wife though. Like, the two thuds leaving the house, like, I don't, it doesn't make sense. And then the door just left wide open? Like, did something come and take her? He wasn't working with the thing. But Reina called him. He was keeping it satiated and contained. Okay, so if he was keeping it satiated by doing those rituals. But what does that have to do with the wife, though? And he hadn't even started doing that until the wife showed up. Or maybe the wife is something completely different. I mean, not completely different, but... Wow! Alright. Break, and we'll continue to decipher. We'll be back in 5 short minutes. I love how she just springs to life. Oh, Kaidi. I'm assuming you're home from work now. Did you have a good day? And yes, we are co-watching. Now we're on episode 10. Woke up. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, welcome to hopefully not nightmares, even though we're listening to scary stories. Me woke up from a nightmare. No. She just kind of sprung to life, though. Dang it. Alright. We're on episode 10 of the Magnus Archive, Vampire Killer. I am returning also with spaghetti. Why would I be waking up 20 minutes after work? I don't know. Maybe you came home when you were really tired. And then you needed to take a little napkins. And that happens. At least it happens to me. I come home exhausted and just pass the heck out. 20 minutes from all You never know, man. Tiredness will wipe you out. Alright. We are going to do episode 10 and then we're going to stop. I still don't know what game we should do. I kind of want to go... Oh, now that you're here, I actually kind of want to go back to the... What was it? The Stone of Madness. Since that's like the Fear and Hunger-esque kind of game that I've had like a taste for. But I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I also saw oh, what's her name? It wasn't Girl DM. But I saw that another VTuber had one of her... It's not really like Fear and Hunger, I can say after seeing him. Oh, it's not... I mean, we haven't gotten that far into the game, though. Wow. But, one of her followers... I don't think it was Girl DM, I might be wrong. Fear and Hunger is on another level in many, many ways. True. But one of her followers, or one of her subscribers, I don't know if this was on Twitch or YouTube, but basically created a way to port, like, if she got stuck at a place, and of course she's playing Dark Souls 2, if she got stuck in a place in the game, there was a way that, kind of like when you have to, like, get tech support on your computer and someone, like, ports into your PC, like, yeah, you do not want something to be like Fear and Hunger. What? I want to play. Both of you are like, no. Absolutely not for you. But, so whenever she gets stuck, you know how tech support can like come onto your computer and like move your mouse and stuff around? So one of her subscribers created a way that they can join on her game, like on the save file that she's on, and like using a controller, show her how to get unstuck, or to show her what they want her to do if she's stuck in a part of Dark Souls. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's so genius. That's so genius. I hope that they actually patent that and make it something that they sell for any streamer to use, because I can't imagine I get stuck a lot. I can imagine it being so helpful to just have it so that subscribers can just be like, do you want help? And me unwillingly, after I've cried and bratted about it enough, to hand over the controller and be like, sure, get me unstuck, please. But I just thought that that was really genius. Like, that actually should be something that someone creates for all streamers. That when they get stuck, your sweet your sweet audience can be like, let me help you. Instead of watching you frustratingly being like, I know what to do. Why won't she listen to me? That sounds like it could be. It is, but would 150 cent be useful for evil? No. Only you think about it being for evil use. Only you would. I think that no sleep would help me out. Especially since we've played Dark Souls together. And I'm like, I can't get it. Oh my gosh, can you imagine that for DVD? That would be so amazing. But you'd have to like hide in a corner. Oh, well, that's the thing as well too. You can't use it for like live service games, so you couldn't use it for like DVD or any like shooters where you're playing with other people, but just yeah, like Dark Souls-esque games or the game like the Stone of Madness, like games like that. But I think that that's really cool. Anyways, episode 10 of the Magnus Archive. The Vampire Killer. I'm gonna eat my spaghetti while we have this episode, and then oh, I forgot, I need to take my tum tum medicine because acid reflux for spaghetti. You really don't think it's like Fear and Hunger at all? Let me go and look at it really quick. I really feel like it had like more of a horror element to it. The Is it the Stone of Madness? Do we trust IGN reviews? I don't know, man. See? The Stone of Madness and Fear and Hunger are distinct titles, often compared due to their dark horror-themed setting, but they are different fundamentally in genre mechanics and narrative structure. So, Stone of Madness is a tactical stealth game set in the 18th century Spanish Jesuit monastery and asylum and emphasizes unique art style, character-specific phobias, so fear of darkness, and strategic puzzle solving. The game focuses on escaping a corrupt institution with a party of 5 characters, blending horror elements with accessible difficulty levels in a runtime of approximately 15 to 30 hours. Fear and Hunger, conversely, is a dark fantasy RPG known for its extreme difficulty, body horror, and complex lore rooted in old gods and eldritch rituals. The game takes place in the dungeons of Fear and Hunger, a primeval prison built over the body of the god of the depths. Its mechanics revolve around survival, resource management, fear and hunger, and brutal leveling systems using soul stones and the Hexton table. So unlike the tactical stealth of Stone of Madness, Fear and Hunger relies on the turn-based combat. In the permadeath and a hostile, unforgiving world where mortality is scarce and madness is prevalent. So both of the games utilize like a sanity meter and dark atmospheres. Stone of Madness offers a more structured, narrative-driven tactical experience, whereas Fear and Hunger is a punishing, lore-heavy RPG. See, that's what I wanted. I want the lore-heavy bit. Is there not another game similar to Fear and Hunger that's not Fear and Hunger? Games similar to Fear and Hunger? Yeah, like the psychological. Maybe we should just play Imio, the Smiling Man. Pathologic 2 is frequently cited as the closest spiritual successor, featuring a plague-ridden setting, resource scarcity, and mortal dilemmas, and a janky, unforgiving gameplay loop. Darkest Dungeon, obviously, Anesthesia, The Descent, and Outlast. Visage, that's puzzle solving. Oh, that's I do still have to play Omori. Oh, Lisa the Painful, that one also came up too. And The Binding of Isaac. No. I do have World of Horror as well. What is the game that I just brought up? Maybe we should just play one of the Lovecraftian games instead. Where did it go? The Dreams in the Witch House is the Lovecraftian game that I had as Prime to play. Stone of Madness is Looney Tunes compared to Fear and Hunger. That's a big drastic comparison. But so far it really hasn't been like that scary. I genuinely have been looking for a game that's going to terrify me, and we haven't had any luck. Where did it go? The Dreams in the Witch House is... I think it's more puzzle. So the short story. So let me see if the plot is actually going to line up with the game. Walter Gilman. What type of horror are you wanting? I want something like Fear and Hunger, but not Fear and Hunger. I don't know. Do I ever know what I want? But so I was looking at the Dreams in the Witch House because I've been really enjoying like the Lovecraftian stories that we've been reading. Like, so this one I don't know because it's like you're this math teacher or no, a student of mathematics at the Miskatonic University, and you rent a room in the witch's house in Arkham, Massachusetts. It's rumored to be cursed, but like the game, let's see, it says narrate the world of, narrate the eerie world of Dreams in the Witch House, a unique blend of point and click and RPG. Oh, well, it has the RPG adventure part of it. Unravel mysteries in Arkham, maintaining your... And it has a sanity part. And survival in the May Eve of this Lovecraftian horror game. I was gonna try the newer... there's the Steam page for it. But it has very positive reviews for the small amount of people that have purchased it. But I thought that maybe we could try that one. So it says Features open world sandbox meets point and click adventure game, RPG elements, money, health, sanity, and mini character stats, day, evening, night cycles, and changing weather. Several endings depending on players' actions, 10 to 20 hours of playtime. Creeping tension, otherworldly threats intensify gradually. But it's pixel, and I'm not always like the biggest fan of pixel games. It says the game contains a few scenes with violence and gore and details with adult themes like occultism, cosmic horror, suicide, and human sacrifice. So it kind of sounds like it'd be good. But some of the reviews make it seem like having to manage your resources can become a bit of a drain. But not a lot of people like survival horror, which this kind of seems like it might have. Almost like generally you're going to have a rough time mixing RPG and horror anytime you can stop and think the horror won't dip. The pixel in this is actually not that bad either. Maybe we'll just go back to Emio the Smiling Man, because that is actually supposed to be like I do actually want to go back to play that game. I'm like, we've been playing it for a couple streams now, and again, like, this is supposed to be like it's an adventure visual novel, and it's completely voice acted as well, which I really like. Alien Isolation is a very good horror game, but it's more direct horror. Let me look up that one. But let's see. I really wanted to play the Smiling Man game because it says it's actually like one of the boldest and darkest Nintendo games, and it has a mature rating. But we've been playing it for several streams, and I have yet to capture what is terrifying about it. But you do play as a detective, but I haven't found it to be very scary yet, so maybe I just need to be more patient. It just is not right at the start, and it is a detective game too, so Alien Isolation. Oh, it has a VR mode. 2014 first-person survival horror stealth game. Let me look at the Steam page. Discover the true meaning of fear in Alien Isolation, a survival horror set in an atmosphere of constant dread and mortal danger. Oh, it has very good reviews. Holy smokes. Add to wish list. Yeah, the VR mode have her described as chair ruining conservation aid. Oh no. Wow, it's like, and it has all kinds of, what are these called? DLCs for it as well, too. Okay. Oh, I got all kinds of awards too. Oh, I got Game of the Year. Man, the graphics look so good. It does not look like it was a 2014 game at all. We like that. We like that. I'm burning! Okay. Oh, they're having a sale on the packages, all of the DLCs with it as well. 44%? That's actually pretty freaking good. Sega! Okay. How big is this, by the way? Oh, that's not bad. Oh, that's not bad at all. So I don't know if I told either one of you, but I got accepted to play test or do alpha testing for Honor of Kings Worlds, which is like kind of think like Final Fantasy Online, but not completely an MMO RPG, but kind of sort of. So I'm really excited about that. So we'll be playtesting that next week. That will probably be most of stream next week, especially since the playtesting period is not very long. But I'm like, I'm super stoked about it. Final Fantasy is like one of those games. Like, how many hours do I have in that game? Hold on, let me tell on myself really quickly. I have 3,675 hours in Final Fantasy Online. I think that's probably the game that I have the most time in like recent of my favorite games. I don't even think I have that many hours in DBD. No, I don't even have 1,000 hours in Dead by Daylight. Wow, I could have swore I was better. I'm not. I'm still a baby. But yeah. So this game is kind of touching on my MMO love, and I'm very happy about that. And how many hours of that playtime was you sleeping? You should more so ask, in how many hours of that playtime was you doing RP? Because that was a lot of it. It wasn't sleeping, it was RPing and running a brothel in the game, because that's what we did. I had my own little hostess club. I think my FC at its peak, and I think my FC is actually still running. I passed it to one of my officers before I stopped playing. At its peak, we had like 300 members, and we were all very active. I really, really love that game a lot. So yeah. But hopefully, I don't know if they're gonna have that sort of thing in Honor of Kings Worlds, but it's a really beautiful game. So I'm very happy to be able to do alpha testing for it. Let me pull up the... So it hasn't had its global launch yet, but hopefully after it will. And then, of course, Paralives comes out next week as well, I think. And I'm really excited about that because I've been waiting to find another game to replace The Sims, and it looks really, really good. So those two games are going to really take up some of our time here. But anyway, let's get back to our episode so that we can get to some gameplay, because we've been streaming now for almost 8 hours. And I still have to hope that I'm going to have enough voice to read at the end of the night for our cozy little send-off. Where's our timer? Episode 10 of the Magnus Archive, Vampire Killer. And timer is reset. Okay, good. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I did it. Spaghetti time.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 10, Vampire Killer.
Statement of Trevor Herbert regarding his life as a self-proclaimed vampire hunter. Original statement given July 10th, 2010. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. Right then. Been almost 50 years I've been meaning to pay you people a visit and get this down on paper, but I finally got here. So where to start? My name is Trevor Herbert, like I put at the top of your form there, and I've been homeless for most of my life. In fact, if you lived in Manchester, there's a good chance you'd have heard of me. They call me Trevor the Tramp. I mean, I'm not exactly easy to miss, am I? And I've been living there in public view for so long, I guess I've become kind of an institution. Helps that I've always had a kind of uncanny knack for guessing people's ages. People will come up to me on the street and ask me to guess their age, and I'll tell them, and most of the time they'll be shocked when I get it right. It's fun. So everyone around Manchester knows about Trevor the Tramp, sure. I hear someone even made me a page on the internet and it got a few thousand likes. I don't know exactly what that means, but it sounds nice. Obviously that's not why I'm here though, is it? No, I'm here because I've also dedicated my life to finding and killing vampires. I've killed 5 people that I know for sure as vampires, and there are 2 more that may or may not have been. There is 1 man I have killed, unfortunately, who I am now sure was human, but I also know that he was a violent criminal, so I try not to feel too badly about that. I'm sure it's hard to accept for anyone, even an organisation such as yourselves, but I do not have proof to give you except for the vampire teeth that I will leave with this statement. Do not feel bad about reporting me to the police for the murders, as I am sure you must, since I have recently received a diagnosis of late-stage lung cancer, and it is doubtful I will be living much longer anyway. That is the main reason for finally putting down on paper the details of the mission I have been secretly undertaking for the last half a century. I killed my first vampire in 1959. At that point I was still living a mostly normal life, save perhaps for the abuse my family was subject to from my father. He was a vile man who ended up killing my mother in 56. It was a clear-cut case of drunken murder, but the courts ruled it as an accident, and my father stayed out of jail. Luckily, myself and my brother only had to endure 4 months of unpleasantness from him before he finally finished drinking himself to death. I was 13 when he finally died, and my brother was 15. Following his death, there were several attempts to rehome us as orphans, but they always split us up, and we couldn't be doing with that, so we'd generally run away. After a while, it became so we were happier finding our way on the streets than in another stranger's home. It was in autumn of 1959 that we were taken in by Sylvia MacDonald. It wasn't any sort of official fostering agreement, but it was getting to be quite cold at the end of October, and it just saw us shivering in a side street next to the King's Arms Hotel, as it was back then, on Tipping Street before the ring road took it over. Looking back, I believe it to have been visiting the pub for the purposes of locating down and outs for use as victims, and in my brother and myself I must say it successfully found some. It looked like an older woman, a widow I assumed from the way it dressed in black, and had a strange manner which I know now to be the mark of the vampire, but back then I paid no attention to it. Many of the older folks had lived through both wars, and it was not uncommon for them to be somewhat strange. I thought this was the case with Sylvia MacDonald, and after a small amount of discussion, my brother and I agreed to the offer of food and shelter. Let me say a little bit about the vampire's manner, because once I taught myself to read, I read as much on the subject as I could, and it isn't covered often or clearly in those books I have found. You see, from my own observations, I believe a vampire to be more like an animal than a man. That is not to be taken as merely a turn of phrase, but more to do with how they work. I do not believe vampires are human in anything more than their appearance, nor have I ever seen evidence that they create more of their kind through feeding. One thing that should be noted is that they do not speak. In fact, they are, in my experience, totally silent, having no need for air and no room in their throats for a windpipe. They are able to make themselves understood, however, with absolute clarity, though the manner through which they do so has never been clear to me. When Sylvia MacDonald came to us in the alleyway that day, we understood that was the name it gave itself, and that we were being offered a meal and a bed, even though it never uttered a single sound. More than that, I do not recall the fact that it never said a word as striking either of us as strange in the slightest. I have never fully understood how they are able to do this, and I doubt that I ever shall, but I can only assume it to be some instinctive form of hypnosis or mind control. Another misconception I have always faced when trying to discuss vampires is that people think they cannot go out during the day. They can. While I have witnessed them avoid direct sunlight if possible and wear generally more covering clothes when moving around during the daytime, they seem to have no significant problem doing so. I would describe them as weaker during the day, but whether this is scientifically due to the sunlight or simply because evil has less power in the daylight hours is unclear to me. Sylvia MacDonald came to us on an overcast afternoon, and enough of its pale flesh was uncovered that, were sunlight to truly harm a vampire, then it would likely have been destroyed. On that afternoon, my brother Nigel and I agreed to go back to the house of Sylvia MacDonald in the hopes of a roof over our heads for a little while. It lived on Loom Street, which is still there, though the house itself was torn down long ago, and there's just a bit of scrubland now where it used to be. I sometimes go there to pay my respects, since my brother has no burial or grave I can visit. The house was old, even when I went there in 1959, and entering it, I was hit by a stale, coppery smell that I did not recognize as old blood at the time, since I was barely 16 and did not have then the experience I have now. The furniture and wallpaper had clearly not been changed in many decades, and a thick layer of dust covered everything. Even the floor was pale with dust, except for a stark line where Sylvia MacDonald moved, the train of its dress dragging behind it. I remember wondering whether Sylvia MacDonald walked exactly the same route through the house always, as I saw other clear lines of passage in the rooms we passed through. None of the furniture looked used, and when I picked up a book from one of the shelves, the pages were solid with damp and mould. I began to feel very uneasy at this point, but whatever powers of persuasion the vampire had calmed me enough to continue following it with my brother. We went up the stairs, and I was led to a small room with a bed in it. I was made to understand that this would be my room, and was left there as Sylvia MacDonald led my brother away to the room next to it. When it returned, it brought a bowl of fruit and offered it to me. The fruit was clearly weeks old and in various stages of rotting, but just to appease the thing, I found an apple and a couple of grapes that seemed edible, and I ate them. It watched me silently the whole time, and then turned and walked out towards Nigel's room. By this time, whatever the creature had done to make me compliant seemed to be starting to wear off, and I was realizing just how wrong everything was. I was also realizing that it didn't look like there was any easy escape from the house. All the windows I had seen were barred, and I recalled Sylvia MacDonald had locked the sturdy-looking front door behind it after we had all entered. So instead I just laid down on the musty old bed and I waited. Couldn't rightly say what I was waiting for, but soon enough it got dark, and I assumed Sylvia MacDonald had gone to sleep, not yet realizing the manner of being that I was dealing with. I wanted some light to comfort me, but the old house seemed to have no electricity at all, so I used my cigarette lighter on a candle I found next to the bed and crept towards the door. It wasn't locked, thankfully, and I left the room assigned to me and walked over to where I believed my brother was. I went in and found him lying in his own bed, pretending to sleep. After a bit of talk, it became clear that Nigel was no happier with our situation than I was, and we both resolved that another night on the cold streets was better than staying with this strange woman. As we talked through possible ways to escape, however, we heard a rustling sound outside the door, and the handle began to turn. Not wanting to anger our strange host, I crawled under the bed to hide, while Nigel returned to pretending to sleep. From my vantage point under the bed, I could see the door open and the skirt of Sylvia MacDonald enter and move towards the bed. I simply laid there and tried not to make a sound. I am not proud of this, and sometimes have a certainty that my inaction led directly to my brother's death, but most of the time I accept that if I had alerted the vampire to my presence, then I would also have died. Either way, the fact of the matter is that I did nothing, as I heard the sounds of a struggle overhead and Nigel's strangled cry. The creature turned quickly and hurled him down. Something fell to the floor in front of me, but I didn't look at it. My eyes locked on Sylvia MacDonald as it pounced on my brother. It opened its mouth for what I then realized was the first time since we met it, and I could see nothing inside save for a dozen long, thick, pointed teeth like a shark. In one fluid movement it plunged those teeth into my brother's neck and tore out a great chunk of flesh. Blood started to spurt from Nigel's spasming body as Sylvia MacDonald's throat began to twitch. Its jaw detached, and a long, tubular tongue, about the thickness of my forearm, snaked out of its throat and clamped onto the gushing wound. There was an awful slurping sound, the first noise I'd ever really heard the creature make, as the tongue sucked the blood from my brother's throat. I just lay there watching, as its stomach began to distend and swell, the now bulbous belly straining against the black dress it wore. After the longest 10 minutes of my life, the vampire finished. Its tongue retracted back into its throat, still dripping blood onto the now pale corpse of my brother, and it lay back upon the floor, apparently contented. As this had been happening, all my energy had gone towards not screaming or giving away my presence. But as the vampire lay satiated on the floor, I turned my attention to what had fallen from Nigel's hand when he had been dragged out of the bed. It was his pocket knife. I had no idea what a small knife like that would do against a creature that seemed far stronger and faster than me. But I didn't see any option other than to try. I moved so slowly as I reached for the knife that at times it seemed like I wasn't moving at all. I was worried that the creature would spot me and strike as it had with Nigel, although I now know that smell is in fact the vampire's major sense, and with all the blood around there was little chance of it detecting my scent. Grasping the knife in my hands, I crept over towards the creature as it placidly digested my brother's life, until I stood over it. I felt a sudden surge of rage and adrenaline come over me, and with a speed and strength I never knew I had, I plunged the knife into Sylvia MacDonald's blood-bloated stomach. It burst like a sick balloon, and blood began to pour out. The creature's eyes shot open and it clutched at the wound desperately. Its throat was not capable of uttering a scream, but its face displayed a silent pain and anger as it flailed on the floor. Stumbling back, trying to wipe the blood from my eyes, I felt an unexpected burning in my hand. I realized I'd touched the still-lit candle on the bedside table. I don't know what I expected to happen when I grabbed the candle and pressed it to the dry part of Sylvia MacDonald's dress. I was just trying to find anything else I could do to harm it before it could recover from its split belly. But I certainly didn't expect it to catch like dry tinder. The fire spread quickly over its repulsive form, though it did slow somewhat where the clothing or flesh was still moist with blood. It struck me that the vampire must be a very dry creature when not fresh-fed and engorged. Perhaps I had struck before the liquid could spread throughout its body. Whatever the reason, Sylvia MacDonald was alight, and to such a degree that the rest of the room was starting to catch fire as well. I was distraught at the idea of leaving this house without my brother, but he was clearly dead, and I needed to escape. I recalled the vampire had been carrying a handbag when we first met it, and had used a key from it to lock the front door. It did not have the handbag with it now, though, so I began to desperately search the other rooms of the house, trying to find it. I did find it in the end, in what I assumed to be the vampire's bedroom. I'll not describe it in detail except to say that it appears to be where the creature took most of its meals. Hopefully that makes the picture clear enough for you. I found the key, though, and escaped that house before the fire did me any serious damage. I was terrified of the police coming and thinking I was a murderer, so I didn't stick around. I just fled into the night. It was almost a decade before I encountered another vampire. I'd been living on the streets all that time, occasionally in and out of various institutions, and had just about managed to convince myself that Sylvia MacDonald had just been a bad reaction to the stress of watching my brother's murder. It was in the late 60s that I learned different. It was 1968, I remember, because that was the year United won the European Cup, and I did quite well out of it, people being generous to begging when they're happy over a sports win. On a Friday night, I would generally spend my time around the Oasis Club in Lloyd Street, and hit up for change anyone who was slightly the worse for drink. Well, this night in particular I was doing quite well, as it was a warm June evening not too long after the cup final, and everyone was in a good mood. Now, about 11:30 that night, I spied a stranger, all turned out for dancing, making his way from the club with a lady friend. I reckoned they might be good for a tanner, so I made my approach. I gave them the spiel and waited. The man looked at me, and I understood he wouldn't be giving me any money, and I stepped away. It was as he turned to leave, I realized that he hadn't opened his mouth, and memories of Sylvia MacDonald came rushing back to me in a flash. I wasn't sure what to do, so I followed behind them at a distance. I didn't try to hide or disguise myself, as I had long since learned, and it's true now as it was back then, that no one pays any real attention to a tramp. As I watched, I saw the clearly drunken woman asking the stranger questions, and each time he'd just look at her, and she'd smile as though he'd given some reassuring answer, and stumble on behind him. All the while he never once opened his mouth. I didn't rightly know what to do about this. I had no weapon save my brother's old pocket knife, which I had kept sharp all these years, and while I was pretty sure of what I was seeing, I was still hesitant to attack with no provocation and no plan. As we walked, I kept an eye out for any discarded wood or timber, and sure enough noticed a broken wooden pallet partially sticking out of a bin. I grabbed a long shard and used my knife to quickly hack it to a point, ignoring the splinters. While I had not at that time done much research into the creatures I faced, believing as I did my experience as a youth to be the product of a disturbed mental state, I was still aware of their supposed weakness to wooden stakes. I had now followed the vampire, who I would later find out called itself Robert Arden, and its victim back to the building where it apparently lived. It let itself in the front door and the woman followed. I wasn't fast enough to get in before the front door closed and obviously didn't have a key, so I went round the windows and, luckily, it seemed the vampire lived on the ground floor. I watched through the window as it led its victim into a sparsely furnished living room. I couldn't see any obvious signs of previous slaughter, but I remembered how cleanly Sylvia MacDonald had sucked up all the blood from my brother, so this did not strike me as odd. I gently tried the window and found it locked, so searched the garden for the heaviest stone I could find and watched what was happening inside. I had to be sure. Soon enough, Robert Arden moved smoothly behind its now seated prey, and finally opened its mouth to reveal those rows of shark-like teeth I knew would be there. I hurled the rock I held through the window, showering the room with broken glass and causing the woman to scream in shock. Robert Arden raised its head in surprise, and for one moment our eyes locked, and I knew I had made a terrible mistake. The woman looked at her monstrous companion and, seeing his now open mouth, screamed her terror even louder. In a single movement, far quicker than I expected, Robert Arden was through the window and on me. I struggled and fought, but it was far stronger than I was, and I could barely keep its jagged teeth from finding my throat. It was the first and last time I ever touched a vampire's skin with my own. The flesh was cold and spongy, like the inside of a bruised apple, and I felt bile rise in my throat even as I fought for my life. Finally, its teeth bit into my neck. Not enough to kill me outright, but with enough force to cause the blood to flow. At that moment, I saw a sort of frenzy enter the eyes of Robert Arden, and with a spasm, its leech's tongue surged from its throat, and I felt it attach to my neck. I do not know if you've ever felt your blood being sucked out of you, but I would not recommend it. Now it is at this point I have something of a confession to make. For the 3 years preceding this event, as well as on and off throughout the years since, I have had a relationship with the drug heroin. I tried it for the first time shortly after Nigel's death, and since then I have periodically relapsed. I have always tried to keep this a secret, as I am aware that I have a certain reputation to uphold, and I would not want it to be damaged with the revealing of my addiction. But it is important to this account, as I believe it was whatever heroin still remained in my system that night that caused the vampire Robert Arden to remove its tongue from my neck and start to shake as though having a violent choking fit. I lay there, trying to compose myself enough to fight back, when I became aware of the screaming. The woman, who had been brought in as a victim, was standing over the flailing Robert Arden, stabbing it repeatedly with a kitchen knife. Strong and quick as it was, the vampire didn't seem to be able to cope with the sudden onslaught of violence and was on the ground. This gave me the precious seconds I needed to get to my feet and locate my improvised wooden stake. I took aim and plunged it into where I believed the thing's heart should be. It was easier than I thought it would be. The chest was soft and yielding, and there didn't seem to be any rib cage to stop the blow. Robert Arden went rigid and froze, apparently unable to move its body, though I saw its eyes darting around wildly. It was at that point the woman, whose name I never discovered, dropped the knife and ran. I never saw her again, but she had already saved my life. I took out my cigarette lighter and set Robert Arden alight. Like Sylvia MacDonald before it, it caught fire in a matter of seconds, and by the time the police arrived there was nothing left but a small patch of scorched tarmac. I was lucky that night, and nobody saw anything or called the police before I was finished and had made my way from the scene. But I was always more careful after that. Following that night, though, I was never again worried that I might have been wrong about the existence of vampires. I always kept my eyes open for them, although sometimes I was too eager, as was the case of Allard Dupont, who I killed in 1982 and later discovered was a human. It is my belief that they are very rare and feed only infrequently, as all evidence I have seen points to their feeding being fatal. If there were many vampires, or if they ate often, the number of disappearances would quickly become noticeable to the rest of society. I do not know what they do with the bodies of their victims, and this has always perplexed me, as they do not have any mechanism for eating solid food, and I do not believe there are many, if any, cases of murder where the body is found completely without blood. I certainly do not think they rise as vampires themselves, as the vampire population seems far too small for this to be a possibility. Statement ends. According to Martin, who was here when they took this statement, it was at this point in writing that Mr. Herbert announced he needed some sleep before continuing. He was shown to the break room, where he went to sleep on the couch. He did not awaken, unfortunately succumbing to the lung cancer right there. Martin says the staff had been aware of how serious Mr. Herbert's condition was and had advised him to seek medical aid prior to giving his statement, but were told rather bluntly by the old man that he would not wait another second to state his case. I can't decide whether this lends more or less credibility to his tale. Regardless, there is substantial evidence to support the version of events told by Mr. Herbert in all aspects except the vampirism. There is a news report of a 1959 fire that consumed a house on Loom Street and apparently claimed the life of an 18-year-old boy, although no mention is made of the homeowner. And a police report from 1968 confirms the disappearance of Robert Arden in Manchester amid circumstances of violence, including a broken window and signs of a fire, though no human remains were found. There is also a murder report concerning one Allard Dupont, whose partially burned corpse was found in his home on August the 2nd, 1982. Unfortunately, Mr. Herbert was never able to give details of others, so we cannot corroborate further. There was, however, a small bag left on top of this statement, which appears to contain 6 shark teeth of varying sizes. According to correspondence with the zoology department at King's College, they didn't match any currently known species. Personally, I don't know what to think. I certainly don't believe in wild tales of vampirism, but I can't help but notice that the statement above appears to be a photocopy of a photocopy, and can't find these supposed vampire teeth anywhere in the archives or the secure containment room. I don't know where the originals are, but the file number is listed among multiple information requests from the Institute's government and law enforcement contracts. It may be that they take Mr. Herbert's statement far more seriously than I do. End recording.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed.
Okay, I might have been wrong. I thought one of, that's a really big, what's the word? Spoiler, so I can't even say it out loud. Because, I thought that those 2 episodes were in order for a reason. I guess I will have to wait. Alright, I still have a little spaghetti left, so we're gonna keep going. This next episode is number 11, and it's called Dreamer. Dreamers. And then after this one, I should be done eating, and then we can play Emio the Smiley Man if I can get my not graphics card, my card capture to work. Timer reset. This episode is 23 minutes and 44 seconds long. This one's a really good episode as well. I mean, they're all really good, honestly. I have favorites, which we're going to talk about when we listen to all 200 episodes. But this one is really good as well, too. They perfectly set the scene. Like, it's so well written. I'm so excited to get the book in October. I'm so excited because the book, I think, goes before all of these current stories. So, yay. Alright, episode 11 of the Magnus Archives, Dreamer, countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, I did it right again.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 11, Dreamer.
Statement of Antonio Blake regarding his recent dreams about Gertrude Robinson, previous head archivist of the Magnus Institute. Original statement given March 14th, 2015. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, current head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. First off, I should admit that I lied to get in here. I know your criteria are very clear. Any supernatural or unexplainable experience or encounter occurring within the realms of apparent reality. No out-of-body experiences, visions, hallucinations, or dreams. And this is about dreams, make no mistake, but I think you need to hear it anyway. Whether you believe it or not, well, that's up to you. I just don't feel like I could rightly go on my way without at least trying to explain myself. You see, I had a dream about you. I know how that sounds, and I can assure you we don't know each other, but the Institute, the building, even this room, I saw them in my dream as clearly as I see them here before me now. So no, I don't have any tale about a shambling horror in the dark. I ask you to read on, though, as this wasn't the sort of dream you just ignore. I should probably give a little bit of background about myself, rather than just gibbering about dreams and prophecies. I've lived in London for almost a decade now. I came here to do my undergraduate degree at the London School of Economics. I ended up taking a position with Barclays shortly after graduating, and did well enough there. It didn't last long, though. I barely made it through a full year before the stress of my new job, not to mention some problems in my personal life, led to me having a full nervous breakdown. I'd broken up with Graham, my boyfriend of 6 years, and had to leave the home we shared, going to stay with some of the few friends that had survived my year of stress-fueled outbursts and constantly cancelled plans. It was there, sleeping on my friend Anahita's sofa, in the depths of my misery, that I first started to have the dreams. I found myself standing atop the very peak of Canary Wharf and overlooking the Barclays building, where I had spent so many hateful hours. Behind me, I could feel the pulsing beat of the light that stands atop that looming tower. It thrummed through me, and I could see the glow pass across my skin like oil. But try as I might, I could not turn around to look at it. It was then that I noticed there was something wrong with the city below me. It was dark, lit by the sickly orange glow of the street lamps, and there too something pulsed oddly. Looking down, I could see a web of dark tendrils crisscrossing the streets and crawling up the buildings. They were like blood vessels, thick and dark, some as wide as roads and some as thin as a telephone wire, and they all throbbed in time with the beat of light behind me. I needed to get closer. Lucid dreaming has never been a skill I've possessed, and I generally get swept along in the current of whatever runs through my sleeping consciousness. So it came as something of a surprise when my wordless desire to get closer became manifest, and I moved forward. Even more surprising was that my forward motion brought me over the edge of Canary Wharf's roof, and I fell. I plummeted, I don't know how far, until I hit the ground with a crack. I would have expected this to wake me, but instead I simply lay there, spasmed by dream pain. You know, the knowledge of pain without the white heat of nerves. After some while, who can say how long in sleep, I became standing again, and started to move through that veined orange hellscape that I knew to be the city. As I moved, I will not say walked, for that would not be quite correct. I saw people, not many and not moving, but they were there. They leered like photographs, overexposed and washed out, caught and immortalized in a single instant. Each had those tendrils wrapped around them, pulsing against their stillness. One had a thin black vein that snaked around her arms and appeared to vanish into where her heart would sit. Another, an older gentleman in a dark blue suit, laid on the ground with a beating mass the size of a tree trunk crushing his legs. On the face of each and every person I saw was that same rictus of surprise, pain, and terrified confusion. I had never dreamed like this before, and I knew there was something in it beyond my own reeling consciousness. Eventually, my wandered drifting led me back to the Barclays building. Something inside me wanted to go inside to see what it was like in this rhythmic, fleshy dreamscape. The lights were on, but they were a sodium vapor orange, like those outside, and as with all the other lights, their brightness pulsed in and out in that beating world, which seemed to rule over all this place. The desks were set up as I knew them to be, but there were no people that I could see. I took the stairs, as something about the thought of riding the lift filled me with a cold dread. It was 23 floors to the office where I worked, but if I even had legs in this place, they were not what carried me up that stairwell. It was there I found my own desk, clear and empty as I had left it some weeks before. I then knew, all at once, that there was something in the small office next to me. I felt it in the rhythm of my dream, and I carried myself across to see. It had been the officer of my old line manager, John Ouzel, and he was inside. One of the dark black veins had snaked in through the window, and seemed to have suspended John 2 feet from the floor, wrapped lightly around his throat. Like all the others, he was still, an image held in place, dangling and hanged by this pulsing mass of otherness. I awoke at that point. Normally a nightmare would leave me a sweating, wide-eyed mess, but that morning I felt invigorated. It came to me that while the dream had in all ways appeared as nightmarish, I had never felt any true discomfort. Even my fall at the beginning had been curiously lacking in any true distress. I tried to put it from my mind as I searched through the job sites, but something about the dream lingered, like a foul odor that you only smell when you've stopped thinking about it. I hadn't seen John Ouzel in several months. He had left the company some time before my breakdown. I had never known him that well, but the image of his face in my dream wouldn't leave me, so I resolved to find out why he had returned to my mind in such an odd manner. For whatever reason, the idea that there might be no cause for his appearance, that it might be entirely incidental, never occurred to me. I had been offered the chance to return to Barclays after my rather dramatic departure, once my mental health was in a better state. But at that point I couldn't even take the Docklands Light Railway, as I'd get a panic attack whenever I saw the train hit Poplar, and the looming figure of the Barclays building in Canary Wharf came into view. I declined the offer, but I still kept in contact with some of my now ex-colleagues, so emailed a few of them to see if they knew how to get in touch with my old manager. It didn't take long to find out the truth. John Ouzel had apparently hanged himself, following the loss of a bitter custody battle with his ex-wife. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that this shook me deeply. Again, there was no question to me that it may have been coincidence. I knew, I still know, that what I saw in my dream deliberately mirrored his fate. I don't remember my dreams for the next few nights, but I do remember that I had that same dream again the following Saturday. It was the same in every detail, except there were different people. Some remained the same, but others were new or had disappeared, and those that I remembered had faded, like wallpaper left too long in the sun. Again I began atop Canary Wharf, with the light pulsing behind me. And once I was down, I found myself able to traverse the city at will, watching all the figures wrapped in those throbbing veins. I returned to where John had been, and sure enough, there he remained, though faded to the point where, if I didn't know who he was already, I could not have identified him. The tendrils that wrapped his throat were as dark as they had ever been, though. Knowing now what I did about John, I could see the depths of each poor soul I saw as I wandered through the dream. The dark vines would clutch the head of the stroke victim, the lungs of a cancerous smoker, and would bury the car crash victims under the vastness of their bulk. I did not go towards the hospital, as so many of those thick and rubbery lines led towards it. but I could see no space within that was not choked with them. These dreams have been a regular part of my sleeping for about 8 years now. Even as life improved and I found a new job and place to live, believe it or not, I now work selling crystals and tarot cards in a magic shop. They continued to crop up a few times each month. If there's one advantage to working where I do, is that I've been able to read every book on esoteric dreaming ever written, but none of them even come close to what I have experienced. I tried to make peace with the dreams for some time, reasoning that as long as they caused me no discomfort, they were harmless. This worked fine until I saw my father in the dream, walking down Oxford Street, the pulsing veins climbing up his leg and into his chest. I tried to warn him, of course, asked leading questions on his health and how he was feeling, whether he'd been tired recently. I even went so far as to book him a doctor's appointment, much to his annoyance. It did no good, though. 10 days later, the heart attack came for him, and despite the rapid response of the paramedics and how much of his medical history I had immediately to hand, there was nothing I could do to save him. He died on New Year's Eve, and as 2014 ended, so did any hope I had of my dreams doing good in the world. It took a month and a half for my father's image to fade from the orange glow of the street lamps in my dream London, and by my estimation, he had appeared about 10 days before his death. I tell you this because I feel you have a right to know the sort of timescales that we're dealing with here. I haven't had much of a chance to experiment or see anything more specific, I'm afraid. There are so many people who die in London, and I know so few of them. But I recognize you. As I write these words, I can see you in the other room, eyes locked on whatever book you're diverting yourself with. I recognize you from my dreams. They said at the front desk that you review all the written statements, so I can only hope that you take the time to read through this one fully. Allow me to explain in a bit more detail. It was the night before last that the dream came again. It started as it always did, with me on top of Canary Wharf, but almost immediately I could feel that something had changed. The dull orange glow that thrummed up from below seemed muffled somehow. And there was an oppressive knowledge within me that something was deeply wrong. Looking down, I could see that the veins, whose domination of the dreamscape had only ever been partial before, had thickened and now seemed to cover almost the whole space of every street. They still pulsed as before, but rather than pumping their dark, unknown cargo invisibly, there would now sometimes be seen a dark red light that travelled along the inside of them. I thought I saw this red light illuminate faces and shadows within those tendrils, but it moved too quickly for me to be sure of any details beyond the direction. This was not something I had ever seen happen before in these dreams, and I was aware that I had two choices: to follow the light to wherever it might lead, or to turn and retreat into the waking world. I decided to follow the path of that scarlet glow, though I found I was floating some distance from the ground, so thick were the vines below. I followed them for some time. How long exactly I couldn't say. I never seemed to travel faster than walking speed in these dreams, and yet the distances I covered as I passed through the orange twilight of this pulsating other London seemed far further than the time it took to traverse. Such is the way of dreams, I suppose. All I know for sure is that I realized after some time that the red light was leading me towards Vauxhall on the Thames. There were fewer people visible here. Did rich people die less? Or perhaps they just had greater control over where they died. Or maybe they just couldn't be seen, fighting off death for so long that when it came at last, its icy tendrils covered every inch of them. I crossed the Thames, and the bridge was knotted high with the flashing vines. One or two of them seemed to pass through the river itself, and the occasional flash of red could be seen beneath the water, but most of them were laid across the bridge. Finally, I saw the destination of the blood-tinged glow. A small building, standing alone the other side of the bridge near the embankment. I couldn't have told you what the street was called. The London of my dreams has no street signs. It was old, pillared, and possessed of a quiet dignity. It was this building into which all of the veins flowed. Every door, every window was solid with them. When the bursts of red light passed into it, the whole building glowed crimson. I could see a bronze plaque next to the door, not quite covered. It read, "The Magnus Institute, London, founded 1818. I entered, though I couldn't tell you how. The veins blocked every possible entrance entirely, and yet I found myself moving through them. I saw the corridors, these corridors, choked with that shadowed flesh, and passed through them, following that red light that would now pulse so bright that I knew were I to see it awake it would have blinded me. It led me to a room, the label of which was still visible, and read, Archive. I entered to see walls covered with shelves and cabinets stretching off into the distance. These shelves were coated in a sticky black tar, which I knew at that moment was the thickened, pulpy blood that pumped through each and every one of those veins. At the front of the room stood a desk, and the veins were wrapped around it so tightly and so thick that I knew that this must be where they ended. Getting closer, I realized that there was a person sitting at that desk, and it was then that all of this scarlet light was flowing into. I could see none of the figure's body beneath the flesh that enclosed them, but as I moved around I saw the face was uncovered. It was your face, and the expression upon it was far more fearful than any I had seen in 80 years of wandering this twilight city. That was when I awoke. I'm well aware that I don't even know your name, and I have no responsibility to try and prevent whatever fate is coming for you. Based on my previous experience, such a thing is likely impossible anyway. But after what I saw, I couldn't live with myself if I didn't at least try. I did as much research into your institute as possible, and arranged an appointment to provide a statement about some spurious supernatural encounter. Even then I was told that the archivist only reviews the written statements once they have been taken. So here I am, pouring out my lunatic story on paper in the hopes that you might eventually read it. If you do see this in time and read this far, then to be honest I don't know what else to tell you. Be careful. There is something coming for you, and I don't know what it is, but it is so much worse than anything I can imagine. At the very least, you should look into appointing a successor. Good luck. Statement ends. I'm sure I don't need to explain how disquieting it was to find this statement tucked into the recent archives. I'm not entirely sure whether to bring this up with Elias or not. When he hired me, he was vague on the point of what happened to my predecessor, Gertrude Robinson. I asked if she would be available to train me up for a handover, but he simply said she had passed away, and not to worry about it overmuch. Actually, now I think about it, his exact phrase was that she died in the line of duty, which I had assumed meant having a stroke at her desk or something similar. She was quite elderly, I believe. I mean, I don't believe in the predictive power of dreams, obviously. But still, it's a deeply unsettling thing to find. I had Tim look into it, as I don't entirely trust the others not to have written it as a practical joke and slipped it into the archives. Unsurprisingly, he came up with nothing. Antonio Blake is a fake name, and all of the contact details provided were similarly fraudulent. It's almost certainly a joke. A bit of hazing for the new boss, maybe? Best not to engage with it, I think. Still, I might have a word with Rosie to make sure I get a copy of any new statements as soon as they're made, not just once the researchers are done with them. She seemed very open to the idea of recording them, so I'm hopeful she'll be willing to do this too. If this is genuine, well, I have no idea if Gertrude got the chance to read this statement before she passed away, but if anyone comes in ranting about dreaming my death, then I very much want to hear about it. End recording.
Where?
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims.
Why can't I think about what the next episode is about? Okay. Let's try. We're gonna take a break really quick though. Let me fix this. Okay, so we went from episode 5 to 11. Let me fix that really quickly. Dun, dun, dun. 5 to 11. We're going to have a very long listening day, otherwise it's going to take us. I want us to finish these before the book comes out, which I don't think we should have any issues with that, so. Let's switch over to game for a little bit. And then we'll take a break. So I'll take us to break scene and then get everything set up for gaming. I hope you enjoyed the Magnus Archives. Welcome back. Thank you. So where is it? There it is. I was debating, because it's Friday, if we should play Valhalla because it's a bar game, or if we should continue with Emio the Smiling Man. So those are the two that I want to... Valhalla, but I kind of don't want to do a pixel. I want to... Let's do Emio. I gotta remember how... Oh, you know what? We're gonna have to fix this. I think that's where... it'll be okay at. Where is my capture card audio? Oh, there it is. Okay. Resume investigation. Oh yeah, okay. We're very far behind on this. So, trying to remember what we left off with. Oh, I almost forgot that they have the review the plot. I love that they have that.
甲府市のポンプ場で遺体となって見つかった男子中学生佐々木英介。彼の頭には笑顔が描かれた紙袋がかぶせられていた。その様子は18年前に起きた未解決の連続少女殺人事件、さらには都市伝説エミオと酷似していた。君は久世兄弟の祖母である久世義恵がゆかりこ村の老人ホームにいることを聞き、彼女を訪ねることにする。老人ホームリラクスゆかりこ村には事前の予約がなければ面会を取り次げない規則があった。
Okay, and where is our closed caption program? All right. I think everything is in its happy place now. All right, let's hope that this caption program is nicer this time. Or it's not. What makes you happy?
"わけがわからないまま、私たちはひとまず2人の帰りを待つことにしました。けれど、あの子たちはなかなか帰ってきませんでした。9時を過ぎ、私たちは警察に連絡しました。その直後、玄関の引き戸が開く音がしたんです。よかった、2人が帰ってきたと思い、ほっとした私たちは慌てて玄関まで2人を出迎えに行きました。でもそこにいたのは純子だけでした。泣きながら純子が一人で帰ってきたんです。誠と一緒じゃないのと聞いても、純子はただ泣くばかりで何も答えません。しばらくして到着した警察の方々が問いかけても、やはり純子は何も話そうとはしませんでした。その夜、私たちは懸命に誠を探しました。ご近所の皆さんも警察に協力して村中を探してくださいましたが、結局誠は見つかりませんでした。あの日以来、誠は私たちの前から姿を消したままなんです。
All right. See. So Junko Kuzo's older brother, he disappeared 18 years ago and hasn't been seen since. Makoto disappeared around the time of the serial murders of the girls. No new victims have surfaced, but a connection is unclear. According to Mr. Utsugi, Makoto disappeared after going to look for Junko when she didn't return home on time. Makoto and Junko lost their parents at a very young age and were taken in by their grandparents in Yukariko village. According to Tayama, he really liked eggplants. Okay, that was a neighbor. Makoto disappeared on July 1st, 18 years ago, the same day as Junko's birthday. Yoshi found him that day sitting and staring blankly in the darkened tea room with the purple flowers that were scattered around him. Hearing his grandfather saying that Junko wasn't home, Makoto rushed outside. The village searched for him to no avail. Okay. Okay, so that's their grandmother, along with their grandfather. They took them in. And she's now at the retirement home. So no new information there. I'll go through both of
誠さんと
these.
純子さんはとても仲が良い兄弟だったと村の方から伺いました。そんなご兄弟にその日一体何があったんですか？おじいさんやおばあさんたちが和やかに談笑している。ん？よしえさん、僕のビニール袋を見ている。この袋が何か気になるのかな？
What did we have in our bag? I can't remember.
あなたが持ってきたそれって。
これですか？
Look at the closed caption. It said that women are bad. Oh my gosh.
そう。あの子たちはナスが大好きだったんですよ。特に誠の方が。
そうらしいですね。
ちょっと昔話に付き合ってもらっていいかしら。
Yes.
ぜひ聞かせてください。
Dime.
誠はおとなしくて素直なとても心の優しい男の子だったの。のんびり屋さんの誠は友達からからかわれてもニコニコするだけで怒ったりすることはなかったわね。
Okay, so he never got angry.
しっかり者の純子は何を言われても怒らない兄が歯がゆいのか。
I mean, that explains her current behavior.
誠の代わりに怒っていたの。それでいつもこう言うの。お兄ちゃんは私がいなきゃダメなの。私がお兄ちゃんを守ってあげるの。ってね。
Maybe that's why she became a police officer.
そのナスはきっと田山さんからいただいたのね。
よしえさんの話を聞こ
う。いつも小さい妹にやり込められてるお兄ちゃんだったけど、誠はそんな純子が可愛くて仕方なかったの。きっと幼い純子にも分かっていたでしょう。普段は頼りなく見えるお兄ちゃんにいつも自分が守られているんだって。
Wouldn't it seem a bit strange for him? Well, now I was kind of thinking that maybe he had something to do with the murders, but his demeanor is so kind.
両親を事故で亡くした当時、まだ小さかった純子は村に来てからもしばらくは泣いてばかりでした。親に甘えたい盛りの子供にとってどれだけつらかったことか。
う。よしえさんの話を聞こう。
根は甘えん坊なの、純子は。そんな妹を兄の誠は言葉をかけるでもなく微笑みながらただ見守るのが常でした。お兄ちゃんは悲しくないのって時々純子が怒っていました。決まって誠は純子がいるから俺は寂しくない、だから悲しくないよっていつもそう言っていたのよ。
よしえさんの話を聞こ
純子が眠った後、一人で誠が泣いていたことにはもちろん気づいていました。でも私たちの前ではそんな素振りを見せず、いつも
Okay, so
ニコ
now
ニコ
that's
してい
making me
たの
think it's
よ。
him again.
そんな誠の心が純子を癒し育んでくれました。純子だけではなく私たち家族にとって誠はかけがえのない存在だったの。
お互いに支え合って幼い日々を過ごした久世刑事と誠さんは強い絆で結ばれた兄弟だった。18年前のその日、そんな二人の間に何があったというんだろう。その話はまだ聞けていない。何かきっかけがあると思うんだけど。
Why wouldn't have Junko said something about her brother, though? Okay.
何かきっかけがあると思うんだけど。
And he just disappeared.
何かきっかけがあると思うんだけど。
I don't know if there's anything else for us to...
綺麗な花が生けてある。
Oh, the purple flowers are the same flowers that were around him as well. I just didn't know that those... I wonder why she keeps those. Maybe we can ask her about that. Hmm.
綺麗な花が生けてある。綺麗な花が生けてある。
I don't think that we have anything else then.
きっかけがあると思うんだけど。
Can we leave?
何かしら。何かしら。
I don't think we have any other options.
紫色の花だ。ん？紫色の花。
あなた、ナスの花って見たことあるかしら？
いいえ。どうなんだろう。もしかして、誠さん失踪の当日に部屋に散らばってた花って。
ナスはね、
What if it was a
とても
neighbor?
綺麗な紫色の花をつけるのよ。純子が一番好きな紫色の。
Because the neighbor's the one that has the eggplants.
実は誠がいなくなった夜、ようやく落ち着いた純子が話してくれたんです。私たちがいない時に何があったのか、どうして部屋にナスの花が散らばっていたのか。当時私たち夫婦は家庭菜園を趣味にしていてね、よく食卓に育てた野菜を並べていたの。そうしたらおいしいおいしいって食べているうちに興味を持ったのか、
Eggplant is really
純
good.
子が私もお野菜育てたいって言い始めたの。いろんなお野菜や果物があるけど、純子は何が作りたいと聞いたら、お兄ちゃんが大好きなナスって言ってね。
Uh-oh.
お兄ちゃんのお誕生日はそれでお祝いするから内緒にしてねって。それはもう可愛らしくて可愛らしくて。ナスなら小さな純子でもできると考えた私たちは、虫が苦手な誠があまり立ち入らない裏庭でこっそり育てることにしました。
Oh,
純子と
that's
誠の
cute.
誕生月の7月に収穫ができるように、種をまいた後、純子は熱心にお世話をしてね、大きく大きくおいしくなれって一生懸命で、純子が愛情を注いだこともあってか、ナスは順調に育ち、ある朝小さな花をいくつも咲かせたの。純子は大喜びで、いつ取れるいつ取れるって何度も聞いてきたわ。これなら誠のお誕生日あたりになりそうねと教えると、笑顔で飛び跳ねてね。花が咲いたその日が自分の誕生日だってことも忘れて、そんな純子が学校から帰ってきたその時のことです。
純子、おかえり。今日は純子にプレゼントがあるぞ。
プレゼント？
じゃーん、純子の好きな紫色の花だ。お誕生日おめでと
お兄ちゃん、それ？
う。うん、大したものはあげられないけど、兄ちゃんからのプレゼントだよ。裏庭で見つけたんだ。いっぱい咲いててさ、綺麗だろ。
誠も純子を喜ばせたい一心だったんでしょうね。でもその花は、
その花はナスの。お兄ちゃんのバカ！それは純子が育ててたナスの花なんだよ。お兄ちゃんの誕生日プレゼントにって純子が大切に育ててたのに。
え？
お兄ちゃんなんか大嫌い！もう知らない！どっかに行っちゃえばいいのに！
Man. So that's how they ended up on the floor.
これが私が純子から聞いた話です。
Aww.
18年前、そんなことがあったのか。
And that was the last time that they saw each other as well, too. That's sad. Hmm.
自分にとって最もかけがえのない、いつも当たり前のようにいてくれた存在が自分の言葉でいなくなる。幼い日の久世刑事はさぞ自分を責めただろう。生きた心地がしなかったに違いない。そして誠さん自身も何よりも大切にしていた妹からのその言葉に相当なショックを受けたことだろう。お互いを強く思い合う行動が久世兄弟を引き裂いてしまうなんて、あまりにも悲しい。
その後純子は自分のせいだ自分のせいだってワンワン泣いてひどく落ち込んでしまって、なんとか元気づけられる方法はないかといろいろ考えてね。何の慰めにもならないかもしれないけど、部屋に散らばったナスの花を使って押し花のしおりを作ったの。純子、大丈夫よ。これをお守りにしてみんなで持っていれば必ず誠は帰ってくるからって言い聞かせてね。それから私たち、特に純子はナスの押し花のしおりを肌身離さず持っているのよ。
Wow.
よしえさん、もうすぐ夕食の時間ですよ。
あら、もうそんな時間？おしゃべりしているとあっという間ね。
いろいろ話も聞けたし、そろそろおいとました方が良さそうだ。
私から話せるのはこれくらいね。少しは役に立ったかしら。
はい。っていうか、ここまで話してもらえるとは思っていなかったもので。
あらそう。純子に怒られちゃうかしらね。大丈夫。純子には言わないわよ。
やっぱり分かっていらっしゃる。今日は本当にありがとうございました。遅くまでお時間いただいてしまってすみません。
久しぶりに純子や誠の話ができて楽しかったわ。こちらこそありがとうね。探偵さん、ナスの花言葉って知ってるかしら？
花言葉ですか？いえ、わからないです。
つつましい幸福、真実、そして希望なんですって。
つつましい幸福、真実、希望。素敵な花言葉ですね。
純子が教えてくれたのよ。この押し花のしおりを持っていれば、いつかきっと誠が帰ってくる。純子も私もそう信じているの。 ナスを持った探偵さんが誠の話を聞きに来た。これも何かのご縁なのかしらね。そう思ってあなたには包み隠さず話そうと思ったの。なぜかしら。あなたなら純子と誠を引き合わせてくれるような気がするわ。また何かあればいつでもいらしてちょうだいね。
はい。それでは失礼します。
Alright, let's do our review now.
ただいま戻りました。あれあゆみちゃんもう帰っちゃったのか。夜も遅いけど、今日の調査のまとめをしなきゃ。
Alright, we'll do the
久世
review.
刑事こと純子と兄の誠は幼い頃に両親を亡くして祖父母に引き取られた。吉江さん夫婦や村の人から愛され見守られて過ごした兄弟はとても仲が良くお互いを支え合っていたようだ。ところが純子の9つの誕生日の夜のある出来事によって純子が泣きながら家を飛び出してしまった。その理由とは、誠がナスの花を摘んでしまったからだ。そうだ。誠が摘んだナスの花は自分のために純子が大切に育てていたものだったんだ。純子が自分のために育ててくれていたナスを台無しにしてしまったことを理解した誠は放心してしまっていたため、純子が外に飛び出したことに気づいていなかった。夜も更けた頃、純子が家にいないことを知った誠は妹を探しに家を飛び出したまま戻ってこなかった。泣きながら一人で家に帰ってきた純子は誠がいなくなったのは自分のせいだと吉江さんに言った。しかし一体何があって一人で帰ってきたのかまではわからない状態だ。
Yeah, why would she have only
もしかす
returned
る
by
と
herself?
誰にも話していない何かがあるのかもしれない。だとすれば久世刑事本人から聞くほかにはない。僕にそれを聞く勇気があるかないかは置いといて、そんなことを僕に答えてくれるわけないよな。そういえば当時ひどく落ち込む純子を元気づけようと吉江さんはあるものを作ったと言っていたの。確かそれは
The pressed flowers. Select the keyword from your notebook that you believe to be the correct answer. What? What did I miss? Would it not? Why is the flower name not there? Oh, the flowers. There we go.
そう。ナスの花を押し花にしたしおりだ。久世刑事と吉江さんは今もそのしおりを肌身離さず持っているみたいだ。ナスの花言葉はつつましい幸福、真実、そして希望。その気持ちと符合するナスの花の花言葉を胸に、彼女はお兄さんが今もどこかで生きていると信じ、刑事を志したんじゃないか。
That's what I think too.
そして久世刑事は村を出た。その数年後、一人暮らしになった祖母の吉江さんはリラクスゆかり子村という老人ホームへと移った。住む人がいなくなった久世さんたちの家はもうすぐ取り壊されることになっている。その家に久世刑事が最終チェックのために来ていたようだ。3日前ということは佐々木くんの遺体が発見される前日か。待てよ、隣の人に引き止められた久世刑事は明日も早くから仕事だからと断って帰った。つまりこれは佐々木くんの事件を予想したまさに刑事の勘なわけないか。うん、我ながら今日は頑張ったんじゃないか。自分で自分を褒めてあげたい気分だ。
Pat, pat, pat.
さて、明日の調査方針も決めておかないと。さすがに今日は疲れたな。明日改めてあゆみちゃんと相談して決めよう。あっぶな、携帯電話の充電を忘れたことだった。
Please charge our phone
今日こそちゃんとするぞ。
so we don't get stuck again. Chapter 4 A Suspect.
おはようございます。すいません、遅くなりました。あれ、
Oh,
あゆみちゃんいないな。調査に出かけちゃったのかな。
where did she leave off?
電話に出なきゃ。はい、もしもし。
あ、昨日は遅かったみたいね。
うん、でもいろんなことが分かったんだ。
そうなんだ。すごく気になるわ。
期待してていいよ。
I miss my Docomo
すぐに
flip
も話してお
phone.
きたいんだけど。
ごめんなさい。実は私。午後から福山先輩と会うことになってるの。
福山先輩と。そうなんだ。
先輩、学校でいろいろと話を聞いてくれるって言ってたから。何か有力な手がかりがあるのかも。期待しちゃうわね。
うん、そうだね。
あなたは今日どんな調査をするの？
僕は図書館の資料室に行って18年前の事件を調べようと思ってるんだ。
わかったわ。気をつけて行ってきてね。じゃあね。
じゃあね。
ありがとう。あゆみちゃんも気をつけてね。あ、福山先輩によろしく。消えちゃった。
To the library.
行ってきます。 早速中に入って調査を始めようと言いたいところだけど、18年も前の事件のことを調べるんだから、闇雲に調査していたら時間を無駄にしてしまう。
To the library we go.
宇津木探偵事務所の最寄りの図書館だ。普段からよく利用させてもらっている。
Can we go in?
闇雲に調べても効率が悪いよな。そうだ、先生に効率的な方法を教えてもらおう。ほんと、携帯電話って便利だな。
Oh, we need to call.
ああ、どうした？
これから図書館で18年前の事件を調べようと思っているんですが、何かいい調べ方や注目すべき部分があれば教えていただきたいなって。
そうだな。連続事件の場合、最初の事件に注目するべきだ。全てはそこから始まったんだからね。事件が起きた年全体の報じられ方もざっとでいいので見ておいた方がいいだろう。それから資料を見てから自分なりに考えることも当然重要になる。気になる部分や引っかかることがあるときは重点的に調べることをお勧めするよ。18年前に起きたことの一つ一つがいずれはつながることだろう。誠さんの失踪も無関係ではない。僕はそう考えているんだ。そして、
But why would
その延長線上に佐々木英介の事件の真相が見えてくるんじゃないかな。
なるほど。ありがとうございます、先生。
今回の事件はきっとエミオという都市伝説のルーツに帰着するだろう。
It would be so sad if it was
そうしてい
him.
るんだ。事務所をほったらかしにして申し訳ないとは思っているよ。
大丈夫です。こっちはあゆみちゃんと僕に任せてください。
優秀な女子たちがいて頼もしい限りだ。頼んだよ。
わかりました。失礼します。先生の声を聞くと力が湧いてくる。頑張るぞ。
頑張れ頑張れ先輩。
よし、中に入ろう。
We get to go to the library.
過去の事件について調べるならやっぱり新聞の縮刷版だ。
The archives.
18年前の新聞の縮刷版を1年分持ってきてはみたけど重かったなどという泣き言は置いといて早速調べてみよう。
March, January, November, December, September. So I guess. Oh wait. When did the murders take place again? Did it give us a month or was it just 18 years ago? I guess we can start at January. Oh, okay. So he disappeared July 1st. Alright, let's search July then.
18年前の7月と8月の分の祝殺なんだ。連続少女殺人事件に関する報道がかなり多い。連日のように大きく紙面を割いているようだ。ということはこれより前に事件が起きているんだな。どれどれ。どうやら最初の事件は2月に起きているらしい。
Oh, February.
1、2月の祝殺版を調べてみよう。18年前の1月と2月の分の祝殺版だ。事件の記事はあった。17歳の橋爪彩香という少女が虐殺され、甲府市の浜辺で遺体で発見された。
Wait, was she just strangled and there was no paper bag?
その少女の自宅は遺体が発見された前日に火事で全焼。焼け跡から少女の父親と思われる遺体が見つかった。当初は親子の無理心中である可能性や、何者かに親子ともども殺された可能性などがあるとして警察は調査を進めていたようだ。さらにその後、被害者である少女と親しかった人物が失踪していたことも書かれている。ただ少女の遺体の頭に紙袋がかぶせられていた件は
Yeah, the paper
一切報
bag.
道されていない。火事はなぜ起きたんだろう。父親は火事が起きたことに気づかなかったんだろうか。そして被害者の少女と親しかった人物が姿を消した理由とは。1件目の事件には不可解な点がいくつかあるな。
Let's check March now.
18年前の
March, April.
3月と4月の分の祝殺版だ。2月に起きた1件目の事件の続報がたまに載っているけど、紙面での扱いはさほど大きくないようだ。めぼしい新情報が特に出てこない。
Alright. Wait.
18年前の5月と6月の分の祝殺版だ。
Oh, we looked at July before. Okay.
2件目の事件が起きたのは最初の事件からおよそ3ヶ月後の5月。
So 3 months after the first one.
まずは2件目の事件の記事。これだ。被害者は高木幸子、15歳の少女。1件目と同
Well,
じ
it's definitely not at the
甲府市で
same
起きた
location.
少女虐殺事件であることから、警察は早い段階から1件目の事件と同一犯による犯行の可能性もあると発表。遺体の頭に紙袋がかぶせられていたことは新聞紙面には当然ながら載っていない。
Or did they not release maybe they didn't release the information about the bag to not tip off the killer or fanatics?
近所の人の証言によると、被害者の少女は家庭環境に問題があったらしく、夜一人で泣いているところをしばしば目撃されていた。連続殺人の可能性が高まったことで紙面での扱いは大きくなっているようだ。
But why would the article jump automatically to a serial killer and it was only 2 people?
そして3件目の事件は6月に起きた。
So that doesn't really give a timeline because the first one happened in February and then two in May and June.
連続少女殺人事件に関する報道自体は多いけど、事件解決につながるような心情。
Let's check September.
18年前の9月と10月の分の祝殺版だ。連続少女殺人事件を報じる記事はそれほど多くない。この時には続報がなかったせいだろうか。
So that's only 3 murders so far, right?
18年前の11月と12月の分の祝殺版だ。連続少女殺人事件を報じる記事はほとんど見当たらない。でもすぐに少しだけか。
And none of them have the
新情
paper
報が出ない以
bag.
上、マスコミとしては報じようがなかったのかもしれない。3件目の事件についても調べよう。3件目の事件は6月に起きた。3件目の事件が起きたのは6月。記事は
I thought it said there wasn't a lot of
被害者
information
は
about
井
it.
上
Oh,
美
wait.
香、17歳の少女。1件目2件目と同じく10代の少女だ。その日は友人関係のトラブルがあったらしく、泣きながら下校。そのまま家に帰らなかったところを襲われた模様。3件目の被害者も幸福市在住で、殺害方法も1件目2件目と同じで首を絞められている。
So where does the paper bag come into any of this?
ここにも同一犯による犯行の可能性があると書かれているな。紙袋のことはと。やはり触れられていないな。よし。1年分の祝殺版は一通り調べたぞ。そういえば、誠さんの失踪に関する記事はあるんだろうか。
Oh,
誠さん
that's
が
a
失踪
good
したのは確
thing
か
to look into. Oh, it should have been July because it was around their birthday. May or July? Let's try July.
7月だ。もう一度7、8月の祝殺版を見てみよう。誠さんのことは、あった、これだ。記事の扱いはあまり大きくないな。14歳少年失踪、ゆかり子村。村を挙げて夜通し捜索したが、現在も消息はつかめていない。当時から連続少女殺人事件との関連性はないと見られていたようだ。先生も鎌田警部も誠さんの失踪は無関係とは思えないと言っていたけど、実際のところどうなんだろうな。ここまでで分かったこととしては、警察が連続少女殺人事件は同一犯による連続殺人の可能性が高いと公表していたということだ。非公開であるにもかかわらず、被害者は全員同様の紙袋をかぶって亡くなっていたんだから、そう判断するのは当然だろう。2件目の事件が起きて以降、1件目の事件が再度取り上げられたり、連続少女殺人事件についての記事の数が分かりやすく増えていたけど、8月頃になると事件を報じた記事はめっきり減っている。捜査の難航に加え、誠さんの失踪以来新たな被害者が出ていないこともあるんだろう。その理由は何なんだろう。
It makes it seem like it would be him, but that just does not even... He was only 14 at the time, so it couldn't have been. Hmm. And she... Oh, that was the one that was best friends with the guy that was missing. Hmm. Oh, yeah, and that's right. He had the blood stains in his apartment. Okay, factory worker, first victim. So they were at the beach the day before her home was burned down. And then the remains that seemed to be, that doesn't, is it saying that it is? The second victim. She was strangled using bare hands. Strangled with bare hands. Her murder was in May, hers was in February. Same city. No details released about the paper bag. Turmoil at home, and she was often found crying. And then Mika is the third victim of the serial girl murders, also strangled to death. Killed 18 years ago in June, same city. Conflict with friends, also in tears. But the first murder victim, there was nothing about her being sad at all. And no details released again. What did I miss here? Oh, that was the first one, right? With her dad. Yeah. Oh, one of her acquaintances disappeared as well. What did we miss here? Was it the eggplant? Yes. Died in a fire at the house the same day. Oh, none of these clues seem to be very helpful.
一通り18年前の事件について読んでみたけど、気になるところをもう少し重点的に調べてみよう。気になるのはやはり1件目だ。先生も最初の事件に注目すべしと教えてくれたし。気になったのは1件目の事件だ。3件の事件の中でも不可解な点が多い。もう少し詳しく調べてみよう。最初の事件の被害者は橋爪彩香という17歳の少女だ。2月16日の朝、人目につきにくい幸福市の海辺で発見された。第一発見者は釣りに来た近所に住む男性。この男性にはアリバイがあり、事件とは無関係だった。彩香は素手で首を絞められて殺されていた。死亡推定時刻は前日の夜ということだ。彩香は亡くなったその日、勤めていた町工場を辞めている。工場の社長の話では、事件の数日前に相談があり、特に埋めることなく円満に対処した。
I was gonna say if that's what was making her cry.
この事件で最も気になるのは、彩香と接点があり、重要参考人だと考えられていた2人の人物の顛末についてだ。重要参考人のうちの一人は彩香の父親の橋爪。
He died in the fire, right?
彩香は 幸福市で父親と2人暮らしだった。その家は彩香が遺体で発見された前夜、火事によって全焼しており、焼け跡から彩香の父親とおぼしき男性の焼死体が発見されたのだという。父親が娘の彩香に手をかけて海辺に遺棄した後、自宅に戻って焼身自殺したと。
They only say they suspect it to be his body. They don't
状況
confirm.
的にやや不自然なところが見られるようだ。さらにこの数ヶ月後、第2第3の事件が起きたことで話は変わってくる。彩香の事件と同時期に焼死した父親が第2第3の事件を起こせるはずもないし、何より公にはされなかった紙袋の存在が
And it was never public.
同一犯による連続殺人であることを暗に物語っている。そうなればもう一人の重要参考人が、二人の重要参考人か。もう一人の重要参考人の名前はどうやら報道されていなかったようだ。この人物は生前の彩香と一緒にいるところをたびたび目撃されていた若い男性で、彩香が亡くなった日から行方がわからないという。自身の部屋におびただしい量の血痕を残して姿を消したということから、何らかの形で橋爪彩香の事件に関わっていると見た警察が行方を探したようだが、結局この人物が見つかったという報道は一切なかった。鎌田警部が話してくれたのはこの行方不明の男のことだろう。
This guy. Well, that didn't give us much, did it? That didn't give much either.
.しかし、彩香殺害と自宅の火事が全く無関係だということも十分にあり得る。そして同じような年頃の少女を狙った連続殺人事件という特徴から見た場合、異常者による無差別事件の可能性もあるだろう。奇妙な紙袋を使った手口からもそのイメージが強い。警察もそう考えたんじゃないだろうか。しかしそんな風に書かれた新聞記事は見当たらない。よし、ここまでに分かった情報を整理してみよう。
Alright, the first murder was 18 years ago, and the first victim was a girl named... I think this was... Yes.
18年前に起きた最初の事件、その被害者は橋爪彩香という少女だった。当時最初の事件に関連があると見られた人物が2人いた。
So tired. Lay down time. Hope you crack the case, Chief. Thank you, dear. Have a good night. Sleep well, honey. Oh, I missed what the question was. The first one... What did they just ask? Darn it. I think we were talking about the suspects and then... Uh-oh. Let's go to others really quick. It's not either of those. Oh my gosh, what was the question? Oh no! We're gonna click this again. Oh, would it be her father then? Manubu? Are we highlighting the photo?
まず一人目は綾香の父親である橋爪学だ。
Why won't they show us the question? There would have to be... Oh, no. It would have to be this guy, because he knew the first victim.
二人目は行方不明の男だ。事件は当初、綾香の父親による無理心中ではないかと考えられていた。
Okay, good. The day before Ayaka's body was found, her father... It was a fire, right? Oops. They say suspected, though. Why is our letter showing up?
そうだ。父親は自宅の火事によって焼死体として発見された。一方、行方不明の男については、事件に巻き込まれたのか、あるいはその男による犯行だったのか。
It's at our 11
どちらの
o'clock
可能
hour
性も考えられて
reminder.
いたようだ。男は綾香が殺された日に消息不明になっており、
The blood.
そう。彼の自宅にはおびただしい量の血痕が残されていた。鎌田警部によればかなりの怪我を負っていたかもしれないという話だったから、人知れず亡くなった可能性も考えられる。よし、今日はなんだか調子がいいぞ。過去の記事を調べた限りでは分かったのはこれぐらいかな。先生にコツを教わったことで効率よく調べられた気がするぞ。 しかし結局連続少女殺人事件は未解決のまま終わった。警察は決定的な証拠を見つけられなかったことになる。もしかすると当時捜査線上には浮上してこなかった真犯人が別
It
にいる可能性。
truly has to be somebody else. Nothing else is making sense of the current suspects that we have.
そういえば2件目と3件目の犠牲者の少女たちにはどちらも泣いている姿を目撃されているという共通点があったようだ。泣いている少女。
エミオは笑顔が描かれた紙袋をかぶって泣いている女の子の前に現れ、
最初の犠牲者である橋爪彩香も悲しい少女だったんだろうか。父親による無理心中が疑われていたとなれば、彼女の家庭には何か問題があったということなのかもしれない。もうこんな時間だ。お腹空いちゃったな。何か食べにでも行こう。
Planet Coffee.
先輩、早速連絡していただいてありがとうございます。
He was so creepy the
水
first
臭いことを
time.
言うなよ、立花。俺は後輩のために当然のことをしているまでだ。
ありがとうございます。いい先輩で、私嬉しいです。
そうか、そうなんだな、立花。いい先輩で俺もよかったよ。それに俺だって佐々木の事件の真相を知りたいんだ。だから立花に協力したい。立花の先輩として、いや、それ以前に一人の人間として。
先輩、ご協力に感謝します。先輩から話を聞かなくちゃ。早速ですが先輩、何か分かったことがあったんですよね。
Let's hope he has something.
こうして無理をしてまで時間を割いていただけたってことは。
ああ、もちろんだ、立花。君も忙しいはずだから手短に話そう。いいか、立花。中学生というのは多感な年頃、いわゆる思春期って時期だ。か弱く、そして脆い。そんな彼らは間違いなく今回の事件で俺たち大人には理解できない形で大きなショックを受けているだろう。わかるな、立花。
はい。
一見して彼らは普通な様子だ。しかし生徒たちの心は深く傷つき、叫び声を上げていることだろう。俺にはそれが聞こえるんだ。生徒たちの様子は様々だ。中には俺の授業中にイライラした素振りを見せる子や、俺の上げ足を取って笑ったりする子もいるんだよ。きっと不安の裏返しなんだろう。かわいそうに。俺はそんな生徒たちが愛しくてたまらないんだよ、立花。
先輩から話を聞かなくちゃ。
立花、だから俺まだ早い。 俺はそう思ったんだ。今
Hmm.
彼らに事件のことを尋ねるのは無謀すぎるって。
ということは生徒たちから話は聞けていないってことですよね。
ああ、その通りだ、立花。さすがは探偵だな。
へえ、じゃあ何の話をしてくれるんだろう。
My thoughts exactly.
立花、ミルクティーが冷めちゃうぞ。ちょっと一服しようじゃないか。
I wonder if he's taking it as like a date or something.
せっかくだしミルクティーをいただこう。
um
いただきます。
どうだ立花、うまいだろここのミルクティーは。
はい、美味しいですね。
ここのティラミスもおすすめだぞ立花。お得なセットメニューがあるし頼んでみるか。
hmm.
そうなんですね。でも今日はやめておきます。
Is he suspicious?
そうか、じゃあ次にしよ
先輩から話を聞かなくちゃ。
And he just told us he doesn't have anything.
う。よく聞いてくれ立花。教育現場というのはある種の戦場だ。つまり俺は教師という名の戦士だ。
はあ、
疲れ傷ついた俺にひとときの安らぎをくれるのがここのミルクティーなんだ。給料日にはティラミスも注文する。俺にとってオアシスのような場所なんだこの店は。
素敵ですね、そういうお店があるのって。
まあな。
Hmm.
生徒たちから話を聞くことは叶わなかったが、その代わりと言ってはなんだが、先生方からは佐々木のことを聞けたよ。
Well, that's better than
そうなん
nothing.
ですか。どんな話なんでしょうか。
わかった。お互い忙しい身だからな。時間を大切にしよう。うまい。佐々木英介という生徒は友達が多くて素行も問題なし、成績も良くて先生方の評判も上々だ。だからトラブルなんかとは無縁の生徒だったらしい。
私が生徒たちから聞いたそのまんまですね。
このミルクティーは最高だな。誰かと揉めていたとか誰かから恨まれていたという話は全く聞こえてこない。そりゃ学校だって生徒のプライベートの全てまでは把握しているわけじゃないが、佐々木に限って言えばそれは考えにくいというのがほとんどの先生方のご意見だ。模範的な生徒だったんだよ佐々木は。
先輩から話を聞かなくちゃ。
模範的な生徒だったんだよ。ただ一つ気になる話が聞けたんだ。
佐々木の担任の教師から聞いたことがちょっと気になってるんだよ。
Spit it out.
佐々木の担任の教師から聞いたことがちょっと気になってるんだよ。佐々木のクラスの担任の先生がおっしゃってたことなんだが、佐々木はここ最近成績が芳しくなかったようなんだ。
成績ですか？
幸福市の私立高校を志望していたんだが、厳しい状態だったようなんだよ。今のままなら志望校を変更することも考えた方がいいと担任の先生はおっしゃったそうだが、当の本人はケロッとしてたそうだ。気にしている風には見えなかったらしい。
え、そうなんですか？進路のことなのに不思議ですね。
中学生の考えていることを理解するのは本当に難しい。だが俺たち教師はそこから逃げちゃダメなんだ、立花。
大変なんでしょうね、中学の先生って。
ああ、だが教師こそが俺の天職だと思ってるんだ。
成績のことは事件とは結びつかなさそうね。
教師、それは時に聖職者とも呼ばれる。そう、あれは俺が中学3年生の頃だった。その時の恩師が俺に。
また何か別の話が始まりそう。
Yes. Yes, he is.
先輩、佐々木くんについて成績以外の話は何かあったんでしょうか？
そうだな。いや、これくらいだな。事件に結びつくような話は聞けなかったよ。すまない、立花。
Alright. Now let's hightail it out of
い
there.
え先輩、ありがとうございました。
I was hoping he had more stories about what's
成
going
績のこと
on.
は事件とは結びつかなさそうね。成績のことは事件とは結びつかなさそうね。
成績が下がって誰かから恨まれるなんてことはないだろう。自殺というなら話は別だが、そういうことではなさそうなんだろう。
はい、状況から見て他殺であるとしか言いようがないですね。
いや、自殺だろうが他殺だろうが、佐々木は二度と戻っては来ない。これが現実なんだよな。受け入れるほかないんだな。
先輩、成績のことは事件とは結びつかなさそうね。
なあ、立花。
はい、
調査の方はどうなんだ？君も知っての通り、俺は佐々木の事件に大いに心を痛めている。何か進展があったなら差し支えのない範囲で話を聞かせてほしいんだよ。それは無理なことなのかな、立花。
実は調査はほとんど進んでいません。佐々木英介君という男の子は、先輩もおっしゃる通り悪い評判は全くありません。家庭環境にも何の問題もないようです。ただ、事件当日帰宅した佐々木くんの様子が明らかにおかしかったようなんです。
事件の当日。
何があったのかはご家族にもわからないままだそうです。福山先輩って不器用だけど、生徒のことを思う気持ちは本物なのね。先輩のできる範囲で頑張ってくれたみたいだし、佐々木くんの情報はこれくらいかな。そういえば福山先輩のクラスの生徒で佐々木くんと親しかったっていう森本めぐみさんって子、登校できて
Oh
るの
yeah,
かし
she
ら。
hasn't come back to
試
school.
験以来休んでるってことだったけど。
Oh, unless she's come back now.
先輩、森本めぐみさんのことなんですけど。
森本めぐみに関する質問をしているわけだな、立花は。
See, he was acting weird the last time we asked about her as well.
はい、そうですけど、事件以来休んでるってことだったので大丈夫なのかなって気になって。
彼女は、森本めぐみはあれ以来休んだままなのだよ。
そうなんですか。それは心配ですね。
It's weird, right?
とても心配だよ。佐々木の話はもういいのか。
だってもうないってさっきおっしゃったじゃないですか。
森本は俺のクラスの学級委員なんだよ。で、この前も言ったかな。
はい、お聞きしました。学級委員が休んだままだと何かと困るでしょうね。
ああ、困ってる。大いに困ってるよ。
そんなに困るんだ。
佐々木のことが告げられた朝礼があった日も登校していなかった森本は今日になっても全く登校してこないんだ。
So then how do we
佐々木
know
と
nothing
仲が
has
良かった
happened
っ
with
てことだから
her?
かなりのショックだったに違いない。心配だ。
めぐみさん、事件発覚の当日からずっと休んでるんだ。確かにそれは心配だわ。
昨日の朝礼で聞きました。びっくりしました。
昨日の朝礼で亡くなったって聞いてほんとびっくりしちゃったんです。あれ、生徒たちは佐々木くんの遺体が見つかった当日の朝礼で佐々木くんの事件を知ったって言ってたけど、福山先輩の話だと森本さんは佐々木くんのことが告げられた朝礼があった日から休んでるって、先輩の勘違いかしら。先輩？
どうした立花。
先輩は森本さんが佐々木くんのことが告げられた朝礼の日から休んでるっておっしゃいましたよね。
ああ、そうだもん。だから何日も姿を見ていないことになるんだよ立花。
でも生徒たちは佐々木くんが発見された当日の朝礼で事件を知ったんですよね。
You are caught.
じゃあ森本さんは佐々木くんのことと関係なく休んでたってことですか？何か別の理由があったとか。
おお、なるほど、そうかもしれないな。さすがは探偵だな。 立花は。
でも違うか。森本さんがその朝礼の日から休んでることと先輩の様子が気になるわ。
Yeah, he's acting weird.
そわそわしているように見えるのよね。
どうしてなのかな。
ん？
今日の立花はいかにも探偵って感じがするよ。
そうですか？
Deflection.
ああ。
先輩、なんか落ち着きがないな。美味しいけど、普通のミルクティーとどこが違うのかしら。
成績もなかなかなんだぞ、森本は。
そうなんですね。
So we've gone through all of those. Let's see.
落ち着ける雰囲気のお店ね。同じチェーン店に入ったことがあるわ。先輩、森本さんのことを聞くと落ち着かなくなるのね。
Yes, he did.
そんなに見つめられたら。
福山先輩。
はい。
私、何か変だと思ってたんです。先輩って森本めぐみさんの話題になるといつもそわそわして落ち着きがなくなりますよね。
そう見えるのか。いや意外だな。そんなことはないけどな。
先輩、なんか落ち着きがないな。先輩、もしかして森本さん。森本めぐみさんは朝礼より前に佐々木くんのこと知ってたんじゃないですか？それってつまり。めぐみさんの
I
知り合い
think
が
that she would
佐
know.
々木くんをなんて考えるのは今の段階じゃ飛躍しすぎよね。どんな可能性でも排除すべきではないというのが先
I
生
feel
の
like
ポ
the
リシ
easy
ーだ
answer
けど、
would have been to say that it was her that was the murderer,
め
but
ぐ
that
みさ
doesn't
ん
make
はどうやって
sense.
佐々木くんのことを事前に知ったのかしら。もしかして先輩が？福山先輩、
はい。
He's getting even more anxious.
学級委員の森本さんには先に知らせた方がいいって先輩考えたんじゃないですか？そのせいで佐々木くんと特に仲が良かった森本さんは一人で残酷な事実と向き合うことになり、先輩が思う以上に強いショックを受けてしまって朝礼の日から登校できなくなってしまった。その結果、先輩は森本さんに罪悪感を覚えている。違いますか？先輩に聞いてみなきゃ。
違うよ。いくら俺だってそんな勝手なことするわけないじゃないか。第一、俺たち教師だって佐々木の事件を知ったのは朝礼の直前だ。前もって知らせるっていうのには無理があるよ。
そうだったんですね。ごめんなさい先輩、勝手なこと言っちゃって。
いいんだ立花。そうやって疑問をもとに推理をするのが探偵というものなんだろ。俺が教師であるように立花、君は探偵だってことだ。わかるな？
ありがとうございます。
どういたしまして。
先輩が佐々木くんの事件を知ったのも生徒たちが知った時とほぼ同じタイミングってことね。じゃあ森本さんはどうしてその朝礼の当日欠席だったんですか？
体調が良くないとご家族から連絡があったんだ。
そういうことか。
そういうことだ立花。
でも本当にそうなのかしら。先輩が佐々木くんの事件を知ったのも生徒たちが知った時とほぼ同じタイミングってことね。
It just doesn't make sense.
先輩は森本さんの担任なんですよね。
いや、していないよ。なかなか家に訪ねて行きづらくて。
Why wouldn't he have gone to check it out?
森本が早く登校できるようになってほしい。今はそれだけだよ。驚いた。もうこんな時間じゃないか。立花と話してるとあっという間だ。立花、君には悪いが生徒たちが俺を待っているんだ。もちろん名残惜しいのは分かっているんだが、そろそろ行かなきゃ。すまない。
はい、じゃあ行きましょうか。話を聞かせてもらったんだから、ここのお感情はこっちが。先輩、ありがとうございました。
おいおい、俺に恥をかかせたいのか？
でも
君は後輩、俺は
先輩です。
だな。そういうことだ。
調査に協力をしていただいた上にごちそうにまでなるなんて、やっぱり。
いいんだ立花、君は後輩、俺はなんだっけ？
先輩です。 じゃあお言葉に甘えてここはお願いします。
オーケー。
It still feels so
俺のオアシスに来てくれ
weird.
てあ
I
りがとう
don't
立花。
know.
やっぱり近い。先輩、
He's
ごち
gonna
そう
take
さま
off
で
and then
した。
come back into scene really quickly
貴
again.
重な情報をありがとうございました。調査に役立てますね。
立花の役に立ったんなら何よりだよ。これからだって喜んで協力するぞ。
本当ですか？頼りになります、福山先輩。
なあ立花、
はい。
その頼りになる福山先輩は立花、君と次はいつ会えるのかな。
次ですか？先輩がまだ何かを調べてくれるってことなんですか？
ああ、もちろんそうだ。何をかというと、そりゃいろいろとだ。
ありがとうございます先輩。あ、でもお仕事大変なんですよね。やっぱり今日のお話で十分です。
立花、確かに俺は忙しい。だが南第三中学校の教師の俺にしかできないことってあるんじゃないかな。生徒たちからもいずれ話を聞く必要があるだろう。そこに何らかの謎が隠されてるかもしれないじゃないか。
森本めぐみさんが休んでいる本当の理由とかですか？
おう、それもあるな。
Oh my gosh.
立花、俺は佐々木のためにできる限りのことをしたいと思っている。そしてそれが立花、君のためになるのならなおさらだ。
ありがとうございます福山先輩。
いつでも俺に頼ってくれ、立花後輩。また連絡するよ。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
気をつけて帰るんだぞ、立花。
He's gonna come back into the
もの
scene
すごい
again.
勢いで走ってっちゃった。
It's so scary when he does
ほんと変
that.
わらないな。ちょっと笑っちゃう。でもめぐみさんのことを聞いた時の先輩の様子、やっぱり気になっちゃう。
Yes, he was suspicious. Oh, he didn't run back into the scene this time. Suspicious.
ただいま。
あゆみちゃんおかえり。何か飲む？実は帰りにかわいい缶のミルクティーを見つけたんだ。
またミルクティー？
新発売なんだってさ。ミルクティー好きだったよね。
大丈夫。あり
I
がとう。
found a lavender milk tea that I'm really
それ
enjoying
よ
right
り昨
now.
日の調査の話聞かせて。
あ、そうだね。わかった。
All right,
僕は
let's do
約束
our
通りあゆみ
review.
ちゃんに久世さん兄弟のことを話した。
久世さんのご兄弟にそんな過去があったなんて。それでどう？ 18年前の事件について何か発見はあったの？
図書館で連続少女殺人事件を調べてみたんだけど、やっぱり紙袋のことはどの記事でも触れられていなかったよ。ただいろいろと調べていくと、最初の事件に不可解な点がいくつかあることに気づいたんだ。重要参考人として2人の人物が挙がっていたものの、いずれも死亡もしくは行方不明になっててさ。1人目は被害者の 橋爪彩香の父親で、彩香の遺体発見前日に起きた火事で焼死。二人目の彩香と親しかったという若い男は、アパートの部屋におびただしい血痕を残して失踪。二人は彩香殺害の事件に巻き込まれたと考えられる一方で、どちらかが彩香を殺害したという可能性も否定できないんだ。失踪した男が犯人なのかどうかはわからないままだし、同じような年頃の少女を狙った異常者による無差別事件の可能性も考えられる。
その線も確かにありそうよね。
でもいずれにせよ、橋爪彩香をはじめとする3人の被害者が同様の紙袋をかぶって亡くなっていた以上、同一犯による犯行とみて間違いないんだろうけど。
当時の警察が全力で捜査しても解決できなかった事件なんだから、そう簡単に謎が解けるとは思えないわね。でも肝心なのは、佐々木くんの事件と18年前の事件、そしてエミオがつながるのかどうかよね。
そういえば18年前の事件の被害者の女の子とエミオに共通しそうな情報を見つけたよ。2件目と3件目の少女はいずれも泣いている姿を目撃されていたようなんだ。
エミオ、やっぱり何か関係があるのかしら。地道に粘り強く調査していきましょう。
そうだね。それに久世誠さんの失踪も何らかの形で関係しているのかもしれないし、僕たちの役割はそれらの関連性を見つけ出すことだよね。あゆみちゃんの調査結果を聞こう。
私は福山先輩から話を聞いてきたわよ。
うん。どうだった？
成績優秀な佐々木くんの成績が最近落ちてきていたんだって。
成績か？
志望している私立高校への進学が厳しいほどだったらしいんだけど、佐々木くん本人は気にしていない様子だったんだって。先輩に考えがあって先生方にしか話は聞かなかったみたいだから、今日分かったことはこれくらいかしら。あ、そうだ、佐々木くんと仲が良かったっていう森本めぐみっていう生徒の欠席がずっと続いてるみたいなんだけど、彼女佐々木くんが発見された日から登校していないんだって。先生方や生徒たちはみんなその日の朝事件を知ったってことだから。
当日は別の理由で欠席したってことだね。
そうなの。誰かが事前に事件のことを伝えたのかもしれないって思ったんだけど、今のところその可能性は低いみたいなのよね。やっぱりたまたま体調が悪かっただけなのかな。
確かにちょっと気になるよね。
It wouldn't make sense for her to
それ
be
じゃあ
the
今日分かったことについて推理してみましょう。
to be the killer though.
そうだね。そうしようか。
I feel like we don't have any good leads.
最近の佐々木くんにはある問題があったようだ。それは志望校を諦めなきゃならないほど成績が落ちた。
そうね。表面上は何にせよ殺人事件の被害者になること。
そして佐々木くんの遺体が発見された当日から彼女が登校しなくなった理由は
We don't know. We really don't.
明らかになっていない。
そうね。体調不良らしいと本当にそうなのかまでははっきり今日分かったことはこれぐらいかしら。宇津木先生はいらっしゃらないけどあなたがいればまだまだ分からないことだらけだけど二人で力を合わせ
ねえ、どうしたの？あゆみちゃんどうしたんだろう。外は真っ暗だ。あゆみちゃん？
ごめんなさい。
なんだか考え込んでたようだけど。
She just spaced out.
森本さんについてもう一つ思い出したというか。
どんなこと？
実は前々からなんだけど先輩に森本さんの話を聞こうとすると
Yes.
何か隠し
わかんない。これまでも何度か彼女のことは聞いて
彼女と直接？
ところで明日の予定は決まってる。
Why wouldn't they just be able to
も
go
う
to
一度
their
図書館に行って
house?
今度は都市伝説について調べてみるよ。
わかったわ。私はそうね。佐々木くんや森本さんのことは先輩からの情報をもう少し考えてみるね。
よろしくね。
Chapter 5 The Paper Bag.
よし。図書館で都市伝説について書かれた本を探してみよう。
I forgot that the music is kind of a bop.
エミオの手がかりが見つかれば OK なんだ。現代の幽霊伝説という本は見かけたように思うけど、都市伝説関連はあるのかな？
Alright, we are going to save and stop there for today. And we're going to end our night now with some cozy reading. Sometimes it becomes so hard to not play games further without you all. Because they're just very good. Alright, let's scoot-a-loot to the middle and get a little bit more visible. Here we go. Will it be that? There we go. Bedtime reading. Although I do want to change this music. Actually, Let me get a book that is not our scary book. Hold on. I feel like we were supposed to go through a lot of these already. Alright. I guess we will read the story about wishes. As I wish for you to have a wonderful night and a beautiful rest, we're going to turn off Sayonara because it usually does not end up in following well for our stories, unfortunately. And we will move you all the way. Oh. We'll move you all the way over here. And hopefully nothing gets cut off. Thank you so much for spending quite a bit of the day together. I really appreciate everyone's presence. And I hope that no matter where you are in the world, that you are currently resting peacefully, and maybe even if you are across the pond, that you're able to sleep in and have a very late and lazy day and allow your body to just relax. We can close that too. We will be back Monday. I'm not sure what we're going to do, but we will be here. Please make sure to like and subscribe. I would deeply appreciate it, and I would love to have you here in Somnium for all of our sleepy, dreamy adventures together. And I hope that you have a very cozy and restful weekend. So, we're going to read The Three Wishes. This is a traditional Spanish tale. This is from a collection of just fairy tales, like Hans Christian Andersen sort of stories. So I hope that you enjoy it, and I hope that you have a very cozy weekend. Just in case I forget your goodnight kiss. Many years ago, there was an old married man who, although poor, had worked very diligently all his life on his little piece of ground. One winter's night, as this old man was seated with his wife in front of their comfortable hearth and social chat, instead of giving thanks to God for the benefits they enjoyed, they spent the time in enumerating the good things possessed by their neighbors and in wishing that they belonged to them. Instead of my little hut, which is on bad soil and only fit to house a donkey in, I would like to have the farm of old Polonius, exclaimed the old man. And I, added the wife, who was annoyed that he did not aspire higher, instead of that, would like to have our neighbor's house, which is nearly new. And I, continued her husband, instead of our old donkey, which can scarcely carry an empty sack, would like to have Polonius's mule. And I, exclaimed the wife. Would like to have such a fat porker as our neighbor has to kill. Some people seem only to wish for a thing in order to get it. How I should like to see my wishes accomplished. Scarcely had she uttered these words than they beheld a most beautiful little woman standing in front of the fire. She was so small that her height could not have been more than 18 inches, whilst she wore a crown like a queen's upon her head. Her tunic and veil were almost transparent, and seemed made of white smoke, whilst the sparks from the fire crackled and jumped like fireworks around her, and sparkled around her as glittering spangles. In her hand she bore a little golden scepter, the end of which was formed by a gleaming ruby. I am the fairy Fortunata, she said to them. I was passing by here, and I have heard your complaints. I have so much anxiety to accomplish your desires that I came to promise you the realization of 3 wishes. One to you, she said to the wife, the other to you, to the husband, and the third has to be mutual and agreeable to the desire of you both. This last I will agree to in person tomorrow, when I will return at this time, and until then I leave you to think of what it shall be. When she had said these words, the beautiful fairy sprang through the flames and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. I leave to the imagination of our fair readers the delight of the worthy couple and the number of wishes numerous as suitors at the door of a minister, which presented themselves to their minds. Their desires were so many that, not knowing which to select, they determined to defer the definite selection to the following day. After having had all the night to think the matter over, they began to discuss entirely different things. In a little while, their conversation recurred to their wealthy neighbors. I was at their house today, said the husband. They were making black pudding. Ah, such black puddings! It would have done you good to see them. I would like to have one of them here, replied the wife, to roast on the ashes for supper. Scarcely had she uttered the words than there appeared upon the ashes the most delicious-looking black pudding that could possibly be imagined. The woman remained staring at it with open mouth and eyes staring out of her head. But the husband jumped up in despair, and after striding up and down the room, tearing his hair in desperation, said, "Through your gluttony, you greedy woman, we have lost one of the wishes." Good heavens, what a woman this is, more stupid than a goose. It makes me desperate. I detest you and the black pudding too, and I wish it were stuck on your nose. No sooner had he spoken than there was the black pudding hanging from the place indicated. Then was the old man struck with horror and his wife with desperation. "You see what you have done, evil tongue!" exclaimed she, as she made useless exertion to tear the appendage from her nose. If I employed my wish badly, at least it was to my disadvantage. At least it was to my own disadvantage, and not to the disadvantage of anyone else. But the sins carried its punishment with it, for I will not have any other wish, nor desire anything else than that black pudding being taken off my nose. Wife, for heaven's sakes, what of the new house? Nothing. Wife, for heaven's sakes, think of the farm. It does not matter. My dear, let us wish for a fortune, and then we will have a golden case for the black pudding. I will not hear of it. Then you would have us left just as we were before? That is all that I wish for. And for all that the man could say, nothing could alter his wife's determination, who grew more and more enraged with her double nose, and could scarcely keep off the dog and the cat, who both wished to make free with it. When on the following night the fairy appeared and asked them what was their last wish, they said to her, "We see how blind and foolish it is of men to fancy that the realization of their wishes will make them happy. Nor is happiness in the accomplishment of our wishes, but in the not having any. He is rich who possesses what he wants, but happy is he who wishes for nothing." The end. Alright, my dears. I hope you have a very beautiful night. Thank you again for spending your time here with me. And for those who come back to the VOD, I appreciate you as well for being here with us. And I hope again that you have a very cozy and dreamy weekend. Mwah. Good night, everyone. Oh yes, Mira. Oh, I almost forgot. Good night and sweet dreams.